Chapter 648. P.S. Thank you to 33 Layers for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany 1577478860 and Yongwood 2001 for their tips. Ding ling 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 ling. Following the ringing of the bell, the students sitting in the classroom immediately became as noisy as criminals who had been freed from their restraints. Each of them stood up from their seats, packed their bags, and walked out of the classroom. This was already the end of the holiday. After the students had all returned to school, the scene of the end of the day's classes. Let's not practice today. I'll take you to a place later. Ito, who had also packed his books into his bag, stood up and walked to Nanjo Kirishama's table. He lowered his head and said to Nanjo Kirishama, "Oh." Nanjo Kirishama nodded and put everything into his sports bag. He stood up and followed Ito out of the classroom. Soon, the two of them left the teaching building. They walked from the side of the teaching building to the back of the school's gymnasium. At this time, Ito suddenly reached out and hugged Nanjo Kirishama's waist and said softly, "Hold me tight." Nanjo Kirishama heard this and looked around. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he reached out his hands and hugged Ito's waist with blushing cheeks. He leaned his body into Ito's embrace. At this time, Ito, who was hugging Nanjo Kirishama, leaped to the side. Like a grasshopper, he jumped onto the roof of the storeroom next to the gymnasium. Then, he turned again and jumped onto the protruding joint between the first and second floor of the gymnasium. He stood on the cement stone that was less than a palm's width. Pay attention to the inside. Ito, who was helping Nanjo Kirishama to stand up, turned around and looked into the gymnasium through the glass in front of him. At the same time, he said softly to Nanjo Kirishama beside him, "Gymnastics department?" Nanjo Kirishama, who was looking into the gymnasium according to Ito's words, frowned and said, "What are you looking at them for? Pay attention to their movements, especially the movements of the girl with long blonde hair and glasses on her face," Ito reminded. "Dairy cow." Following Ito's instructions, Nanjo Nora's gaze quickly landed on Miwa, who was currently holding onto a gymnastics belt and performing new gymnastics movements in the gymnasium. However, compared to Fonlin Temple's gymnastics movements, the two stalwart lumps on her chest attracted Nanjo Nora's gaze more. After comparing the difference between himself and the Fonlin Temple's Meiyu, he pouted unhappily. "Oh?" Ito turned his head to look at Nanjo Kira, shaking his head helplessly as he sighed. He then turned his gaze back to Meiyu, who was doing gymnastics in the gymnasium, and said softly, "If you have the time to be envious, why don't you observe her movements before she notices you? From your tone, you seem to know her very well. Who is she?" From Ito's words, Ito seemed to know the other party, so Nanjo Nora asked unhappily. "Jealous?" Ito glanced at Nanjo Nora and teased, "Ooh, who's jealous?" As soon as his voice fell, Nanjo Nora immediately tensed up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He looked at Ito with a face full of shame and anger as he retorted loudly, "If you're not jealous, why are you so agitated?" Ito continued to tease. In short, I'm not jealous." Not knowing how to refute, Nanjo Nora coldly snorted and turned his gaze back to Meiyu as he continued to be stubborn. Seeing this, Ito smiled and stopped teasing Nanjo Nora's emotions. He looked at Meiyu in the gymnasium and introduced her. "She's Meiyu of Fonlin Temple, the granddaughter of the elder of the Liangshan Lake, where I previously cultivated. In addition, she's currently with Byakuin Kenichi, so she can be considered an enemy of your Twilight of the Gods. So she's the girl that Taichi, one of my underlings, mentioned before." After hearing the introduction, Nanjo Nora said with a look of realization, "However, the reason I brought you here this time is not to let you know her, but to let you observe her movements." Seeing that Nanjo Nora's thoughts were a little off track, Ito reminded him, "I see that you're always unable to comprehend the key to the phrase, 'let yourself fly.' Since that's the case, I can only let you see with your own eyes someone who can let herself fly. I hope you can get some hints from her." Nanjo Nora frowned when he heard this. Then he seriously observed Mei Yu's gymnastics movements. "Hey, what are you two doing? Come down quickly. Don't you know that it's dangerous there?" But before Nanjo Nora could observe for long, a man's scolding voice suddenly entered their ears. "Not good. It's the discipline director." Nanjo Nora, whose attention was attracted by the scolding voice, was immediately shocked when he found out who the owner of the voice was. For Japanese students, especially the delinquents, the discipline director was basically a natural enemy. If they were caught by him and brought to the discipline room for further education, that kind of feeling would not be pleasant. Seeing that his observation was interrupted, Sei Ito immediately hugged Nanjo Nora's waist, jumped out of the gymnasium, quickly ran out of the discipline director's sight, and left Desala High School by jumping over the back wall of the school. Did you discover anything from Mei Yu's movements just now? After leaving the school, Sei Ito withdrew his arm from Nanjo Nora's waist and asked while looking at the road ahead. "No." Nanjo Nora lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his head again and shook his head with a confused expression. "Don't you think that her movements are very light? It seems like her body is weightless." Sei Ito saw this and could not help but remind him. "That's right, there is indeed that kind of feeling." After receiving Sei Ito's reminder, Nanjo Nora once again recalled the scene when he was peeking at Mei Yu outside the gymnasium and admitted with a look of realization. Remember that feeling, then imitate it. Try your best to make your body like Mei Yu's. This way, you will probably be able to understand the true meaning of the phrase, "let yourself fly." Sei Ito said, "I understand." Nanjo Nora nodded in response. "All right, it's about time. I should go." At this moment, Sei Ito suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to Nanjo Nora, "Also, during the time that I'm not here, you and Whitebird have to train well. Don't be lazy." "Got it." Nanjo Nora curled her lips. She replied with an impatient expression. Looking at Nanjo Nora's appearance, Sei Ito chuckled and kissed her lips. He stuck out his tongue to open Nanjo Nora's teeth and tangled with the smoothness behind it. After a moment, Sei Ito raised his head and smiled at Nanjo Nora, who was blushing. "Remember to miss me." Immediately after, he activated teleport. He disappeared from Nanjo Nora's sight. "You bastard! Only a ghost would miss you." Seeing that Sei Ito had disappeared, Nanjo Nora immediately turned her head to look around and found that there were no other passers-by around. She let out a sigh of relief and muttered in a low voice. Then, she raised her head and walked back to her stronghold. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had left Nanjo Nora's side, flashed continuously. Almost every time he flashed, he would appear at another place 1 kilometer away from his previous position. After flashing continuously for a few minutes, Sei Ito finally stopped the activation of teleport. He stood in front of Shrine's Torii. "It should be here, Nuku Flaming Shrine." Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the huge boundary stone placed in front of the Torii's right doorpost, as well as the words written on it. Then, he made up his mind and walked into the shrine. The overall layout of Nuku Flaming Shrine was basically the same as Sei Ito's own shrine. It was the kind of direct layout where one would see the main hall after passing through the Torii. This saved Sei Ito the trouble of distinguishing the main hall, side hall, sacrificial hall, dojo, and so on. Therefore, after Sei Ito confirmed the situation of the buildings, he went straight to the dojo of Nuku Flaming Shrine. "There's no one here? Did he bring his disciple to challenge the dojo again?" Sei Ito thought when he saw that there was no one in the dojo. Then, Sei Ito turned around and walked to the other houses. It seems that he really did bring his disciple to challenge the dojo. Otherwise, there should be no one in the shrine. After searching all the houses, Sei Ito still couldn't find his target, so he returned to the dojo and sat cross-legged on the ground. "Forget it. Since there's no one here, I'll just wait here. After all, this is the only place where I can find the dark person." Sei Ito closed his eyes and made up his mind. Immediately after, he adjusted his breathing, allowing himself to enter the state of meditation required for cultivation. Then, he began to cultivate with peace of mind, and this wait made Sei Ito wait for more than a week. The sound of breathing. Someone's coming. On this day, Ito-sei, who was still sitting cross-legged in the dojo of the new Ku Fire Shrine as usual, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the door of the dojo as he muttered in his heart. Under his gaze, a long-haired woman who looked to be in her 30s and was about 7 meters tall and looked to be in her 30s was approaching the dojo with a little girl who was about 3 to 1 4 meters tall and looked to be around 10 years old. She was also wearing a witch's robe and looked to be in her late 20s. Just when she was about to approach the dojo, the woman suddenly stopped and let out a soft sound. Interesting. Then the woman's mouth curled up slightly, and she continued to walk at a normal speed as she whispered to herself, interesting. Soon, the woman walked into the dojo with the little girl beside her. At the same time, the little girl finally knew the reason for her master's previous pause. Her muscles tensed up, and her heart was full of vigilance as she looked at Sei Ito expressionlessly. Sit. Sei Ito's posture didn't change as he calmly looked at the woman and pointed to the ground in front of him. Seeing this, the woman's expression didn't change at all. Even her emotions didn't fluctuate in Sei Ito's perception. She quietly walked to the opposite side of Sei Ito and knelt down. Following the woman's movements, the little girl who walked in with her also tactfully walked to the side and knelt down not far from the woman's left side. Before we talk about business, let me introduce myself. Sei Ito looked into the woman's eyes and said softly, "This one is Sei Ito, a free warrior. The main purpose of this visit is to invite Sensei Miyumo to become my partner and help me train my people." After introducing himself, Sei Ito said straightforwardly, "Since you were able to find this place and call out my name, you should know who I am. Even so, you still have the confidence to invite me to be your partner and help you train your people. You've really impressed me." The woman named Kaneda Miyumo looked at Ito Seiji expressionlessly and said in a low voice, "However, if you want me to become your partner, just having this courage isn't enough. You must show me your strength to prove that you're qualified to work with me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you here as punishment for trespassing into my shrine." Sensei Miyumo continued, "Indeed, as one of the dark, empty-handed groups, one Shadow Nine Fist, one Shadow Nine Fist, not just anyone can form a partnership with you. Therefore, this one is prepared to fight Sensei Miyumo to the death before coming here. If Sensei Miyumo doesn't mind, this one is willing to fight Sensei Miyumo to the death." Sei Ito nodded slightly and replied indifferently, "Very good awareness. Then I will fulfill your wish." Sensei Miyumo said. Sensei Miyumo didn't do anything, and another Sensei Miyumo suddenly appeared behind Sei Ito. She reached out her right index finger and pointed at Sei Ito's medulla oblongata under his head. Sei Ito had a rough understanding of Sensei Miyumo's martial arts from the manga, so he didn't panic. He unleashed his aura, and a figure that looked exactly like him appeared beside Sei Ito and blocked Sensei Miyumo's finger. However, as soon as the two came into contact, they both turned into illusions and disappeared on the spot. Along with Ito-sei and Tanabe Miyumo's illusions, the real bodies of Ito-sei and Tanabe Miyumo, who were originally sitting cross-legged and kneeling on the ground, respectively, also disappeared. In the next second, Ito-sei and Tanaka Miyumo, who had just disappeared, reappeared in the dojo. But unlike when they disappeared, the two people who reappeared were no longer just two people. Instead, there were several Ito-sei and Tanaka Miyumo that looked exactly the same as Ito-sei and Tanaka Miyumo. Each of them faced each other in the dojo. "I didn't expect you to be able to use your aura to such an extent at such a young age," Sensei Miyumo said. "It's nothing. It's all thanks to Sensei Miyo's help. If it weren't for your demonstration, even if I knew how these afterimages were created, I wouldn't be able to use them as freely as I do now. I would like to express my gratitude to Sensei Miyo," Ito-sei of the afterimages said. "Is that so? What a talented young man," Sensei Miyumo said as she continued to fight illusions like a game of hide-and-seek. "Sensei Miyumo, you're too kind. I might be talented, but I still can't compare to someone like you who can create your own martial art style." "I'm well aware of that," Sei Ito smiled. Chapter 649. All right, that's the end of the game. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, said Tanabe Miyun. Since Master Tanabe has invited me, I won't hold back, said Seito with a smile. Then, Seito sped up again and appeared in front of and behind one of Tanabe Miyun's afterimages. At the same time, he reached out his hand to slap Tanabe Miyun's body. Not bad. Just as Seito's hand was about to land on Tanabe Miyun's body, Tanabe Miyun immediately turned around and grabbed Seito's hand. Her arm moved along with the force of Seito's hand and blocked Seito's leg with her leg. It was as if Seito had hit a rock and was sent flying. At this time, several Tanabe Miyun's afterimages suddenly appeared around Seito and attacked Seito's vital points. When Ito Senari saw this, he immediately unleashed the murderous aura that he had accumulated after crossing through several worlds, destroying the afterimage of Senba Miyun that surrounded him, and facing the attack of Senba Miyun's true body with all his strength. At this time, Seito raised his left arm and blocked Tanabe Miyun's attack. At the same time, he twisted his waist in the air and kicked at Tanabe Miyun's head. Ito Sei's leg swept across Tanabe Miyumo's head, dispersing the afterimage she had left behind. What a fast speed! Ito Senari, who had landed on the ground, exclaimed in surprise. What a terrifying, murderous aura! Even I, who experienced the war, didn't have such a strong, murderous aura. Where did this little guy come from? How can he have such a strong, murderous aura? Compared to Seito's shock at her speed, Tanabe Miyun was also shocked by Seito's murderous aura. Kid, do you want to join the dark? Tanabe Miyun reappeared in the dojo and looked at Seito and said, From the murderous aura you just released, modern society can't tolerate your existence. Only the dark is suitable for people like you and me. Sorry, I'm not interested in the dark. Seito shook his head in response to Tanabe Miyun's invitation. Then, he changed the topic. But I'm very interested in some people in the dark. Then forget it. Tanabe Miyun didn't respond to Ito Sei's words and directly gave up on the previous invitation. Sei. Ito Sei, who was choked by his own words, clicked his tongue lightly. He didn't say any more nonsense. After taking a deep breath again, he used the aura explosion technique to create several afterimages and rushed toward Tanabe Miyun, who was still standing. Seeing the attack coming, Tanabe Miyun's body immediately moved to the side, and several afterimages appeared in the dojo. At this time, Ito Sei's figure once again appeared in front of one of the many afterimages of Miyumo. Just like how Miyumo attacked him just now, he also pulled out several afterimages to surround Miyumo. Then he attacked Miyumo with his fists, feet, palms, and fingers. Facing the siege, Tanabe Miyun didn't panic. Tanabe Miyun didn't do anything. Her body was like Neza in the myths. She suddenly turned into a three-headed, six-armed monster and destroyed Seito's center of gravity. She intercepted and destroyed Seito's attack without wasting any strength. Schwapa. Ito Sei, who was thrown out again, twisted his body and landed on the ground again. As expected of the creator of the Fenden Ryu Jutsu, her technique is simply impeccable. All of her defenses and counterattacks don't use any strength at all. It's completely in line with the ideal of the Fenden Ryu Jutsu. I'm deeply impressed. Ito Sei looked at Miyumo and praised sincerely. If that's the case, are you going to admit defeat? Tanabe Miyun had been looking at Ito Sei with the same expression ever since they met. Sorry, that's not it. Ito Sei shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. I would like to see more of your sensei's sensei. Bring it on. Tanabe Miyun said calmly. Huh. Ito Sei growled when he heard this. He excluded the assistance of other abilities and used only his martial arts skills and physical strength to break out the highest speed that he could. Combined with the technique of creating afterimages that he had learned from Miyumo Tanaka, he attacked Miyumo Tanaka using the technique of concealing the real and the fake. At this moment, several figures of Seito appeared with Seito as the origin. They suddenly split up and then rushed straight or curved or jumped high or slid low, or appeared in front of Miyumo Tanaka in an instant. They used their legs, palms, kicks, and elbows to attack Tanabe Miyun's vital points. Tanabe Miyun's reaction was the same. She stood still and suddenly turned into a monster with 4 heads, 8 arms, and 8 legs. Her back was connected and her 8 eyes were looking around. Her 8 arms were moving at the same time to counter Sei Ito's attack. Ha! At this moment, when Tanabe Miyun's palm was about to meet Sei Ito's fist, Sei Ito suddenly sneered and used his aura to extend the attack to confuse Tanabe Miyun's aura. Then he followed up with a punch towards Tanabe Miyun's abdomen. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. Sei Ito's afterimages that filled the dojo slowly disappeared. Then Tanabe Miyun, who blocked Sei Ito's fist with her left hand, and Sei Ito, whose fist was caught, appeared in the dojo. Not bad. First, you used an afterimage to confuse me. Then, you moved your real body into the afterimage. Then, you used your momentum to create a fake attack to confuse my judgment of this punch. Then, you used the real punch to attack. It's rare for a teenager to be able to do this at this age. Tanabe Miyun looked down at Ito Sei, who was still in his advanced punch posture, and said softly, "Even so, you still saw through it in the end, didn't you?" Sei Ito looked up at Tanabe Miyun and said softly. Tanabe Miyun didn't say anything. She just looked at Sei Ito quietly. Ha! Ito Sei withdrew his gaze and lowered his head. He suddenly let out a chuckle. Then, Tanabe Miyumo frowned slightly. The fist that was grabbed by Tanabe Miyumo suddenly rushed forward and pushed Tanabe Miyumo's palm to her abdomen. Bang! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion. A thin and long cheese suddenly rushed out from Tanabe Miyun's back and blew apart her robe and pants, revealing her white and smooth skin. Ahem! Even though Tanabe Miyun didn't move after receiving this attack, her frown and the muffled groan from her throat told the little girl beside her that her master Tanabe Miyun was injured. What kind of kung fu is this? Tanabe Miyun asked Sei Ito. Dragon-shaped chi art, needle, forging technique. Sei Ito pulled back his fist and looked at Tanabe Miyun. Good kung fu. You're the first person in so many years to injure me in a head-on fight, and to injure me this badly. You're not bad. Master Tanabe, you flatter me. Sei Ito smiled calmly. As a reward for injuring me, I will let you experience the essence of Tanabe Jutsu. Tanabe Miyun looked at Sei Ito expressionlessly and continued. Are you finally getting serious? Sei Ito said softly. Tanabe Miyun didn't say anything. Instead, she used her actions to answer Sei Ito's question. Tanaka Miyun was like an uninjured person, bursting out with an unprecedented super high speed, leaving behind a series of absolutely real afterimages. She continuously attacked the vital parts of Ito Sei's body, either by poking, slapping, clawing, or stabbing. Sei Ito frowned as he reached out to block one of Tanabe Miyun's attacks. He released his killing intent again to destroy the afterimages Tanabe Miyun had created. However, compared to the afterimage that Miyumo Tanaka had carelessly created, this afterimage was much sturdier. Under the surging killing intent, it didn't show any signs of dissipating apart from a slight tremble. When Sei Ito paused for less than a second after releasing his killing intent, Tanabe Miyun's true body suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito and pointed at Sei Ito's forehead. Sei Ito's eyes flashed when he saw this. He leaned his upper body back to dodge the finger while reaching out to grab Tanabe Miyun's arm. However, just as Sei Ito was about to grab Tanabe Miyun's arm, he felt a force pulling him backward. Sei Ito's center of gravity was even more unstable when a leg reached out just as he was about to stabilize his center of gravity. However, this wasn't the end. A pair of slender, white fingers suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito and stabbed at Sei Ito's eyes as he fell. No matter how hard Sei Ito tried to block, he couldn't do anything to the two fingers. Ito Sei, who knew that if he didn't use other means, his eyes might be blinded, so he let out a low roar. A strong impact force with a needle-like feeling suddenly gushed out from Ito Sei's body, hitting all tangible and intangible things in all directions. Under the influence of this wave of air, the two fingers that had been following Sei Ito like shadows finally disappeared from his sight. Using this opportunity, Sei Ito suddenly twisted his waist and supported himself with one hand on the ground, turning over and squatting on the ground. As expected of someone who fought side by side with the invincible Superman and the Falcon from Fenglin Temple. Even if she's injured, her martial arts strength isn't something I can compare to. Sei Ito raised his head and looked at Tanabe Miyun. She was still expressionless. Other than the occasional wound on her back, there was no other abnormality. Chapter 650. If this is a test of strength with the premise of cooperation, is this still not enough to gain your approval? Sei Ito straightened up and looked at Miyumo. If it's just a normal cooperation, the strength you've shown is indeed enough. Miyumo said indifferently, but your cooperation is for me to help you train your people. Although it's a cooperation on the surface, it also means that you want me to be your subordinate. Since that's the case, you have to defeat me completely. If you can't, I can only kill you here as punishment for trespassing on my shrine. I didn't expect it to be like this. After listening to Nyoma's explanation, Ito Sei shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Should I say that she is indeed a master of martial arts? She has a thorough understanding of my psychology. Or should I say that my speaking skills are not good enough? She exposed my thoughts with just one sentence. If you want to live and defeat the ultimate warrior who uses the killing fist, this difficulty is really not ordinary. Ito Sei put away the bitter smile on his face and sighed softly. Is it true that as long as I can defeat you completely, it doesn't matter what method I use? Ito Sei looked at Tanabe Miyun with a serious expression. Yes, as long as you can defeat me completely, I don't mind being your subordinate. Miyumo said straightforwardly. Good, Miyumo. I'll show you a technique that has never been seen before in this world. Sei Ito said solemnly. I'll wait and see. Miyumo said expectantly. Ito Sei roared, and his body once again split into countless shadows, attacking Tanaka from different directions, in different ways, and with different attacking methods. Still the same? Seeing Sei Ito's attack method not changing much, Miyumo's eyes flashed with doubt. She still had 8 arms, 8 legs, and 4 heads like a monster. The way their backs were connected to each other, he thought to himself, it's real. Chante Miyun, who was on the left, reached out and grabbed Ito Sei's ankle. She immediately felt that the ankle in her hand was not an illusion, but a real body, so she stopped dealing with the other 3 sides. She turned around and swung her arm. The force of Sei Ito's kick sent Sei Ito flying. But in the next moment, Miyumo's expression changed. Because in her air control circle, a real fist came through her air control circle and entered her heart. How is this possible? Tanabe Miyun immediately turned around and waved her hand to block Ito Sei's fist, dodging the fist wind. She was shocked. But then, another kick appeared in Miyumo's air control circle and swept towards Miyumo's feet. Could it be that these illusions are real? How is this possible? How fast does he have to be to do this? Tanabe Miyumo jumped lightly and dodged Ito Sei's leg sweep. She was shocked. As expected, another real attack came from a different direction from the one she threw, blocked, and jumped to attack Miyumo. Miyumo immediately changed her movement when she sensed the attack. She quickly circled to Sei Ito's side and used Miyumo's Sei Ito Jutsu to throw the Sei Ito in her hand at the incoming Sei Ito. But before Miyumo could do anything, the Sei Ito in her hand suddenly exploded. A huge explosion and a large amount of white smoke appeared in the dojo. But Miyumo was an ultimate expert on the level of Superman and Fenglin Temple's Falconer. How could she be injured by a simple explosion? The moment the explosion occurred, Miyumo paid the price of one of her sleeves to get out of the explosion's range. She looked at the dojo with a serious expression. The 4 Sei Ito were either squatting or hanging upside down on the roof. Everyone calls me the Witch of Demon Fist. It seems that in front of you, I'm not strong enough. Miyumo said in a low voice. Then she changed her tone and asked with a puzzled expression, "What kind of fist technique is this?" "Sorry, this is not a fist technique, but a ninjutsu, the shadow clone jutsu." Ito-sei, who was standing straight on the ground, explained. "Ninjutsu? Are you from the Dark Quail?" "Well, I've seen the people from the Dark Quail group before. Aside from their superior physiques, they are also very strong. Although they have exceptional talent in martial arts, they don't have such strange techniques." "Is it really a secret ninja technique?" Miyumo asked in confusion. "I'm not from the Dark Quail. The ninjutsu I'm using is indeed a secret ninja technique." Seito chuckled. "It's really a secret ninja technique. I want to see it." Miyumo said. "Since you want to see it, I'll let you see it." Seito chuckled. As soon as he said that, the four Seito rushed toward Miyumo. One was squatting on the ground, one was hanging upside down on the roof, and one was standing upright on the dojo. This time, Miyumo knew that these were the real Seito, so she didn't dare to be careless. She focused on dealing with Seito's attack. In fact, Ito Seiji was the one who took advantage of the situation. If Seito used Shadow Clone Jutsu to deal with Majinshin, Akatsuki, and Kasakasiyu, it wouldn't be as effective as it was against Miyumo. This was all because Miyun Tanaka's Tanaka-ryu Jutsu pursued the 100% technique, 0% strength technique. The key point of this jutsu was to break the opponent's center of gravity and then use the principles of mechanics to make the opponent fall, not allowing the user to use any extra strength or even not use any strength at all. And the Shadow Clone Jutsu is the kind of ninjutsu that can only be destroyed by a heavy attack. In the face of the Tenin Sho, which is a jutsu that can only be destroyed by a heavy attack, it's almost a perfect application. It won't be destroyed by the 5 people mentioned before. Konoha's Great Whirlwind. Ito-sei, who had run from the ceiling to the top of Tanaka Meiyun, suddenly jumped down from the ceiling. His body was like a spinning top as he landed on top of Tanaka Meiyun's head. Then, he suddenly stretched out a leg, and with the centrifugal force generated by the high-speed rotation, he heavily chopped at Tanaka Meiyun. Seeing this, Senbata Miyun stepped forward and calmly dodged Ito-sei's leg. She then raised her hand and pressed down on Ito-sei's right knee. She didn't use any strength as she followed Ito-sei's leg to the ground. Then, the moment her heel touched the ground, she suddenly pressed down with a bit more strength. Kacha! With a crisp sound, Ito-sei, who was using taijutsu, immediately jumped up from his broken leg and moved at a nearly 90-degree angle. Explode. Seito, who was seriously injured, immediately burst into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of Miyumo. So this thing called Shadow Clone will disappear after being seriously injured. Miyumo, who had just dealt with one of the Shadow Clones, thought. At this moment, the 2 Shadow Clones that were half squatting on the ground charged towards Miyumo from the left and right. One of them flashed with blue and white lightning and stabbed towards Miyumo's left waist with his hand like a knife. The other one slapped his palms in front of him at an extremely fast speed, sending out white wind blades that were visible to the naked eye towards Miyumo's body. Is this also a ninjutsu? Seeing the lightning and wind attacks from the 2 of them, Tanabe Miyun's pupils shrank as she exclaimed in shock. Miyumo no longer cared about the internal injuries caused by Seito's dragon-style needle forging technique. She instantly retreated from the 2 Shadow Clones who were using lightning release ninjutsu and wind release, beast wave palm. Explode. As Miyumo retreated, the 2 Shadow Clones' attacks landed on each other. With a soft sound, they both turned into smoke and disappeared from the dojo. At this time, just as Tanabe Miyumo retreated to avoid the attack of the 2 Shadow Clones and looked around for the last Ito-sei, the wooden floor under her feet suddenly came to life. Slender vines full of thorns grew out of the floor and bound Tanabe Miyumo's feet. The vines quickly climbed up her legs. What a strong binding force. It seems that the vines are real and not an illusion. Miyumo frowned as she struggled to break free from the vines. While she was struggling, the thorny vines had already climbed over her waist and coiled around her upper body. Not wanting to admit defeat like this, Tanabe Miyun completely released the suppression of the injuries caused by the needle forging art. She mobilized her chi of tranquility to circulate throughout her body, erupting with an inhuman strength to break free from the thorny vines that wrapped around her. Wah! But with this outburst, the injuries that had been suppressed began to spread, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Master Miyumo, you've already lost. Ito-sei, who was slowly emerging from the wooden floor, looked at the pale-faced Tanabe Miyumo and said, Indeed, I've lost. In the time that you've bound me, it's enough time for you to kill me several times. Tanabe Miyumo gave up resisting and allowed the thorny vines to crawl onto her body. She turned her head and said to Ito-sei, who was slowly coming out, Then, according to our previous agreement, Sensei, you are officially my subordinate from today onwards. Ito-sei, who had completely escaped from the floor, looked at Sensei and said, Don't worry, I still have the dignity of a martial artist. I won't go back on my words. Miyumo said indifferently, I also believe in the credibility of Sensei Chantan. So, from now on, please take care of me. Ito-sei's mind moved, and he removed the thorns around Sensei Chantan's body and bowed. Chapter 651. P.S. Thanks to T-Can, Postmodern Brother, Morning Wind, Oda's Hang, Phantom Dust, and Stone for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Nickfinney, Stone, 157747860, Phantom Dust, and This Pig is a Little Skinny for their tips. Thanks to Fantasy Dragon for his evaluation. Truth be told, Ito-sei's victory had been a bit of a fluke. If it hadn't been for the fact that she was older, more senior, and stronger, she wouldn't have been forced to go all out against a junior like Ito-sei. In the end, she wouldn't have been injured by Ito-sei's dragon-shaped needle energy art at close range. She wouldn't have been able to unleash the full extent of her power, which would have led to her defeat. Of course, Sei Ito's failure wasn't just because of her mentality. It was also because she didn't understand the dragon-shaped needle art, which didn't belong to the world of the strongest disciple in history. If it was any other native of this world that was caught by Miyumo Senma, even if that native used a penetrating force attack at such a distance, Miyumo Senma would be able to easily neutralize it. There was no way that she would be injured from it. In addition, the information between the two sides was not equal. It should be known that before Ito-sei came to find Tanabe Miyumo, he had information about Tanabe Miyumo's martial arts school, martial arts characteristics, common fighting methods, and some other information as a foundation. He could calmly deal with Tanabe Miyumo's various changes, but Tanabe Miyumo had no information about Ito-sei. Everything could only be discovered in battle. She was naturally weaker. In addition, Ito-sei had some abilities that could be said to be similar to cloud flow martial arts. This caused Sei Ito's overall strength to be suppressed. As for the final battle between ninjutsu and martial arts, Sei Ito took advantage of Sei Ito's lack of knowledge about ninjutsu. This caused Sei Ito's hands and feet to be tied. In the end, she failed. If Nyoma Tanaka had used her full strength from the start and taken Ito-seiji seriously, Ito-seiji would have been able to escape without dying. However, it would be extremely difficult to injure Miyun Tanaka and win by trickery. There's no need to be so courteous. I want to know what your goal is in the future. After escaping from the vines, Kaneda Miyumo walked to an empty spot and sat down. She looked at Sei Ito and asked, Purpose? I really don't have this. Ito-sei spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders with a tangled expression. Don't tell me you didn't go through so much trouble to find me and ask me to train your people. Sei Ito frowned and said with dissatisfaction, That's not it. Ito-sei shook his head slightly and denied it with a chuckle. Then he slowly walked to Sei Ito and squatted on the ground. Stretching out his hands, he pressed them on Miyumo's abdomen and lower back, while activating medical ninjutsu to treat Miyumo's internal injuries caused by the needle forging technique. At the same time, he whispered, I just feel that I don't have enough martial arts masters, similar to the lack of high-end teachers, which affects the production of martial arts masters under my command. That's why I'm looking for a few masters like you to fill this vacancy. Feeling the strange power transmitted from Ito-sei's hand in her body, and she could clearly feel the recovery speed of her injuries, a strange look flashed in her eyes as she asked, "Are you also using ninjutsu now?" "Yes, it's medical ninjutsu." Sei Ito nodded. Tanabe Miyu nodded and said again, "Since you don't plan to do anything big, why do you need a master to teach them? Any martial arts master is more than enough to guard the house. You can even force a few ordinary masters to become their instructors. Why do you have to take the risk to come to me?" "Probably because I have the desire for perfection in my heart. I don't want to find a few ordinary masters to fill the gap." Seito thought for a moment and shrugged. "Maybe you have a restless reason in your heart that you haven't realized yet." Seito said. "Well, who knows?" Seito said indifferently. "In the battle just now, you seem to be able to easily find my real body. Is this also because of the ninjutsu you have mastered?" Tanabe Myun didn't say anything after seeing this and changed the topic. "Some ninja's bloodstain limit might be able to do it, but my ninjutsu doesn't have this ability. I can find your real body at any time because of it." Seito looked at the sandalwood prayer beads hanging on Seito's chest and explained. "So that's how it is." Seito looked down at the prayer beads hanging on her chest. "It's done." After a while, Seito got up and said after treating Seito's injuries, "Ninjutsu is really unique." Seito carefully felt the condition of her body and found that she has indeed recovered. Then she turned to look at the little girl who hasn't moved since she started kneeling and called, "Chikage." Hearing the call, the little girl Chikage immediately got up and quickly came to Seito's side and whispered, "Sensei, go and pour 2 cups of tea." Seito ordered. "Yes." Chikage nodded and walked out of the dojo toward the house not far away. What a cute little girl. It's a pity that her Reiki is suppressed. Seito looked at Chikage running out of the dojo and sighed. Having feelings will only affect the use of martial arts. Seito said, "Maybe you are right, but too much suppression will only cause trouble in the future. It might even take her life." Seito looked back at Seito and said, "If she dies, it can only mean that her cultivation wasn't up to par. She can't blame anyone else," Tanatin Miyun said expressionlessly. Seito didn't have anything to say. He shrugged and sat on the ground. "Seito, since we are family now, I won't say anything. I have something I need your help with." Seito looked at Seito and said, "What is it?" Seito asked. Seito didn't say anything. Seito slapped the ground next to him. A burst of electricity appeared on the ground with Seito's palm as the center. Then a small protrusion appeared on the ground. As Ito-sei's palm moved up, it quickly rose until it finally became a Japanese katana shining with cold light in Ito-sei's hands. "Is this also a ninjutsu?" Seito looked at the round hole on the dojo's floor and then looked at the katana in Seito's hand and narrowed her eyes. "No." Seito placed the katana in front of him and shook his head. "This is another method I have mastered. It is called alchemy. It seems that following you might be able to see some interesting things." Seito's eyes flashed. Seito said softly. Seito tapped the katana with his finger and said with a smile, "I can guarantee that it will be an eye-opener for you. It won't be worse than the eternal sunset that Dark is preparing. It might even be better than it. It will make you happy and satisfied. You know quite a lot." Seito looked at Seito and said, "Tap, tap, tap, tap." Following a series of light footsteps, Seito left the dojo. Senkage, who went to the house to prepare tea, came back to the dojo with a dark-colored tray. She knelt down next to Seito and handed the 2 teacups to Seito and Seito respectively. Next, Thousand Shadows bowed to the 2 of them, got up, and gently retreated to Miyumo's side before kneeling down again. "Seito, what do you think of this katana in my hand?" Seito handed the katana to Seito and asked with a smile. Seito took the katana. She held it in front of her and looked at it. "It's a good katana." Seito said, "Is this katana good enough for the masters of dark weapons?" Seito continued to ask. "Yes." Seito threw the katana back to Seito and said, "If I use this katana as bait, can I attract the people of dark weapons?" Seito didn't take the katana. Instead, he wrapped the katana with his psychokinesis and controlled it to swing around freely in the dojo. "What kind of ability is this?" Tanabe Miyumo glanced at the flying blades and asked calmly. "Psychokinesis," Seito said with a smile. Then he used his psychokinesis to retrieve the katana and stored it in the Rubik's Cube world. Seeing the katana suddenly disappear in Seito's hand, Seito's eyes flashed. She then returned to her expressionless face and looked at Seito and said, "Are you going to attack the masters of dark weapons?" "Yes." Seito smiled. "What do you want to do?" Seito asked. "Seito, I want you to tell the people of dark weapons that I have a katana. As for the rest, I'll do it myself." Seito spoke his mind. "Okay." Seito happily agreed to something that didn't require much effort. "But if possible, I want you to tell the women of dark weapons as much as possible. Personally, I'm more interested in women." Seito smiled. "That's one of the reasons why you came to me." Seito looked at Seito and said, "Yes, compared to men, working with women is more enjoyable." Seito admitted without hesitation. "I understand." Seito said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you, Master Chonin." Seito picked up a teacup in front of him and drank all the matcha in it. He then put down the teacup and stood up. He looked at Seito and said, "I'll be staying in the town at the foot of the mountain. If anyone from Dark Weapons comes, you can lead them there." "I understand," Seito replied. "This is my contact number. If you have any questions, you can use it to contact me." Seito took out a piece of paper with a number written on it and placed it in front of Seito. "I'll take my leave." Ito-sei stood up and nodded at Senma. Then he used instant transmission and disappeared from the dojo of the Nuku Fire Shrine. One interesting kid. Tanabe Miyun looked at the empty teacup on the ground and smiled. On the other side, after the performance just now, Seito should be interested in me. Seito thought to himself as he strolled around the town looking for a hotel. After a while, Seito found a hotel with an open-air hot spring near the mountain and checked in. Now I just have to wait for the people from Dark Weapons to arrive. I wonder if Seito will deliver the news to the female Dark Weapons expert. After returning to the room, Ito Seijin said to himself. Then he turned his hand and took out the katana made from the floor of the dojo. Then he used Mokutan's energy to summon a piece of wood in his hand and used alchemy to turn it into a scabbard on the katana. Clang! With a crisp sound, Seito casually threw the katana that the people from Dark Weapons were looking for to the ground. After Image Fist combined with Shadow Clone technique, it has an unexpected effect. Seito, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, recalled the battle with Seito today and whispered to himself. He then focused his mind and began to carefully recall the details of the battle with Seito. He analyzed Seito's Seito Jutsu and absorbed it into his own to strengthen his combat power. A few nights later, Seito, who was sitting cross-legged in his room, raised his eyebrows and thought, "Someone is coming." He then took the katana that was used as bait and opened his eyes. "Since you're here, come out." But a few seconds later, there was still no sign of anyone. "Do you think I'm bluffing?" Seito said while holding the katana in front of him. He slowly pulled out the katana with his right hand. A cold katana aura instantly spread out from the scabbard. Bang! At the next moment, a muffled sound suddenly sounded. A thin man with a black body and a long sword in his hand jumped down from the broken roof in an instant. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and slashed at Ito-sei, who was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. Clang! At this time, Seito finally pulled out the katana from the scabbard and raised his arm to block the attack of the thin man. The collision between the two katana immediately created a sound of metal clashing. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the thin man quickly stepped forward. He moved the katana to the edge of the katana and kicked Seito's chest. Chapter 652. Seeing this attack, Seito's right arm that was holding the blade did not move. He continued to use the long blade to block the slash from the thin man. His left hand that was holding the scabbard quickly moved to the side of the thin man's leg that was kicking at him. He used the force to push his leg away, and at the same time, he immediately kicked at the thin man's lower body. The thin man's reaction was not slow. He immediately landed his foot and twisted his waist, shifting the support point to his leg that was kicking out. At the same time, he used the leg that was originally used as a support point to defend himself. He kicked backwards to block Seito's kick. Then, the thin man used this opportunity to flip and lift his blade. The blade brushed past Seito's fingers as he quickly retracted his hand. Then he used his half-twisted waist to complete a 300-degree turn and slashed at Seito's neck. Seeing this, Seito immediately lay on the ground and raised his leg to kick the thin man's wrist that was holding the blade. Bang! With a muffled sound, the thin man's hands were immediately lifted up by Seito's kick. Then Ito-sei's left foot rubbed hard on the ground, and his body immediately slid back as if it was pulled by an invisible belt. After sliding back for a certain distance, he stretched out his hand and slammed it on the ground. He immediately flipped over and stood up from the ground. I thought it would be an easy job. I didn't expect it to be a tough one. Seeing that Seito had stood up from the ground, the thin man straightened his blade and looked at Seito, who was also holding the blade with both hands. Unfortunately, you're not the person I want. But forget it. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. I'll leave you here, Seito said softly as he stared into the thin man's eyes. If you want to leave me here, we'll have to see if you have the ability. The thin man sneered. Then, the thin man took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Seito, as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. He slashed at Seito's head. Seito's right foot naturally moved back and completed the exchange between his front and back legs. At the same time, he bent his arm and pulled back his blade. He pressed the blade against the thin man's blade and skillfully shook off the thin man's downward slash. Then, he flipped his wrist and slashed upward from the thin man's exposed lower body. The thin man quickly took 2 steps back and dodged Seito's upward slash. Then, he held the sword horizontally on his side and stepped forward. A sharp stab instantly pierced towards Ito-sei's open chest. Although the thin man's blade had not yet blocked it, the sharp wind from the blade had already reached Ito-sei's body, causing goosebumps to rise on the skin on Ito-sei's chest. He felt a strange feeling in his chest. Seito immediately took a step back and turned his body sideways. He dodged the thin man's stab by a hair's breadth and flipped his blade before the thin man could slash horizontally. He used the back of his blade to hit the thin man's blade. For a Nipponese blade, this was the point where the entire blade exerted force. Therefore, with a clear dang sound, the long sword in the thin man's hand immediately fell to the ground under Ito-sei's powerful strike. Then, Seito flipped his wrist and slashed the thin man's blade. He stepped forward and slashed at the thin man's chest. No matter what, the thin man was still an ordinary adept-level fighter. His reaction speed was naturally not slow. When Seito's blade was about to cut the skin on his chest, he immediately pushed off with his feet. Like a grasshopper, he jumped back a long distance and avoided the fate of being cut in half. Although there is no smell of blood on the blade, I didn't expect the person holding the blade to be a kendo master of the killing sword. Forgive me for my disrespect, the thin man said in a deep voice as he looked down at his clothes that had been cut open by the blade. I am a swordsman of the Middle Palace, Guan I am holding a sword. Then, the thin man repositioned himself and introduced himself with a serious face. Seito of the Ito Ichido Ryu, no rank, holding a sword. Seito followed suit. He readied himself for the killing sword and looked at Guan Maoxian. Since we have introduced ourselves, life and death are up to fate. Come on, Guan Maoxian said in a deep voice. Okay, Seito said in a low voice. Then his figure flashed. He suddenly appeared in front of Guan Maoxian and slashed at Guan Maoxian's neck. Guan Maoxian moved aside. He thrust his blade at Seito's chest. Exchanging a wound for a life? Ito Kari thought to himself. At the same time, he quickly moved sideways and continued to chop at Guan Maoxian's neck. Guan Maoxian was still unmoved. He turned his wrist and swung his blade at Sei Ito's chest. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes when he saw this. He immediately turned his wrist and swung his blade. The tip of the blade pointed downward and blocked Guan Maoxian's slash with his body. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out between Sei Ito and Guan Maoxian. Ito Ci, who had blocked the blade, didn't stop moving. His left foot directly performed a backward swing step, driving his body to rotate. Then, with the force generated by the rotation of his body, he pushed Guan Maoxian's long sword away. Then he faced Guan Maoxian, who was wide open, and chopped down toward Guan Maoxian's chest. Seeing this, Guan Maoxian immediately turned his wrist and adjusted his blade. He held the long blade in his hand and used his other hand as a shield in front of his body to block Ito Sei's powerful downward chop. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out in the room again. Bang! Then a muffled sound rang out. It was Ito Sei and Guan Maoxian who saw that their long swords were blocked. Both of them were wide open, so they kicked each other and collided with each other halfway. Using this collision, the two of them tried to retreat and faced each other in the room again. At this time, Guan Maoxian's right foot rubbed on the tatami mats on the floor of the room. Several tatami mats immediately bounced off the ground under Guan Maoxian's provocation and flew towards Ito Seiji. A sneak attack through the obstruction of vision. Looking at the tatami mats flying toward him, Sei Ito couldn't help but sneer. He closed his eyes and released his mental power to protect his body. He quickly swung his blade and cut the tatami mats in front of him into pieces. Clang, 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 clang. Just as the tatami was sliced apart, a series of metal clanging sounds rang out in the room. Dozens of cold, silver-white sword lights flashed in the room, and the sharp sword chi that shot out immediately left slender marks on the walls all around the room. Boom! At this time, a faint muffled sound rang out. The dozens of silver-white blade lights and the continuous sound stopped at the same time. Then, two pitch-black figures jumped away from the center of the silver-white blade lights and faced each other in the room again. It seems that I'm a little weak. Guan Maoxian looked at Sei Ito and said calmly, but don't expect this to be over. There will be other people from the Dark Weapons group coming to snatch the blade. I hope you won't die too badly when that time comes. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito's reply, he jumped out of the broken roof and ran away without hesitation. As expected of someone from the Dark Weapons group, his sense of danger is not weak. He actually dodged my fatal attack. Sei Ito swung his hand to get rid of the remaining blood on his blade and said calmly, "But Master Chantan, why is it a man and not a woman?" Sei Ito walked to the scabbard that was thrown to the side. He bent down to pick up the scabbard and put on the blade as he asked in a soft voice. As soon as Sei Ito finished his words, Chantan Meiyun and Chanin Thousand Shadows jumped out of the hole in the roof. They looked at Sei Ito and said, "You only asked me to try my best. I'm not obligated to carry out your request." "All right, then I didn't say anything." Sei Ito curled his lips and said. Then he took out a pastry and handed it to Chanin Thousand Shadows, who looked like a little lowly. He said to Miyun, "I can't stay here anymore. I will leave this town tomorrow and go somewhere else. I will tell you the address when I arrive at the new place. When that time comes, I will have to trouble Master Chantan to continue sending messages to the Dark Weapons group." "I understand." Chantan Meiyun looked expressionlessly at Chantan Thousand Shadows, who was asking for her opinion. Although Chantan Meiyun did not say anything, Chanin Thousand Shadows, who knew her master well, suppressed her desire for the pastry and lowered her eyes. Ito Sei smiled when he saw this. He grabbed Chikij's hand and placed the pastry in her hand. "Actually, if you really want to live forever, controlling your intake of sweets might not be effective." Sei Ito looked at Chanin Meiyun and smiled. "It seems like you know a lot about our Chantan sect's secret method of immortality." Chantan Meiyun looked at Sei Ito and said expressionlessly, "How could that be? I'm not a disciple of Chantan's sect." How could I know the details of your secret method of immortality? Seito said in surprise. Is that so? Chantameyan said calmly. It doesn't matter if you know. Ito-sei smiled and shook his head. He didn't answer Miyun Tanaka's question. Master Chanan, is there anything else? If not, I will be leaving. Seito glanced at the messy room and said softly, There's nothing else. You can go. Nyoma Miyumo grabbed Nyoma Chikich's hand and leaped out of the room through the hole in the roof, disappearing into the night. Seito did not stay any longer after seeing Chantan Mayan leave. He used Blink and disappeared from the room. He then used Blink to leave the town and move to other nearby towns. After more than a minute, Ito-sei's figure appeared in another city. Then he found a hotel that looked pretty good and checked in. I have to show up more in this city in the next 2 days. Otherwise, those guys in the dark won't be able to find me. Itosi, who had placed his katana in the corner, took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to wash up, thought to himself. Chapter 653. Dang, dang, dang. Someone knocked on the door rhythmically. Who is it? Ito-sei got up from the bed and walked to the door. When he passed by the katana, he took the katana and held it in his hand. He covered it with his back and shouted, Room service. A woman's voice came from outside the door. Ito-sei frowned when he heard this. He carefully moved to the door and opened it sideways. In an instant, 2 men in black suits, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, as well as a woman dressed as a waitress, came into Ito-sei's sight. Hello, sir. This is my business card. Please take a look. Just when Ito-sei's pupil shrank and he was about to make a move, the tall and fat man in the black suit immediately stretched out his hands and handed the business card to Ito-sei while speaking with a kind smile on his face. At this time, the waitress-like woman ran away from the short and skinny man as if she was escaping. Soon, she disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Seeing this, Ito-seiji narrowed his eyes and took the business card handed over by the tall and fat man with his right hand. He lowered his head and looked at it. Miyazaki Express, manager of Triple X Corporation. I don't think I know you. Ito-sei looked up at the tall and fat man, Miyazaki Kairai. Mr. Ito-sei, I'm here to invite you on behalf of the Dark Weapon Group. Would you like to join us as a member? Miyazaki Kailuto's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Ito-sei with a serious expression and said with a sharp gaze, Dark Weapons Group, the organization of Guan Maoxian who attacked me a few days ago? Ito-sei frowned and said with a slightly puzzled tone, Yes. Miyazaki Express nodded. What do I get from joining you? Ito-sei looked at Miyazaki Kairo and the short and thin man beside him who had not said a word, and asked directly. Miyazaki Kairo smirked when he heard the question. As long as you join our Dark Weapon Group, there will be no more attacks like last time. At the same time, our Dark Weapon Group has a huge industry in the world, and we have contacts with governments all over the world. We can take on a lot of high-paying jobs from governments all over the world, so you won't have to worry about money anymore. In addition, we have close business relationships with governments. Members of the Dark Weapons Group have the right to kill people in every country. We can eliminate all kinds of problems after you kill people. You can satisfy your desire for the true force. What do you think? Miyazaki Express looked at Sei Ito with a smile and waited for Sei Ito's reply. Very good. These are all attractive conditions. Sei Ito nodded. Would you like to join our Dark Weapons Group? Miyazaki Express asked again. If what you said is true, then I will join you. It's not impossible to join you. Ito-sei said in a low voice. You don't have to worry about that. I promise you that you will enjoy all the benefits after you join us. If there are any mistakes, you can come and find me. Miyazaki Express said with a smile. Okay, I want to see what the legendary Dark Weapons Group looks like. Sei Ito opened the door. At the same time, he put down the katana on his back and looked at Miyazaki Express. Wise choice. Miyazaki Express gave Sei Ito a thumbs up and laughed. What now? Do I need to go with you to do the procedures? Sei Ito asked. There are some procedures that need to be done, but not here. So, Sei Ito-san, please come with us. Miyazaki Express extended his arm and made an inviting gesture. Okay, wait for me. I will go in and pack my things. Sei-Ito nodded. Okay. Miyazaki Express smiled. Then Ito-sei turned back to the room, pretended to pack up his things, and went back to the door with the katana in his hand. He walked out of the hotel with Miyazaki Kailai and a short and thin man who were waiting outside. They got in the car driven by Miyazaki Kailai and went to the unknown distance. The members of the Dark Weapons group were very bold. They were also very confident in their own strength. They didn't blindfold their eyes or take a detour to confuse people's perception. Instead, they drove directly into a stronghold in the forest without any concealment. Now I believe what you said. The Dark Weapons group is very powerful. They actually set up a base on the land of the self-defense forces. Itosei, who was sitting in the back seat with the short and thin man, looked at the sign that quickly passed by outside the bed and sighed. You will never regret joining the Dark Weapons group. Sitting in the driver's seat, Miyazaki Kaido looked up at Ito Seiji's reflection in the rearview mirror and smiled. Ito Sei didn't say anything. He just looked calmly at the scenery outside the car window, which was quickly moving away. After a while, with a squeak of brakes, the car stopped in the parking lot inside the dark stronghold. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds were heard. Miyazaki Express, Sei-Ito, and the short, skinny man got out of the car one after another. Miyazaki Express led them to the interior of the base. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a brightly lit room that was decorated like a banquet hall. Then Guan Maosien, who attacked Sei-Ito last time, a young man about 7 meters tall with slightly long hair and a slender body, holding a Japanese katana like Guan Maosien and Sei-Ito, appeared in front of Sei-Ito. This is the Sei-Ito you mentioned before, Guan Maosien. Looking at Sei-Ito, who followed Miyazaki Express, the long-haired man turned to look at Guan Maosien with a smile on his face. Yes. Guan Maosien glanced at Sei-Ito and said, Welcome to the Dark Weapon Group, like-minded comrade. The long-haired man got up from his seat, reached out his hand, and greeted Sei-Ito with a smile. Just when the long-haired man was half a meter away from Sei-Ito, the expressions of the long-haired man and Sei-Ito changed at the same time, and they both pulled out their katana at the same time and fought with Iato. Clang! A crisp sound immediately spread from the place where the 2 katana collided. Good katana, good skill. The long-haired man looked at the katana in Sei-Ito's hand and praised. Your katana is not bad either. Sei-Ito glanced at the weapon in the long-haired man's hand and said in a low voice. Hey, the long-haired man sheathed his katana, stood in place, and looked at Sei-Ito and introduced himself. Idealistic katana, Kakuta Kai. Welcome to the Dark Weapons Group. Sei-Ito katana, Ito. Seeing that the long-haired man didn't intend to attack again, Sei-Ito sheathed his katana and looked at Kakuta Kai and said, Quick, go inform the chef and ask them to prepare a banquet. Kakuta Kai looked at Ms. Kikaira, who stood aside after entering the room, and ordered. Yes, Miyazaki replied, then turned around and left the room and went to the kitchen to pass on Kakuta Kai's order. Are there only 3 of us here? After completing the initial introduction, Sei-Ito walked to the long table, pulled out a chair, turned around, and sat down. He looked at Kakuta Kai and Guan Maosien and said, Yes. Kakuta Kai also walked to a chair and sat down. He nodded and said, This stronghold is only used for members who come here for missions to rest. If it weren't for Guan Maosien and I still have some things to deal with, you might not even see a single person at this time. Tell me about the Dark Weapons Group. After all, I am now a member of the Dark Weapons Group. It's impossible that I don't know anything about my own organization. Sei-Ito nodded and said again. Okay. Kakuta Kai nodded and agreed. Our Dark Weapons Group can be divided into several categories according to the weapons, such as the Bow Group, the Sword Group, the Spear Group, the Firearm Group, and the Short Weapon Group. However, these are just categories. When we go out for missions, we still consider the wishes of the members of the group. So except for a few compulsory missions, you won't be forced to do anything. Kakuta Kai explained. In addition, there is no absolute relationship between the elite members of the group. Their identities are all equal. If you want a few elite members to focus on you in a certain mission, other than a contest of strength, you can only rely on your personal prestige. But if your prestige is not enough, and you can't win by force, then do what you need to do. Don't daydream. Kakuta Kaido continued to explain. And as long as there is a valid reason between the members of the group, they are not prohibited from killing each other. So, when the situation above happens, even if you die, don't blame others. You can only blame yourself for not being as good as others. That's not bad. Ito Kai chuckled when he heard this. Indeed, Kakuta Kai also laughed. Is there anything else? Ito Kai asked again. No, the situation of the entire Dark Weapons group is basically like this. Kakuta Kaido shook his head. Then he seemed to think of something and said again, by the way, our Dark Weapon group and Dark Unarmed group don't get along well. They often don't see eye to eye with each other. If you see people from the unarmed group in the future, be careful. I know. Ito Kai nodded in response. After that, Ito Kai chatted with Kakuta Kai in the room. This situation didn't stop until several women with trays in their hands pushed the door open and walked into the room. Welcome to the Dark Weapons group. After a while, when all the dishes were placed, Kakuta Kai raised his glass with some red wine in his hand and said, "Thank you." Ito Kai also raised his glass and thanked him. Then he put the glass in front of his mouth and took a sip, then put it back on the table and enjoyed the delicious meal on the table. Chapter 654. P.S. Thank you to Cute Girl Ignorant for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nameless Wutian, 157747860, and Nickfany for your tips. Dang, dang, dang. A crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded, waking Ito Sei, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed and holding his sword from his meditation. Come in, Ito said as he opened his eyes and looked at the door. Creak. With a soft sound, a young woman with short black hair pushed open the door and walked in. My lord, Kahota-sama is looking for you, the short-haired woman said respectfully. Got it, Ito said calmly. After getting the answer, the short-haired woman bowed and carefully left Ito Sei's room. This is the first time they sent someone to look for me after I moved into the stronghold. It seems like there's a mission from the dark, Ito thought as he stood up with his sword and slowly walked to the door. Soon, Ito left the room he was temporarily staying in and walked through the familiar corridor. He came to the big room where he met Kaido Kakuta and Guan Maoxian when he first entered the stronghold. What's the matter? Ito walked into the room and said to Kaido Kakuta, who was sitting on a chair and cutting fruits with a fruit knife. I have a mission for you. Kaido Kakuta grabbed an intact apple from the fruit plate beside him and threw it to Ito as he spoke. Ito caught the apple thrown by Kaido Kakuta. Then he threw the apple into the air and immediately pulled out the knife and slashed at the apple. A second later, there was a clear sound. Ito Sei stretched out his hand and caught the apple. What mission? Ito asked as he shook the apple peel off. Gotcha. Ito Sei opened his mouth and bit off a small piece of the apple, chewing it in his mouth. The weapon team's mission, looking for a sword. Kaido Kakuta smiled and explained, You should know. For us who are experts in using weapons, a good weapon is hard to come by. Although there are blacksmiths in the team who are responsible for making weapons, there are too few of them. They don't have enough time to make weapons for other team members, not to mention making swords for us. So, to solve the problem of weapon shortage, the higher-ups have sent out their orders. The higher-ups have always issued this kind of self-reliant mission. So, the last attack was because they found the famous sword in my hand? Ito pretended to be confused after hearing the explanation. That's right. There was nothing to deny about this matter. Kakuta Kaido simply admitted it. Then, Kaido Kakuta changed the topic. He brought the topic back to the mission and said, This mission is to ask you to go to XX County XX Town XXX and take the famous sword collected by that family. The goal of the mission is only the sword. As for the life and death of that family, it's up to you. Kaido Kakuta added. Ito nodded and didn't say anything. I say, Is this how the higher-ups always find swords? Then, Sei Ito asked with a puzzled look. Yes, why? Kaido Kakuta asked with a puzzled look. Nothing. I just feel that it's a waste of time. Sei Ito shook his head and said, From what you said, you have a better way to find swords. Kaido Kakuta looked at Sei Ito and asked with interest. No, I don't. Sei Ito shook his head and denied it. Then, when Kaido Kakuta looked disappointed, he continued, But I know where to find a good sword. Where? Kaido Kakuta asked immediately. Have you heard of Akabane swords? Sei Ito didn't immediately say where the good sword was, but asked again. Akabane swords? You mean after World War II? Those swords that were collected and preserved in the 8th Armory? Kaido Kakuta frowned slightly when he heard this. Yes. Sei Ito threw the apple in his hand into the trash can, nodded and said, Although most of those swords are as useless as ordinary swords, there are indeed many good swords among them. And with the number of Akabane swords in existence, even if 1 in 1,000 can find 4 or 5 good swords, not to mention that there are definitely more than 4 or 5 good swords in the Akabane swords. Yes, this is a good way to find swords. Kaido Kakuta groaned, then got up from his seat and looked at Sei Ito. You go and perform the mission first. I will tell the higher-ups about your proposal. Okay. Sei Ito nodded and agreed. Then he turned and walked out of the big room. Before leaving the stronghold, he casually found a good-looking young woman in the stronghold to be his driver. She drove him to the county where the mission target was located. Japan was not big, and the mission could be sent to Sei Ito's stronghold, which meant that the target was not far from the stronghold. Therefore, it didn't take long for Sei Ito to arrive at the location of the mission target. Sir is here. The female driver who stopped the car reminded him aloud. Sei Ito, who got the hint, turned his head and looked out of the car window. Then a large, ancient Japanese-style courtyard building came into view in front of Sei Ito's eyes. It seems that this family is rich. Sei Ito chuckled when he saw the size of the building. You wait for me here. I will be out soon. Sei Ito said as he reached out to open the car door and stepped out of the car. Yes. The female driver nodded and agreed. After getting out of the car, Sei Ito went straight to the wall of the courtyard building painted white. He bent his knees and jumped over the wall into the courtyard. After observing the layout of the courtyard, he walked to the location of the main house. Woof woof! Just as Sei Ito was about to reach the main house, a dog's bark suddenly rang in Sei Ito's ears. Sei Ito frowned when he heard the dog's bark. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Heibei, who was tied by a thick black iron chain under the wall on the left side of the main house. He released a murderous aura from his eyes and pierced Heibei's eyes. Awoo! The next moment, Heibei seemed to be frightened by something. He suddenly lay on the ground and let out a low howl. Finks, what's wrong? A man in a light blue bathrobe asked. A man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s walked out of the main house. His hair was mixed with black and white. He looked at Heibei and asked. He was obviously disturbed by Heibei's howl. At this time, the owner of the house also noticed Sei Ito's presence. He immediately frowned and shouted, Who are you? Sei Ito didn't want to waste time talking to this guy. He directly jumped to the side of the man. He grabbed the man's throat and dragged him back to the main house. After entering the main house, Sei Ito threw the red-faced man to the ground. If you don't look like you're dead, then behave yourself. He stared at the man with a cold expression and shouted, Cough, cough, who are you? Cough, cough, who are you? The man on the ground covered his throat and coughed violently. Hey! Seeing that the man was still in the mood to ask who he was, Sei Ito directly pulled out his long sword and pressed the tip of the sword against the man's forehead. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. The man's face immediately turned pale when he felt the cold aura from the sword. He slowly backed away with his hands behind his back and looked at Sei Ito with a panicked expression. I'm a member of the Dark Weapon Group. I'm here to look for a sword. If you don't want to die, give me all the swords you've collected. Sei Ito said coldly. Dark. Hearing Sei Ito's words, the man's face changed again and said with a trembling voice, It seems like you know about us. Sei Ito looked at the man in surprise and said, Since you know about us, you should know our style. My patience is limited. If you're here to dilly-dally, I don't mind killing you and looking for it myself. No, don't kill me. I'll give you all the swords I've collected. The man's body trembled and his face was covered in sweat. Go! Say Ito turned his wrist and waved the sword, moving the tip of the sword away from the man's forehead. I'll go now. I'll go now. Seeing that the blade was moved away, the man quickly turned around and ran to the side on all fours. Hua! The man stood up again and pulled open a paper door. Then a set of Japanese swords appeared in front of Seito. There were 2 pitch-black spears and 3 different swords. They were obviously a set. That's all, Seito said with a frown as he looked at the items behind the paper door. These are the treasures I have. I've stored the normal items in the storage room. The man raised his head and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked at Seito carefully and said, Seito put away the swords and walked to the door. He reached out and took the long sword from the sword holder and held it in his hand. He gently lifted the sword with his thumb to reveal the blade and lowered his head to examine it. The sword pattern is not bad, Seito said lightly. Pong. As Seito's thumb moved, the blade retracted back into the scabbard. The scabbard made a crisp sound when they collided. Then, Seito checked the kodachi and ribs on the sword holder, as well as the set of Japanese swords and pitch-black spears on both sides of the sword holder. Go and give me a big box. Seito turned to the man and ordered. Yes. Hearing Seito's voice, the man's body trembled, and he quickly responded. He then turned and ran in the room to find a big box for Seito. After a short while, the man carried an old-fashioned box made of thin bamboo back to Seito and put it on the ground. Seito used the scabbard to gently lift the lock and open the box. Put the armor and the swords inside. Seito ordered. Yes. The man's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He walked to the space behind the door with a pained expression and took apart the set of Japanese swords. He carefully put them into the box. After dealing with the armor, he put the set of 3 swords into the gap between the box and the armor. Take me to your storage room. Seito picked up the bamboo box and ordered the man. The corner of the man's mouth twitched when he heard Ito Seiji's request. He unwillingly moved his feet and took Ito Seiji to the storage room on the right side of the main house. He then used the key to open the door of the storage room. Take out those swords for me. Seito continued to order the man as if he was a servant. Yes. The man acknowledged his fate and walked into the warehouse. Then, he took out several long sabers that were stored in the warehouse. Seito didn't hold back and checked them one by one. Tisk, these are really useless ornaments. Ito-sei put the last long sword back into the sheath and threw it aside with a look of disdain. Since you are so cooperative, I won't kill you. Send me out. Ito-sei, who picked up the big bamboo suitcase beside him, looked at the man and said with a smile, Thank you, thank you. The man who finally got the approval immediately relaxed and thanked Ito-sei with a grateful face. Seito ignored the man and walked out of the courtyard. The man stopped bowing and quickly walked in front of Seito. He humbly led the way for Seito and sent him out of the courtyard. Sir, the female driver got out of the car and greeted Seito when she saw Seito come out. Open the trunk. Seito walked to the back of the car and ordered. Yes. The female driver answered and opened the trunk of the car. Crack. After a soft sound, a crack appeared in the trunk that had been closed. Ito-sei reached out to open the trunk and put the large bamboo suitcase in his hand into the trunk. Then, he closed the trunk again. Seito then returned to the car and got into the car through the door opened by the female driver. The female driver closed the door after Seito got into the car. She turned around and sat in the driver's seat. She started the car and drove back to the stronghold. Here, I took this from the target's house. In addition to 3 usable knives, there is also a set of well-made foot armor. After a while, Seito returned to the stronghold. He walked into the big room and put the box on the long table. Is that so? It just so happens that there are a few people in the group who haven't found their armor yet. Kakuta Hiroto laughed. Then he changed the topic and continued. I have reported the matter you mentioned before you set off. They said that this matter can be done. So our task for the next period of time is to go to various museums to find the red feather blade. Just us? Say Ito asked with a frown. No, because there are too many Akabane blades. The higher-ups have also issued an internal announcement to the members of other groups. In terms of scale, it can be regarded as a small mobilization of the weapons group. Kakuta Hiroto explained with a smile. That's good. Sei Ito nodded and said, I can also take this opportunity to meet the members of other groups. Is there anything else? If not, I will go back to rest first. Sei Ito looked at Kakuta Hiroto and asked. No, you can go. Kakuta Hiroto said. Sei Ito nodded, then turned and walked out of the room. He walked back to the room temporarily assigned to him. Chapter 655. Since the end of the mission that day, Sei Ito began to get busy. Of course, he was not the only one who became busy. Kakuta, who was stationed at the stronghold, basically didn't stay in the stronghold. They were all running around the Japanese museums, hunting for Akabane blades, according to the information provided by the Helpers of the Dark. However, there were too many Akabane blades. Excluding those whose names could be found, there were more than 4,560 Akabane blades that could not be found. Even with the cooperation of other members of the weapon team, only one Akabane blade that met the requirements of the weapon team was found in the past 3 days. At noon, Sei Ito, who stopped hunting, followed the instructions to another secret stronghold belonging to the dark. Everyone is finally here. As Ito-sei pushed the door open and walked into the room, a burly man with a square face and a pair of square-framed sunglasses on his face said. His slightly long hair was tied into a small ponytail behind his head. Sei Ito, who heard the voice, looked up at the man who spoke, then looked away and consciously walked to the side and sat down. It's him, the core team of the weapon team, 8 brilliant blade of condemnation. Sei Ito, who sat down, thought in his heart. Then Sei Ito looked up and looked at the other members in the room. The members in the room were all at the expert level, and those who were not at the expert level were not qualified to sit in the room. Including Sei Ito, there were a total of 11 people, 2 of whom were women. Except for me and the few people who were knocked down by Apache in the original work, the rest are all people who participated in the Akabane blade stealing operation in the 5 major museums in the manga. After seeing the faces of these people, Sei Ito thought in his heart. Because of some reasons, our hunting for Akabane blades was exposed, so in order to reduce the trouble, I'm going to do a big operation together and steal the Akabane blades from the largest museums. At this time, the ponytailed man with sunglasses said, Now it's voluntary. Choose your partners and mission targets. The man in sunglasses continued, then paused. After the others thought about it, he said again, First, the main target is the National Museum of History. Leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a boy wearing dark brown casual trousers and a military green shirt came over. However, the hem of his shirt was tied high between his chest and abdomen, revealing his entire waist and back. On his head was a small black hat with a round brim that resembled a Western cowboy. The black-haired woman sitting across from Sei Ito immediately spoke. She looked very young and was only about 20 years old. The National Museum of History. I think there will be a lot of guards. Then I'll go too. Another young man, who was also wearing casual trousers and a windbreaker that looked like a Chinese cloth robe, said. His face was covered by a high collar under the windbreaker, and he wore a strange hat on his head. Count me in as well. Following that, a man covered in armor said. Even the head was no exception. The man who wielded a long-handled axe said with a droning voice. That's good. The National Museum of History will be under the responsibility of Suka Kiku, Tanago Ayato, and Moritomo. After the 3 finished speaking, the man in sunglasses waited for a few seconds and still didn't hear anyone speak. It's still the 3 of them. It seems that even though the time has been brought forward by more than half a year, the specific executors haven't changed. Sei Ito thought as his gaze swept past Suka Kiku, the Japanese swordsman Tanago Ayato, and the axe warrior Moritomo. The second target, Triple X Museum. The man in sunglasses spoke again. The fourth target, XXX Museum. The man in sunglasses who assigned the second and third targets continued to ask. Leave it to me. Wearing an archer uniform, with a slightly delicate face, she looked young and about 20 years old. A woman who was close to 30 years old with long black hair spoke. I'll also join in the fun. After the woman spoke, Sei Ito also spoke. When the woman heard that Sei Ito also chose XXX Museum as the target, she immediately looked at Sei Ito and frowned slightly. She didn't refute. That's good. XXX Museum will be under the responsibility of Sei Ito and Suki Itsuka. The man in sunglasses also made sure that no one spoke. As for the last target, XXX Museum, I'll be in charge. The man in sunglasses glanced at everyone in the room and said, There's not much time left. Let's go now. As for the operation time, let's set it to 12 midnight. The man in sunglasses stood up and said. Then, everyone got up from their seats one after another, found their companions who had the same goal as them, and walked out of the room together. For this mission, please take care of me. Sei Ito, who was next to Suki Itsuka, smiled and said, As long as you don't drag me down. Suki Itsuka didn't look at Sei Ito and continued to look ahead. Don't worry. Once the mission starts, I'll definitely follow behind you obediently. I won't talk too much. I won't cause any trouble. I'll be completely invisible. Sei Ito smiled and said. When Suki Itsuka heard Sei Ito's words, she glanced at Sei Ito and didn't say anything. She walked straight to another room in the stronghold. Teacher Suki. As soon as they entered the room, several crisp female voices rang in Sei Ito's ears. Then 4 young girls with short brown hair, and long black hair, about the same height and height, about 17 or 18 years old, appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. They were all dressed in archery attire. Pack up. We're leaving. Suki Itsuka ordered. Yes. The 4 young girls responded in unison and then began to pack up their weapons and equipment. They should be your disciples, right? Are you planning to bring them along to carry out the mission? Sei Ito asked Suki Itsuka as he looked at the 4 young girls who carried their longbows and packed their quiver. Yes. Suki Itsuka replied calmly. Aren't you afraid that they'll be in danger? Sei Ito turned his head to look at Suki Itsuka's face and asked in surprise. This time, Suki Itsuka ignored Sei Ito and directly led the 4 young girls out of the room. Seeing this, Ito-sei shrugged his shoulders and followed him with a chuckle. Soon, the group of 6, including Sei Ito, arrived at the parking lot in the stronghold. They got into the car that was already prepared by the staff in the stronghold and drove toward their target, the XXX Museum. With the influence of the dark and the Japanese government, the high-speed car was almost unimpeded all the way. It only took a few hours to reach the vicinity of the XXX Museum. Driver, drive the car somewhere else and hide. Suki Itsuka ordered the driver after observing the XXX Museum's surroundings through the car window. Yes. The driver responded and immediately restarted the car and drove away from the XXX Museum. Get ready. When the time is up, we'll move. Suki Itsuka ordered her disciples. Yes. The 4 young girls responded in unison. Then, the 4 young girls and Suki Itsuka closed their eyes and sat in the car to rest. Not long after the car stopped, Sei Ito opened the door and got out of the SUV he was in. He then walked away without stopping. Behind him, Megumi Suki glanced at Ito-sei through the car window, then closed her eyes again and continued to concentrate on her breathing. After a while, the sound of a car door opening woke Suki Itsuka up from her meditation state. The assignment this time was quite urgent. I thought you guys weren't in a hurry to eat yet, so I went down to buy some food for everyone. Eat up. Sei Ito closed the car door and returned to his seat. He handed 5 takeout lunchboxes to the 4 young archers and Suki Itsuka. Thank you. The 4 young girls who were indeed a little hungry accepted the lunchboxes from Sei Ito after getting their master's permission. Thank you. Suki Itsuka also took the lunchbox and thanked him. It's nothing. Sei Ito smiled at Suki Itsuka, then lowered his head and opened his own lunchbox. He picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks and started eating. More than 10 minutes later, The people in the car finished their lunchboxes one after another and handed them to the driver. They then closed their eyes again to rest and prepare for the upcoming mission. Tuki-sama, Tuki-sama, time's up. A few hours later, the driver whispered to Tuki-sama and Tuki-sama, sitting in the car. Suki Itsuka and Sei Ito opened their eyes. For slender white lights suddenly shot out from Sei Ito and Suki Itsuka's eyes and dissipated in the pitch-black car in the blink of an eye. Sei Ito and Suki Itsuka also saw the strange light in each other's eyes. They looked at each other and withdrew their gazes at the same time. Sei Ito opened the car door and got out of the car one after another. Check your weapons and make sure there's no problem, Suki Itsuka said to the four young girls. Yes. The four young girls responded in unison. They then picked up the longbows in their hands and the arrows in their quivers and carefully checked them one by one. Let's go. After a while, Suki Itsuka and the four young girls confirmed that there was no problem with their weapons and shouted. She then ran with Sei Ito to the XXX Museum not far away. The car was not far from the XXX Museum. It was only about 10 meters away. It was just that the car was hidden in a clever way, so it was not easy to be discovered. Therefore, Sei Ito, Suki Itsuka, and her four disciples arrived in front of the XXX Museum without wasting any time. Go in through the window, Hui Mei said in a low voice after observing the surroundings. Chapter 656. Leave it to me, Sei Ito said. They followed Sei Ito to the museum's window and placed his hand on the window frame. Then, he skillfully unlocked the window and opened it. Go in, Suki Mei ordered in a low voice when she saw the window open. Everyone who received the order did not hesitate and immediately invaded the museum through the open window. Let's split up and search, Suki Mei said in a low voice as she quickly scanned the interior of the museum. Yes. The four archer girls also responded in a low voice. Then, they each took out the flashlights they had prepared before they got off the car and went in different directions to search the museum. Of course, Ito-sei also took out a flashlight and started searching the XXX Museum. He had promised to keep his mouth shut and not cause any trouble before leaving the stronghold, and would only listen to Suki Mei's instructions. I remember that in the original work, this museum was guarded by Master Ma Jinxing. I don't know if he's still guarding this place after the events were brought forward. But just in case, it's better to cover my face with something, Sei Ito thought to himself as he didn't put any effort into searching. Thinking of this, Sei Ito immediately took out the dog mask he used in the Naruto world and covered his face with it. A moment later, did you find it? Suki Mei asked two disciples who were walking towards her with flashlights. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As soon as Suki Mei's voice fell, a sound similar to that of someone drinking tea suddenly rang out in the dark museum. The two disciples who heard the sound immediately shone their flashlights in the direction of the source of the sound. In an instant, a short old man wearing a China-style Mandarin jacket with a round face and a thick mustache on his lips appeared in front of Suki Mei and her two disciples' eyes. He was sitting on a display cabinet with a clay teacup in his hand. This person was China's boxing expert from Liangshan Lake, Ma Jinxing. Although I've heard that there are girls in Dark's weapons team, Ma Jinxing said as he put his teacup aside and put his black top hat on his head. Who is it? Hearing Ma Jinxing's voice, the other two disciples who had just come over immediately asked. This old man is really too lucky tonight. Ma Jinxing's eyes lit up when he saw the two beauties approaching him. Fire! One of the four archers drew her bow and shot an arrow at Ma Jinxing. He reminded his companions. With her reminder, the other three young archers immediately drew arrows from their quivers and knocked them on their longbows. They aimed at Ma Jinxing and started shooting. Bad girls need to be taught well, Ma Jinxing said like an uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped to the side. While dodging the arrows, he stepped on the wall beside him and used the momentum to rush toward the four archers who were standing in a row. Soon after, Ma Jinxing landed next to the archer girl on the far left and grabbed her archery robe with both hands. With Ma Jinxing's 30 years of experience in the art of stripping, as well as his super high speed, he was able to do it quickly. He took off the robes of the 4 archers one after another and used them as restraining ropes to tie them up. Oh, so strong. Where did you get attacked? I don't feel any pain. What? I can't move. Clothes. The 4 archers who lost their balance and fell to the ground cried out one after another. Ma Clan's binding robe. Ma Jinxing said softly while still maintaining his stance. What a rare martial art from China. It only attacks clothes. Terumi Tuki drew her longbow with an arrow knocked on it. She pointed the arrow at Ma Jinxing and said, Martial arts and clothes have a very close relationship. China's martial arts have many moves that entangle the opponent's sleeves, while judo was created with kimonos as the basic attire. In addition, Rome's martial arts are performed naked to show fairness. In other words, using clothes to subdue the opponent without getting hurt. This move is also one of the essences of the living fist. Ma Jinxing said to Terumi Tuki while maintaining his stance. I don't know what kind of joke you're making, but be serious when you're fighting me. Terumi Tuki said sternly. After she finished speaking, she suddenly let go of the arrow's tail. Then, she released the arrow in her hand. Whoosh! With a whistling sound, the arrow flew toward Ma Jinxing at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Although the lack of light in the museum made it difficult for people to see clearly, that was only for ordinary people. For experts, after a long period of cultivation, their eyes had already evolved to a certain extent. They could vaguely see the silhouette of a person even in a room without any light, let alone in a room with starlight and small lights in the exhibition cabinet. Moreover, for people who had cultivated martial arts to Ma Jinxing's level, they did not have the ability to detect danger or avoid danger. They no longer relied on their eyes to sense danger and avoid dangerous objects. Instead, they relied on their cultivated sixth sense and the commonly used air control circle to judge the incoming attack. Therefore, although the speed of the arrow was invisible to the naked eye, it was still able to dodge. But Ma Jinxing easily dodged it, and then rushed behind Misato at high speed. He jumped and bent his arm to attack the back of Misato's neck. Do you think the bow is useless in close combat? Terumi Tuki tilted her head and looked at Ma Jinxing from the corner of her eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, Terumi Tuki twisted her waist and swung her bow, using the bow as a weapon to attack Ma Jinxing's body. Ma Jinxing's pupil shrank. He immediately twisted his waist in midair and dodged Terumi Tuki's attack by a hair's breadth and quickly landed on the ground. Megumi Tuki was not going to let Ma Jinxing off. With a flip of her hand, she pulled out an arrow and held it in her hand. The arrowhead was like a dagger, stabbing towards Ma Jinxing's forehead. Ma Jinxing, on the other hand, was like a shaking doll. He moved his head left and right to dodge Terumi Tuki's arrow. You're underestimating me too much. I'm not using the art of archery. I'm using the art of archery. Of course, I'll use it when I'm close to you. It's useless even if you're close to me. Taking advantage of Ma Jinxing's dodging, Keimari Tosaki knocked an arrow on her bow and pointed it at Ma Jinxing's forehead. I have a question for you. Why did you suddenly start collecting weapons? Ma Jinxing looked up at Terumi Tuki and asked. Swallows and sparrows can only have the ambition of a great swan. Terumi Tuki answered expressionlessly. Ma Jinxing looked at Terumi Tuki quietly. Then, his expression turned angry. He bulged his muscles and bit on the arrow in front of him. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Terumi Tuki's waist, which was the weakest part of her archery attire. He quickly took off her clothes and tied her up. At the same time, he shouted angrily, You have to tie the attire no matter what. Normal. Her legs were entangled by the trousers of her archery uniform, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground with a dull thud. Since you're so strong, as long as you don't stubbornly attack the attire, you won't get hurt at all. Why? Terumi Tuki, who was on the ground, looked at Ma Jinxing's back and asked, Swallows and sparrows can only have the ambition of a great swan. Ma Jinxing used Terumi Tuki's words to answer him. Then, Ma Jinxing took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Qiu Yu's number. However, Just as Ma Jianqing was about to speak, a black silhouette suddenly appeared before Ma Jianqing. The silhouette then swung a leg at Ma Jianqing's unguarded abdomen. Bang! Then, a muffled sound rang out, and Ma Jianqing's body was immediately thrown back like a cannonball. Poof! Before Ma Jianqing's body hit the wall, or he could react on his own, another soft sound rang out in the dimly lit museum. A large cloud of purple smoke immediately appeared in the museum and spread out at an extremely fast speed. Crash, crackle, crackle. Then, the sound of glass shattering could be heard in the museum again. Old Ma, Chiao Yu, who saw that Ma Jianqing had been silent all this time, called out in a slightly puzzled tone. Sigh, I miscalculated. I didn't expect to have a master of concealing aura here. Now, all the ducks in my hands are gone. Ma Jianqing sighed as he waved his hand to disperse the purple smoke in front of him. Is that so? Chiao Yu said. TSK, this mission is really worth it. I didn't expect to see such beautiful scenery. In a small forest outside the museum, Sei Ito, who was wearing a dog mask, teased Harumi Tuki and her 4 beautiful female disciples who were lying on the ground. Don't talk nonsense. Let me go. Compared to the 4 girls who were blushing, Harumi Tuki, who didn't show much emotion about her body being exposed in front of a strange man, frowned and said, No, 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 this is a rare opportunity. How can I miss it? Sei Ito, who was wearing the dog mask, walked to Harumi Tuki and her disciple lying next to her and squatted down. He placed his hands on the chest of Harumi Tuki and her disciple respectively and gently rubbed them while teasing them. You're courting death. Harumi Tuki's eyes flashed coldly as she looked at Sei Ito murderously. That's not necessarily true. Sei Ito chuckled and then gently retracted his hand. He straightened up and looked down at Harumi Tuki and her 4 disciples who were lying on the ground and said, But this time and place is really not suitable for this kind of thing. I'll send you to my secret hideout first. After I'm done here, I'll have some fun. After saying that, Sei Ito flicked his finger, and 5 invisible bullets instantly flew out from Sei Ito's fingertips and hit the acupuncture points on the necks of Harumi Tuki and her 4 disciples, knocking them out. Then, with a thought, he immediately put the 5 people who were disheveled and exposed into the Rubik's Cube world. Chapter 657. P.S. Thank you to Wei7Kills for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Wei7Kills, NextSex, Nickfany, and 157747860 for their tips. After dealing with the 5 of them, Sei Ito immediately left the place and returned to the car's hiding spot. Bang! Let's go. With a muffled sound, Ito Sei, who rushed into the car and sat down, quickly ordered the driver. But Master Tu Chi and the others. The driver looked at Sei Ito through the rearview mirror and said hesitantly, Cut the crap and drive. Sei Ito shouted at the driver with a murderous aura. Yes, I'll drive now. The driver was frightened by the murderous aura and immediately stopped hesitating. He turned the key and started the car as he spoke with a panicked expression. Although the driver was trembling from the murderous aura, he was still good at starting the car. A few seconds after Sei Ito finished speaking, the sound of the engine started to be heard in the car. Then, the car accelerated from 0 to more than 100 kilometers per hour. It took Sei Ito back to the rendezvous point they had agreed on before they departed. When they arrived, it was daytime. Even though they had special privileges, they still had to pay attention to certain things. However, it was different when they returned. They didn't need to pay attention to anything in the middle of the night. Therefore, it only took half the time to return to the rendezvous point. After that, Sei Ito got out of the car and walked quickly to the rendezvous room. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 2 wooden doors that were tightly shut suddenly opened from the middle and expanded to both sides. Not a single person came back. Did I come back too quickly? Or is it because of some other reason that they're all stuck there? Sei Ito thought to himself when he saw that there was no one in the rendezvous room. He walked slowly into the rendezvous room. Forget it. Who cares? I'll just wait here for a while. If they don't come back in a while, I'll tell them. I will go and train Terimeli. Itose walked to the front of a chair and sat down as he made the decision. This wait lasted for more than half an hour. Thud, 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 thud. At this moment, a series of heavy footsteps gradually came from the corridor outside the conference room. After a short while, Sentoma, who was clad in pitch-black armor but had no weapon in his hand, Sukaku, who was only wrapped in a large coat and had nothing else to cover her body, and Sentoma, who was also unarmed, appeared, except for the strange hat on his head that was missing. After wrapping Sukaku with a coat, Tanagawa and the other two walked into the conference room. The three people who walked into the conference room glanced at Itose, who was sitting on the side. They didn't say anything, and then each walked to a chair and sat down. Not long after Sentoma, Sukaku, and Tanagawa returned. The sunglasses man walked into the conference room with another unconscious expert on his shoulder. After putting the unconscious man down, he sat down next to the unconscious man. The sunglasses man who rushed back didn't say anything. He quietly sat down and waited. Just like that, another half an hour passed by silently. Looks like they won't be coming back. At this moment, Ito, who didn't want to stay in the conference room, sighed. He said. Then, he slowly glanced at the sunglasses man, Sentoma, Sukaku, and Tanagawa, and said, "Looks like everyone was attacked by Liangshan Lake's people. I didn't expect the rumored Liangshan Lake to be so strong." Sentoma, whose body was wrapped in armor, said with a buzzing voice, "Damn it. Next time I must find Kasakasiyu and avenge this humiliation." Sukaku said in a low voice with a gloomy face, "Originally, we were going to hunt for knives, but we didn't expect to throw our own weapons in the end. It's ridiculous." Tanagawa glanced at Ito, who was still holding his weapon, and said with a self-deprecating face, "Who did you meet?" The sunglasses man asked in a deep voice. "I met Ma Jinxing there." Ito said in a flat tone. "We met Kasakasiyu, who has the title of Son of Weapon and Reverse Demon Osamu." Tanagawa continued. Hearing Ito and Tanagawa's answer, the sunglasses man nodded and looked at them and said, "Let's end the matter of the Akabane sword for now. We will talk about it later. As for the weapons of the three of you, I will mention it when I report it to the higher-ups. As for the final result, it will depend on the arrangement of the higher-ups." Then, the sunglasses man looked at Sentoma, Sukaku, and Tanagawa and continued. Sukaku, Sentoma, and Tanagawa certainly knew the situation of the weapons in the weapons group, so after hearing the sunglasses man's words, they didn't say anything and nodded silently. They understood. Everyone is dismissed. The sunglasses man announced after getting the response from Sentoma, Sukaku, and Tanagawa. As the sunglasses man's voice fell, a squeaking sound immediately sounded in the conference room. And then Ito, Sentoma, Sukaku, and Tanagawa got up from their chairs one after another, turned around, and walked out of the conference room one after another. Then they walked to the accommodation area in the stronghold together. After arriving at the accommodation area, the four of them didn't speak. They each found a room and stayed in it. However, just when the other three locked their doors to rest, Ito quietly re-entered the room, used hyperspace perception to lock the coordinates of Sukaku's room, and launched instant transmission to enter Sukaku's room. "It's you. How did you get in?" At this time, Sukaku, who had just taken off her coat and completely exposed her body to the air, looked at Ito, who suddenly appeared in front of her, and asked in surprise. "Nice body." Itose looked up and down at Sujiku's plump and round chest, as well as the forlorn grass below, and said with a smile, "Tell me, how did you get in? And what are you doing here?" Sukaku's muscles tightened, making her look more dynamic and attractive. She asked with a gloomy face, "In this world, the door that can stop me hasn't been built yet." Ito walked slowly towards Sukaku and said with a chuckle, "Oomph." Seeing Ito enter her attack range, Sukaku coldly snorted in her heart, turned around, and swung her leg. She didn't care whether her move would expose her body more, and directly kicked Ito's head. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled and directly released his aura, leaving behind an afterimage of a blocking action. Then, he used instant transmission and appeared behind Sakaku. While Sakaku's long leg whistled and kicked the afterimage, he waved his hand and chopped at the back of Sakaku's neck, knocking her out. Then Sei quickly stretched out his hands and hugged Sakaku's body from behind as she fell to the ground. Nice elasticity. Sei Ito grabbed Sakaku's plump chest with both hands and unscrupulously pinched Sakaku's breasts. He whispered to himself with a strange smile on his face. Then, Sei Ito used hyperspace perception. He took Sakaku with him and used instant transmission to return to the room he chose, then took her into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the secret room where Megumi Suki and her 4 disciples were imprisoned. Well, now it really looks like a prison series atmosphere. Sei, who was holding the unconscious Sahiku in his arms, looked at the unconscious Sahiku on the ground. Megumi Suki and her 4 disciples, whose clothes were disheveled, softly muttered to themselves, "Since it's like this, I might as well make it more realistic." Sei Ito decided. Immediately, Sei put aside the Sakajuku in his arms and began to transform the secret room. For Sei Ito, who had alchemy and telekinesis, modifying a secret room was a piece of cake, so it only took him less than 10 minutes. A normal secret room was transformed by Sei into a special room for female prisoners, and it was in line with the style of secret room that could only be found in some games that made people blush and their hearts race. Sei, who finished remodeling the secret room, didn't waste any time. He turned around and came to the front of Suki Meili and her 4 disciples. He took off their clothes and other things that were used as binding props, so that the 5 of them were completely exposed to the air like Sakajuku. After that, Sei didn't choose. He directly picked up a disciple in front of him and carried him to the side. The disciple had a length of 180 centimeters and a width of 12 centimeters. In front of an X-shaped restraint frame, he shackled the disciple's hands and feet to the 4 corners of the X-shaped restraint frame and hung her on the restraint frame like the X-shaped restraint frame. After that, Sei spent about 3 minutes to put Suki Meili, her 3 remaining female disciples, and Sakaku on the X-shaped prison frame that was set up on the side. Phew, I'm finally done. I wonder what kind of expression they will have when they wake up and see me like this. I'm really looking forward to it. Sei Ito said to himself as he took 2 steps back and looked at the 6 bodies that were shackled on the X-shaped restraint frame. Sei Ito immediately used his Chi Jin to open their acupuncture points, starting from his left hand. He woke up Megumi Suki, her 4 disciples, and Sakaku from their coma. And, as their blood vessels and Chi Jin were unblocked, Megumi Suki, her 4 disciples, and Sakaku frowned. Almost at the same time, they let out a low groan that made people's blood vessels surge. Suki Meili's 4 disciples, who had just woken up from their coma, immediately realized the situation they were in with their master. They subconsciously opened their mouths and let out a cry of alarm. Sakaku, who was completely awakened by the scream, immediately noticed Megumi Suki, who was shackled on the side. She said in surprise, "Why are you here?" And then Suheiju, who was struggling instinctively, immediately found that her movements were restrained. After lowering her head to check her situation, she suddenly turned her head to look at Sei, who was looking at them with a smile with his arms crossed, and said in a deep voice, "It's you. Don't give me a chance to get out. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces." Sakaku stared at Sei Ito with a murderous aura and said coldly, "Don't worry. Before I make you obedient, I will not let you go." Sei ignored the murderous aura released from Sakaju. He walked in front of Sakaju and pointed at her throat with his right index finger. Then, his finger slid down along Sakaju's midline while he said with a smile, "Are you planning to become enemies with the dark?" Megumi Suki looked at Sei Ito expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, "Become enemies? Maybe, but that's after they find out that I have a problem. As for now, I'm still an expert level member of the Dark Weapon Group." I enjoy all the benefits of the dark and live a carefree life. Sei Ito, who withdrew his finger from the grass under Sakaku, turned around and walked in front of Megumi Suki. He reached out his hand and stroked her cheek while smiling. Do you think your plan is flawless? Although Ma Jianxing can be blamed for Suki's disappearance, my disappearance will definitely make others feel strange. When the time comes, with the Dark's ability, I don't believe that they can't find you. Sakaku sneered. Maybe even Suki's disappearance will be found out. Whatever, if they can really find out. While Saheiju was talking, Ito-sei's hand slid to Suki Mealy's chest and rubbed it while shrugging his shoulders. As long as they can't find out, then even if they suspect someone, the Dark won't make the decision to kill someone without a valid reason. This is not in line with the Dark's rules. Sei Ito's hand gently slid down from Megumi Suki's chest to her lower body. His middle finger gently played with her Peach Garden secret realm and continued. Ridiculous, as long as we're still in this world, the Dark will definitely be able to find us and finally find you. Sakaku snorted at Sei Ito's confidence. I'm sorry, but you guys are not in that world. Sei Ito's finger was still moving as he turned around and smiled at Sakaku. Seeing Sakaku's expression as if she was looking at an idiot, Sei Ito finally withdrew his hand from Megumi Suki's lower body. He turned back to Sakaku and smiled. I'll let you experience the reason why I said you guys are not in that world. After saying that, Sei Ito raised his right hand. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared from his palm and instantly covered Sei Ito's entire hand, making a crackling sound. Seeing Sei Ito's palm and the crackling sound coming from it, Sakaku, Megumi Suki, and the other 4 female disciples' expressions all changed. They stared at Sei Ito's palm with shock. Experience the feeling of bliss, Ito-sei said softly, and then he pressed his right body, which was covered by lightning, against Sakaku's chest. Chapter 658. As the lightning palm fell, Sakaku's brows furrowed, and her cheeks twitched as she let out a painful groan. When Suki and her 4 disciples heard Sakaku's groan, they finally confirmed that what they saw was not an illusion, but a real human being. Itsunari ignored Suhaju's muffled groan and the change in their eyes. He still used his electropalm to slowly move on Suhaju's body, stimulating Suhaju's skin and physiological senses. When Suhaju's face was slightly pale and her forehead was sweating, he suddenly slid his hand to Suhaju's lower body. His palm clasped her lower body's vital point, and he violently stimulated it with a small electric current at a high frequency. At first, Sahiku still tried her best to hold back her pride, but after a while, her sensitive parts could no longer withstand the stimulation of the electric frequency. Her body tensed up, and her face flushed as she raised her head and let out a suppressed and high-pitched moan. Splash! Immediately after, there was the sound of rushing water. A light yellow liquid with a fishy smell rushed out from Sakaku's lower body and hit Sei Ito's hand. After some of it was evaporated by the electric current, it quickly splashed to the ground and left behind a wet puddle. After an orgasm, the Sakajuku's body instinctively relaxed. Under the stimulation of the electric frequency, it could no longer control its own physiological organs, resulting in incontinence. Seeing this, Ito Seiji smiled and took his palm away from Saheju's body, dispersing the electric current on his palm. While shaking off the liquid on his palm, he quietly admired Saheju, who was gasping for breath with her eyes closed and her chest moving up and down rapidly. "You bastard! I swear, I will tear you into pieces." After a while, Sahiku opened her eyes and stared at Ito-sei and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid you won't have that day." Ito-sei shrugged his shoulders and looked at Sakajuku with a smile. "Now you should understand the meaning of my previous words. So what do you think?" Sei Ito then turned to look at Suki Meili, who was still expressionless, and said to her 4 disciples who were blushing because it was their first time seeing an erotic scene, "If you have something to say, just say it," Meili Tosaki said. "Very simple. Pledge your loyalty to me and become my subordinate. Become my subordinate and my woman. Ito Mori walked in front of Megumi Suki. She stared straight into Megumi Toki's eyes as she spoke. What can you give me? Suki Meili did not refuse directly, but asked what she could get if she pledged her loyalty. What do you want? Seito was smart. He did not say what he could give and directly asked Suki Meili what she wanted. Can you give me what I want? Suki Meili said. That depends on your value to me. Ito-sei reached out his hand and stroked Terry Meili's cheek with a smile. I can give you this body and everything that this body possesses. Meili Toki spoke as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. She said in a flat tone, That a big price. What do you want? Seito looked at Suki Meili quietly for a moment. Then his expression changed, and he asked softly with a smile. Let this world be filled with war. Let my Honda-style archery spread. Let the archer profession return to the stage of history. Suki Meili said with a slightly fanatical expression. Meili, your ambition is far beyond your value. I can't promise you. Seito retracted his hand and sighed with regret. Is that so? A look of regret appeared on Miem Meili's face as she said softly. Yes, so you can change your request. Seito said with a nod. I have no other request. Suki Meili said after adjusting her mood and regaining her calm appearance. Oh, okay. Seito sighed, but I still look forward to the day you change your mind. At this time, Terumi Suki closed her eyes and ignored Ito-sei. What about the four of you? Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Ito turned around and came to the front of the four female disciples. Looking at their youthful faces, he asked softly, We pledge to live and die with Master. The four girls looked at each other and said in unison to Seito. Hearing the words of the four disciples, Toki Hui Meili's eyebrows twitched unnoticeably. However, she still didn't open her eyes. Her eyes were closed as she remained silent. Ha ha, don't even think about it. We won't surrender. Sahiku, who also heard the words of the four girls, laughed out loud. She looked at Ito-sei, who slowly turned around because of her laughter, and said in a carefree voice, It doesn't matter, I have time to wait. I believe that sooner or later, you will make the choice I want you to make. After listening to Suheiju's words, Ito-sei shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, That's right. Hui Meili, the next time I go to a war-torn world, I will bring you out for a tour. Seito said to Suki Meili, who had her eyes closed. Then, without waiting for Suki Meili to open her eyes, he disappeared in front of Suki Meili, her four disciples, and Suheiju. A war-torn world, huh? Suki Meili muttered as she looked at where Seito disappeared. With that sentence and the slow influence of the will, I believe it won't take long for me to loosen Suki Meili's heart and make her consider pledging loyalty to me. After returning to the world of the strongest disciple in history, Ito-sei took off his clothes in the stronghold room of the dark and thought to himself, But if possible, it would be best to find a war-torn world and bring them there for a tour. After taking off his clothes, Seito turned on the shower and began to wash himself. After washing his body and wiping it dry, he returned to his room and climbed onto his bed to rest. The rest of the night was silent, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Where's Suheiju? During the morning meeting, the sunglasses man who did not see Suheiju asked. Although they were part of the team that carried out the mission together last night. Other than that, Sento-ma and Tanagawa Yado, who did not have any personal relationship with Suheiju, did not speak, indicating that they did not know Suheiju's situation. As the only one who knew Suheiju's situation, Seito did not want to trouble himself by telling the sunglasses man that he imprisoned Suheiju. Therefore, he did not respond and did not answer the sunglasses man's question. The sunglasses man frowned and did not say anything. After all, he had some understanding of the personality of the experts in the weapons team. It was possible that Juku Suga had left the stronghold on a whim in the wee hours of the morning. Therefore, he did not delve too deeply into it. He planned to use the phone to inform Juku Suga of the arrangements after the meeting. Let me talk about the arrangements. The sunglasses man reached out to push the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a deep voice, Tanegwa, Sintoma, and Saheju, who is not here, leave Japan directly and go to the French branch to wait for orders. Sei Ito, fly directly to Philippines and cooperate with the weapons team members there. The sunglasses man looked at Sei Ito and said, What about my passport? Sei Ito frowned and asked, It's being processed. A staff member will pass it to you later, the sunglasses man said. Okay, Sei Ito agreed. This is the arrangement from above. Meeting adjourned, the sunglasses man announced. As soon as the words fell, Sei Ito, Tanagoyado, and Sintoma immediately got up from their seats, turned around, and left the conference room one after another. They returned to their rooms in the dormitory area, packed their things, and waited. Dang, dang, dang. A moment later, a knock on the door suddenly sounded in the room. Come in, Sei Ito, who was drinking water, turned his head and shouted at the door. Click. As soon as his voice fell, a soft sound immediately came from the door. Then, a young woman in a business suit pushed the door open and walked straight to Sei Ito. She handed the passport in her hand to Sei Ito. Sir, this is your passport. As expected of Dark as handiwork. Even a passport is multi-country visa-free. Not bad, Sei Ito said with a chuckle after taking the passport and flipping through it casually. Then he closed the passport and put it in his pocket. He picked up the katana on the side and said to the female staff member beside him, Let's go. Sir, please come with me. The female staff member bowed slightly and led the way with her arms open. Then, she turned around and walked in front of Sei Ito. She led Sei Ito out of the room, through the corridor, and went straight to the platform at the top of the stronghold. They stopped in front of a helicopter with a buzzing propeller. Sir, please, the female staff member said to Sei Ito beside her as she lowered her body to resist the wind from the propeller. Sei Ito nodded and stepped into the helicopter. He then sat down in the back seat. After him, the female staff member who was responsible for guiding him also stepped into the helicopter and sat next to Sei Ito. Obviously, just sending Sei Ito to the helicopter was not the end of her job. Bang! The female staff member reached out and closed the door of the helicopter. Then, the fuselage shook slightly and the helicopter immediately rose slowly from the ground. After it reached a certain height, it flew straight to the southeast at high speed. More than 10 minutes later, Sei Ito was sent to the airport closest to the stronghold by the helicopter. Then he was still led by the female staff member and directly boarded the flight to fill up from the tarmac in a special way. Not long after Sei Ito sat in the special cabin, the plane drove from the tarmac to the runway and accelerated to take off from the airport. Chapter 659. Squeak. With a harsh sound, a Boeing 747 slowly landed in Philippine airport. Then, Sei Ito, like the other passengers in the special class cabin, was let off the plane by the flight attendants and came to the guest platform on the tarmac. Are you Mr. Sei Ito? Just as Sei Ito was about to leave for Stronghold, a dark-skinned man in a black suit with a pair of sunglasses on his face walked to Sei Ito's side and spoke to Sei Ito in English with a strange accent. I am. Who are you? Sei Ito, who heard the question, looked at the man in the suit and narrowed his eyes slightly. Hello, I'm Augustine, a member of the Philippine Dark Organization. I'm here to welcome you under the orders of Master Hananimo. Augustine quickly explained. Lead the way. Sei Ito nodded and ordered in an indifferent tone. Master, please follow me. As if he was already used to Sei Ito's commanding tone, Augustine, whose face didn't change at all, immediately leaned forward and opened his arms to lead the way. Then, he turned around and walked in front of Sei Ito and led Sei Ito to a black Mercedes-Benz parked not far from the tarmac. Click! Augustine, who was the first to reach the car, quickly reached out and opened the door for Sei Ito. Sei Ito didn't hesitate when he saw this and lowered his body to get in. These ordinary people who work in dark are not so much staff, but slaves with wages. Their attitude toward adept-level martial artists is worse than a grandson. Sei Ito, who was sitting in the car and watching the scenery outside, sighed in his heart. But if you think about it carefully, it's understandable. These people who dare to enter dark and are willing to serve the unpredictable adepts all have martial arts dreams. They hope that one day they could be guided by the adepts and become a master in one fell swoop. Then they can take on missions in dark to make money and become the best of the best. Otherwise, other than people with masochistic tendencies, who would want to work here? Just like that. While Seito was thinking aimlessly, the car slowly stopped in the underground parking lot of a modern high-rise building. After that, Augustine, who had stopped the car and turned off the engine, pushed the door open and got out of the car. He led Ito Sei, who had also pushed the door open, to the elevator in the parking lot. They took the elevator to the floor where Lord Hananimo was located. Meet Hananimo. Master Hananimo. I brought him here. After a while, Augustine, who led Seito into a dimly lit room, said respectfully. As soon as Augustine's voice fell, his body was suddenly thrown to the side, and then a whistling wind smashed towards Seito's head. Bang! The moment Augustine's body flew out, Seito, who had unsheathed his sword, instantly raised the scabbard to block the attack from above. At the same time, the long sword in his right hand stabbed in front of his body. Clang! With a soft sound, a strong force came from the sword, causing Seito's long sword to be lifted up uncontrollably. The moment the long sword rang, a black shadow silently appeared on the left side of Seito's body and smashed towards Seito's waist. Scram! Seito's feet did not move. His left hand, holding the scabbard, quickly fell down, blocking the black shadow from the left side by a hair's breadth. The collision between the two made a strange sound. Then, Seito's right arm that was holding the sword gently lifted along with the upward force, and suddenly drew a semicircle in midair, the blade slashing horizontally toward the attacker's left side. And what surprised the attacker the most was that Seito, who was using his sword skills against his opponent, suddenly raised his right foot, and when the blade slashed toward him, he fiercely kicked at the attacker. Seeing that he could block the sword slash, but not the kick, the attacker moved his body and quickly slid backward. At the same time, he exhaled and shouted in English, "ST my ass." Seeing that his kick missed, Seito immediately put his right foot on the ground. At the same time, his right wrist shook, and he swung his arm to put the long sword back into the scabbard. Then, he swung the sword with a powerful slash while shouting loudly. Scram! Along with the sound of metal clashing, a transparent force that was invisible to the naked eye rushed out from Seito's sword. It ran straight through the entire house, cutting everything in its path into two, until it finally sank into the ground after the end of the house. Scram! After finishing the slash, Seito put the long sword back into the scabbard again. Wallalala! Along with the crisp sound, everything in the room in front of Seito seemed to have received a signal. They immediately split in the middle and fell to the ground on both sides. You're courting death. At this time, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the room. Then, a short-haired Filipino man, who was about 175 meters tall, rushed in front of Seito. He was wearing a sleeveless shawl that was commonly worn by Filipinos and a pair of loose dark brown cloth pants. He had two thin and long sticks in his hands, and he had a mustache on his face. He looked like he was in his 30s. He swung his sticks at Seito. Filipino short stick technique, huh? Seito sneered in his heart when he finally saw the enemy's weapon. Then he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and jumped back lightly, dodging the Filipino man's short stick attack. Then, without waiting for his body to fall, he directly performed an Iaido in midair and slashed at the Filipino man. The Filipino man, who had just witnessed the power of Seito's Iaido slash, narrowed his eyes when he saw this. He quickly stepped to the side and dodged the Iaido slash's path. Although he managed to dodge it, the short stick in his hand wasn't able to dodge it completely. With a tisk-tisk sound, a small piece of metal with a slanted surface fell from the tip of the stick in the Filipino man's left hand. At this time, Seito, who had already landed on the ground, stomped on the ground and instantly appeared in front of the Filipino man. He used the scabbard on his left forearm to hit the Filipino man's neck and sent him flying. Bang! The Filipino man who was sent flying crashed into the wall beside him, and then he was hit by the rebound force and fell to the ground. "Speak, who are you?" Say Ito finally spoke to the Filipino man in English. "Es, sir, he's Sir Hieronymo." As soon as Say Ito's voice trailed off, before the Filipino man, who was angrily getting up from the ground, could speak, Augustine, who was ignored by both Say Ito and the Filipino man, carefully introduced him. "It turns out to be Mr. Hieronymo. Sorry for the disrespect." Say Ito immediately sheathed his sword and saluted Hieronymo with a fake smile on his face. I just didn't expect Hieronymo's way of treating guests to be so strange. It really opened my eyes. Humph. Hieronymo stared coldly at Say Ito for a moment, then snorted and said in a deep voice, "I won't let this go. Whatever, I'll be waiting for Mr. Hieronymo's arrival at any time. It's just that I can't guarantee whether you'll still be alive next time." After a short fight, just now, Say Ito had roughly figured out Hieronymo's strength level. He was a master of strength. For this kind of guy, even if Say Ito's strength was on par with him, he could beat him with speed, not to mention that he still had a bunch of hidden means that he had not used yet. Therefore, Say Ito was not afraid of Hieronymo's threat at all and directly rebutted. Hieronymo's murderous aura immediately surged when he heard this, but he also knew that he was slightly weaker against a guy like Say Ito, who was obviously a speed type, so he did not attack again. He snorted coldly and ignored Say Ito. Swoosh! At this time, Hieronymo reached out and took out a photo from his pocket, infused it with Qi Jin, and threw it at Say Ito. Say Ito, who didn't know what Hieronymo meant, frowned. He immediately stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand and caught the photo that flew over like a knife between his fingers. He took it in front of his eyes and looked at it. In an instant, a short, bald, old man with a thin wooden stick in his hand came into Say Ito's sight. The person in the photo is the target of your mission this time, the stick technique master, Hiroyuki Haldanchi. Hieronymo said coldly. Hiroyuki Haldanchi. Is he the grandpa who is comparable to the masters of Liangshan Lake that Hiroyuki Hall, as the third fist of Grand Freya? Once? I didn't expect this mission to be him. After listening to Hieronymo's words, Say Ito thought, although it is mentioned in the manga that he has been pursued and forced by the Dark People to join the weapon group as the Dark People, what do you mean? Say Ito, who basically understood the purpose of this mission, looked at Hieronymo with a puzzled face and said, "Your mission is to pull him into the weapon group, no matter what means you use." For the mission given by the higher-ups, Hieronymo didn't dare to be perfunctory, so he explained after hearing the inquiry. "Just me?" Say Ito asked with a frown. "Yes." Hieronymo's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Say Ito to confirm. "Where is his position now?" Say Ito frowned and looked at Hieronymo for a while before asking. "Augustine, take him to the intelligence department and give him all the recent information about the whereabouts of Hiroyuki Haldanchi." Hieronymo turned his head and looked at Augustine, who was still rubbing his waist, and ordered, "Yes." Augustine quickly put down his hand that was rubbing his waist and looked at Hieronymo and responded loudly, "Sir, please come with me." Then Augustine came to Say Ito and said carefully, "Let's go." Say Ito put the photo of Hiroyuki Haldanchi into his trouser pocket and turned to Augustine and said. Augustine didn't dare to talk nonsense. He directly took Say Ito and left Hieronymo's room that had been destroyed beyond recognition. "After you're disabled by the old man of Hiroyuki Haldanchi, see how I deal with you." Hieronymo stared at Say Ito's departing figure and said fiercely in his heart. Chapter 660. P.S. Thank you to Cute Girl is Ignorant and Snow Phoenix for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Cute Girl is Ignorant, Nickfany, 157747860, and Angstone for their awards. Sir, this is all the information about the recent activities of Hiroyuki Hall. Please take a look. In the intelligence room of the Philip Stronghold, Augustine handed a stack of paper information to Sei Ito. Sei, who took the information casually, lowered his head and looked at it casually. Are you sure that Hiroyuki Hall's final resting place is here? After a while, Sei Ito, who had finished reading the information, threw the information on the table beside him and turned to look at Augustine to confirm. Yes, sir. The information about this resting place is the latest information sent back by the intelligence personnel 3 hours ago. So far, the intelligence personnel have not reported any signs of Hiroyuki Hall leaving that place. Augustine confirmed. Go and inform the intelligence personnel below and ask them to confirm it again. Don't use outdated information from a few hours ago to deal with me. Sei Ito ordered coldly. Yes. Augustine quickly agreed, then quickly ran to the side, contacted the intelligence personnel in charge of monitoring below, and asked them to confirm the information provided by them again. Sir, I have already given the order. I believe there will be a reply in a while. After more than half a minute, Augustine returned to Sei Ito's side and said in a low voice. Sei Ito did not respond to Augustine's words. He walked directly to a chair on the side and sat down. %******. After a while, a ringtone in the Philip language came from Augustine's pocket. Augustine, who heard the ringtone, quickly took out the phone from his pocket and put it to his ear to answer it. What? Augustine, who was answering the phone, suddenly shouted. Then his expression changed, and he ordered sternly, Find it for me. No matter what, you must find the old man's location today. Otherwise, you can go to Hananamo-sama and ask for forgiveness. After that, Augustine immediately hung up the phone without hesitation. My lord, I'm very sorry. The intelligence team just sent back the news that Jua Hall lost Anchi. After hanging up the phone, Augustine took a deep breath to calm himself down before returning to Sei Ito's side. He reported cautiously, I understand. Sei Ito nodded slightly. He then got up from the chair and walked out of the intelligence room as he said, Find someone to send me back to my room. Inform me as soon as you have any news. Yes. Augustine quickly agreed. He then grabbed a staff member who seemed to be free and ordered him to send Sei Ito to a room in the stronghold to rest. A few minutes later, the staff member who led Sei Ito to the lounge said in a low voice, Sir, we're here. Then, he reached out and opened the door. She turned sideways and gave way to him. Go find a beautiful woman, Sei Ito said as he slowly walked into the room. Yes. The staff member was taken aback for a moment before he hurriedly replied. After waiting for Sei Ito to completely enter the room, he gently closed the door, turned around, and quickly walked away from the room. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that he brought a beautiful female staff member back to Sei Ito's room. My lord, the staff member and the female staff member he brought called out together. Well, not bad. You can leave. Sei Ito looked at the female staff member up and down, nodded, and said to the staff member, Yes. The staff member didn't say much after receiving the order. He quickly agreed, turned around and left Sei Ito's room, and tactfully closed the door. Do you know how to massage? Sei Ito looked at the somewhat reserved female staff member and asked. Yes. The female staff member subconsciously replied. Well, give me a massage. After receiving the answer, Sei Ito put the katana on the bed, took off his clothes, and laid down on the soft bed. He said to the female staff member, Yes. Seeing that things weren't as she thought, the female staff member was relieved. She quickly walked to the bed, took off her shoes, and climbed onto the bed. She knelt beside Sei Ito and began to massage Sei Ito. Use more strength. He felt the hands on his back constantly kneading. Sei Ito said softly as he closed his eyes to rest. Yes. The female staff member immediately agreed. After that, Sei Ito slowly enjoyed the female staff member's massage. Dang, dang, dang. Not knowing how long it had been, a knock on the door woke Ito-sei up. Come in, Sei Ito said. Creak. A light sound was heard. Augustine, who was wearing a black suit, pushed the door open and walked in. Sir. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Ito-sei lying on the bed and Augustine, a female staff member who was massaging Ito-sei, riding on his back. She was only wearing a set of black underwear with lace edges and nude stockings. Augustine immediately lowered her head and called out cautiously, "Hello, Mr. Ito. What's the matter?" Ito asked. "Everyone, we've found the news of Juga Hall." Augustine quickly replied when he heard the question. "Is that so?" Ito waved his hand to stop the female staff member who was massaging him. He turned over and sat up on the bed. He took his clothes and said casually, "Yes, I've already asked the intelligence personnel to confirm it. The news is accurate," Augustine said with certainty. "Very good. Take me there." Ito stretched out his hand and grabbed the katana. "Yes," Augustine replied. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. He took Ito, who came out of the room, to the underground parking lot. They got into a business car that had already been prepared and drove to the location of Kuga Hall at high speed. As the saying goes, it's easy to do things with special privileges. Under the influence of the strange camera hanging on the car, the speeding car quickly arrived at the location of Kuga Hall. "Where is he?" Augustine, who found the surveillance personnel, quickly asked. "Over there." The surveillance personnel didn't beat around the bush. He directly pointed to Kuga Hall, who was sitting on a bench and licking ice cream. This old man's behavior is comparable to Fonlin Temple's Hayato. Ito, who looked at the surveillance personnel's finger, chuckled. "You guys stay away," Ito ordered. Then he grasped the scabbard in his hand and slowly walked out of his hiding place. He walked towards Kuga Hall. Seeing Ito walking straight towards him, Danshi's eyes flashed, and then he changed back to his previous appearance, a leisurely old man eating ice cream. The old man is alone. Ito chuckled as he walked over to Ito's side and sat down beside him. "What did you say?" Juga Hall flicked Chi's ear and said loudly, "Old master, don't pretend. We're all smart people," Ito said with a smile. "The ice cream is very sweet and delicious." Juga Hall said incongruously, "It seems that if I don't tell you something practical, you won't talk to me." Ito glanced at Juga Hall and sighed. Then he moved his body and said in a low voice, "I was just introducing myself. I am your granddaughter Juga Hall's boyfriend. My name is Ito." Hearing this, Juga Hall's Danshi, who was eating ice cream, immediately stopped. He said in a deep voice, "Boy, if you dare to touch my granddaughter, I will let you experience what hell is." "Old master, what are you talking about? My relationship with Xiaoyao is not good. How can I hurt her? You think too much." Ito completely ignored Juga Hall's Danshi's threat and said softly with a smile. Then, without waiting for Juga Hall's Danshi to speak, he said again, "But this time, I'm not here to talk about Xiaoyao, but to talk about something else. If you want to join the dark weapon group, then don't say it. I will not join you," Juga Hall's Danshi said firmly. "I know this, so I don't expect you to agree." Ito turned his head and looked at the hiding place of the surveillance personnel and said lightly, "Oh." Hearing Ito's words, Juga Hall's Danshi looked at Ito strangely and made a soft sound full of doubts. "But before we talk about business, old master, accompany me to put on a show." Ito stood up from the bench and slowly pulled out his katana. Juga Hall's Danshi, who finished eating the ice cream in his hand, jumped off the bench and looked at Ito and said, "Well, let me see what kind of person you are. You dare to approach my granddaughter without permission. Look, what are those two people doing over there? Are they filming?" The passers-by who saw Ito and Juga Hall's Danshi in the resting square said curiously, "I don't see any cameras around." Another shrewd passerby turned his head and looked around and said, "Is that young man a new star? He looks very temperamental." A female passerby said, "Mom, what are those two people doing over there?" A child pointed at the confrontation between Ito and Juga Hall's Danshi and said. In short, all kinds of speculations were echoing among the crowd in the square. "Huh." At this time, Ito let out a low roar and suddenly stepped forward. He suddenly stabbed towards the chest of Kuga Hall's Danshi. Seeing the attack coming, Juga Hall's Danshi didn't panic. Like a child playing with a stick, he held the stick in one hand and hit Sei Ito's katana with the head of the stick. A strange force instantly hit Sei Ito's katana and hit the air beside Juga Hall's danchi. Then Juga Hall's danchi quickly jumped up. He swung the stick toward Sei Ito's cheekbone. Sei Ito, whose body was still in the momentum of the stab, quickly lowered his head and brushed past the stick, avoiding Juga Hall's danchi's attack. Pa! But how could Juga Hall's danchi, who was comparable to the masters of Liangshan Lake, be so easy to avoid? The moment the stick missed, his left hand immediately slapped on top of Sei Ito's head. While pushing Sei Ito's body down, he used Sei Ito's head as a support point to flip in the air and land behind Sei Ito. He swung the stick towards Sei Ito's left knee joint. Bang! Sei Ito, whose body was under the influence of Juga Hall's danchi, had no room to dodge. He was hit by the stick, and a piercing pain was instantly transmitted from his left knee to Sei Ito's heart. This old man is really ruthless. Is it really because of Juga Hall? Sei Ito, who took the hit, slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and thought in his heart. However, Sei Ito, who didn't want to be hit by Juga Hall's danchi, didn't retract his left leg. He directly shook his wrist and threw the long sword. Then, he held the long sword's hilt with his palm and bent his arm to stab behind him. Clang! Seeing the tip of the sword stabbing towards Sei Ito's armpit, Juga Hall's danchi immediately gave up the continuous attacks that he was going to continue to exert on Sei Ito's body. He stepped back and raised the stick, using the stick to hit the blade, and pushed the long sword away from his eyes. Sei Ito, who felt the force on the blade, immediately gave up the control of the long sword. He raised his arm in the direction of the external force, twisted his waist, and kicked the short Juga Hall's danchi. Pong! Just like Sei Ito, Juga Hall's danchi, who focused on speed, waved his arm. After completing the task of hitting the long sword, he used the stick to hit the back of Sei Ito's foot. Sei Ito's kick was deflected. Then, Juga Hall's danchi held the stick horizontally. His left palm fiercely pressed on the end of the stick's circular cross-section and pushed hard. The long stick was like a cannonball that hit Sei Ito's back waist. F***CK. Is this the strength of Liangshan, Lake's ultimate master? Is it so exaggerated? Sei Ito, whose body was pushed forward a few steps by the stick, was shocked in his heart. Then, Sei Ito fiercely stopped and turned around. He frowned and looked at Juga Hall's danchi, who was holding the stick and standing in the same place like an ordinary little old man with a cane. Who? Then, Sei Ito suddenly exhaled a long breath of turbid air. With a solemn expression, he set up the sword and pointed at Juga Hall's danchi. Oh, are you going to be serious? Juga Hall's danchi blinked and said, Shrink the ground. At this time, Sei Ito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Juga Hall's danchi. He slashed at Juga Hall's danchi's neck with the back of the sword. Seeing this, Juga Hall's danchi didn't move his feet and didn't move his body. He directly raised a stick to meet the back of Sei Ito's sword. Pa then, with a soft sound, Sei Ito's back of the sword suddenly hit Juga Hall's danchi's shoulder. It was just that Juga Hall's danchi's reaction was too fast. The moment the back of the sword hit his body, he immediately lowered his shoulder to reduce the force and flashed back out of the range of the long sword. Using the momentum to interfere with my judgment? This kid really has some skills. Juga Hall's danchi looked at Sei Ito and praised. Compared to the old man, I'm still far behind. Sei Ito set up the sword again and looked at Juga Hall's danchi, who was still standing loosely and without any posture, and said, So, I hope the old man can give me some advice. After that, he stepped on the ground and rushed in front of Juga Hall's danchi again with the technique of shrinking the ground. Then, he raised his sword and slashed at Sei Ito's movement. Chapter 661. However, just as the slash was about to be completed, Sei Ito used his arms to stop the momentum of the sword. Then, at the moment when Juga Hall danchi was about to hit him, he used a technique he learned from Tanaka Miyun to leave behind an imposing aura. Then he once again flashed to the back of Kuga Haldanshi and used a blade back strike on Kuga Haldanshi's back. He didn't even use his perception. He directly discovered Kuga Haldanshi, who was attacking him from behind. Using one foot as a support, he quickly turned around and faced Sei Ito behind him. Then, he waved his staff and hit the back of Sei Ito's blade. With great force, he smashed the blade towards Sei Ito's chest. Opportunity. Seeing this, Sei Ito's heart moved. While he increased the strength of his arm to control the blade, he raised his leg and kicked Kuga Haldanshi's head. "Oh, boy, are you using a weapon or an empty hand? Why are your moves so strange?" Kuga Haldanshi, who withdrew his staff and stepped back to avoid Sei Ito's kick, looked at Sei Ito strangely and said with a frown, "Hee, old man, why do you care if I'm empty-handed or using a weapon? As long as the move is useful and can deal with the current situation, it's a good move for me." Sei Ito said with a smile, "Yes, no matter what move it is, as long as the move is useful, it's a good move." Hearing Sei Ito's answer, Kuga Haldanshi said with a tone full of praise, "Old man, let's continue." At this time, Sei Ito, who was gradually getting excited, said with a smile. Then, regardless of Kuga Haldanshi's reaction, his body directly disappeared from the place. When he reappeared, there were 4 or 5 Sei Ito, who looked the same, but had different movements surrounding Kuga Haldanshi. "You're very skilled in using your aura, boy." Seeing this scene, Kuga Haldanshi, who was also a little serious, finally put on a staff posture and spread out his aura to sense the situation around him. Then, Hisagawa Danshi lowered his body and spun around at high speed like a small child, causing the staff in his hand to sweep 360 degrees around his body. He swept the legs of Sei Ito, who had invaded his space. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately stopped his attack. He jumped up from the ground and used a common karate triangular kick to kick Tanchi. After finishing sweeping the floor, Seiki's body straightened. He held the staff in front of him with both hands and used it to block Sei Ito's kick. Then, when the rod bent due to the force of Sei Ito's flying kick, he suddenly used a backward step to turn his body sideways, and at the same time released the hand holding the bottom of the rod. Taking advantage of the inertia of the rod, he whipped Sei Ito's body in midair. Bang! A muffled sound immediately rang in the ears of Sei Ito and Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who used the scabbard as a shield to protect his left arm to block the rod's whipping, instantly flew in front of Sei Ito. But before Sei Ito's body regained its freedom, Sei Ito had already arrived at Sei Ito's side. He jumped up in midair and used all the strength in his body to support the staff in his hand. He raised his arms high and slammed it down on Sei Ito's shoulder. Sei Ito Ryuji Shanyun. Bang! A heavy muffled sound immediately rang from Sei Ito's shoulder that was hit. Sei Ito, who was attacked, first dropped his shoulder down to prolong the duration of the attack. Then his body began to rotate along with the fall of his arm. Then, as an extension of the staff's strength, he used his palm to support himself on the ground, completely guiding the staff's strength to the ground. Bang! As Sei Ito's palm fell to the ground, a sudden explosion sounded on the solid cement ground. A small irregular crack mark instantly appeared on the cement ground with Sei Ito's palm as the center. Then, Sei Ito, who had diverted most of the staff's strength, continued to turn his body and stood up from the ground. "It hurts." Sei Ito, who was once again confronting Sei Ito, slightly moved his shoulder that was hit. He frowned and thought. "Great diverting technique," Sei Ito praised as he looked at the cracks that appeared on the ground. "Today, no matter what, I must hit this old guy once." Ito Sei directly ignored the praise of Ikaka Hall and said fiercely in his heart. After thinking, Sei Ito's wrist shook and a stream of chi instantly flowed out of his palm. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire blade, like a mist slowly flowing on the blade. As a master, perceiving the changes in the surrounding chi had almost become an instinct. Therefore, as soon as Sei Ito's side changed, Sei Ito found the source from his perception. filling the blade with chi to increase the sharpness of the blade. Sei Ito speculated with his understanding of martial arts and chi application in the world of the strongest disciple in history. Old man, be careful. Sei Ito, who was slowly sheathing the long blade, reminded him. Sheathing the blade? Do you want to use the katana? Sei Ito didn't care too much about Sei Ito's reminder. He just frowned and looked at Sei Ito's movements. Bang! At this time, a crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded. A crescent-shaped blade chi that was invisible to the naked eye rushed out from Sei Ito's blade and quickly cut toward Sei Ito's body. However, although the saber energy couldn't be seen, the cracks cut on the ground when the saber energy moved were clearly visible. What's more, as a master, his perception of danger was very strong. Therefore, the moment the saber energy was about to reach him, he immediately jumped to the side and avoided the path of the saber energy. So dangerous. Sei Ito exhaled, but before he finished exhaling, Sei Ito's figure had already appeared beside him and hit Sei Ito's neck with the back of his blade. Bang! This time, Sei Ito didn't use his momentum to confuse Sei Ito. Instead, Sei Ito let Sei Ito easily block the back of his blade with the stick. But in the next moment, Sei Ito's left hand suddenly waved, and a slender black shadow quickly attacked Sei Ito's waist. Sei Ito, who sensed the attack from the air circle, immediately put the stick in front of him to block Sei Ito's previous back of the blade. Then, he used the stick as an external force to support his body. He lifted his foot and bent his knee, using the sole of his foot to block Sei Ito's attack. Seeing that the sudden attack of the scabbard was blocked, Sei Ito wasn't depressed. His right hand holding the blade suddenly bent and exposed his elbow. At the same time, the back of the blade rotated against the body of the stick. He bent his elbow and hit Sei Ito's cheek. At the same time, his right leg stepped forward and his left leg bent his knee and elbow hit Sei Ito's chest. The moment Sei Ito blocked Sei Ito's elbow with his left palm, Sei Ito's chest was immediately hit by Sei Ito's knee. At the same time, his body flew back uncontrollably. It is Sei, who had finally succeeded, was not going to let it go. His left leg quickly landed on the ground, and with a shrinking technique, he suddenly rushed to the front of Kuga Hall Danshi, who was still flying in the air. He waved his arms like a crazy double-sword swordsman, using the back of his sword and the scabbard to attack Kuga Hall Danshi from head to toe. However, although Sei Ito was in the air, his air circle wasn't affected at all. His arms swung the stick continuously and received all of Sei Ito's continuous attacks. Even if Sei Ito used his momentum to create a fake attack to confuse Sei Ito's perception, it was still the same. Bang! After a while, with a muffled sound, Sei Ito and Sei Ito's figures suddenly separated. They both retreated a distance and confronted each other again. Phew, it's not easy. Staring at Sei Ito, who was staring at Sei Ito softly exhaled and said to himself in his heart. Then, he gathered his ki and sent his voice into Sei Ito's ears. Old man, the show is almost over. It's time to end it. Sei Ito blinked when he heard this, responding to Sei Ito's words. Obviously, he didn't master this kind of ki gathering technique. It seems that not everyone can use this technique. No wonder it can become one of the 108 ultimate techniques of the invincible Superman, Foam Lin Temple's Falcon. Sei Ito sighed in his heart when he saw this. When we fight later, I'll purposely take your attack and pretend that I'm seriously injured and can't fight anymore and stay here. Then, old man, you can knock out or get rid of these people and leave here. Just wait for me to find you. Then Sei Ito calmed down and once again gathered his ki and said to Sei Ito. Sei Ito blinked his eyes, indicating that he understood Sei Ito's plan. Old man, let's decide the winner with one blow, Sei Ito said to Sei Ito, while looking at Sei Ito, and immediately put on a double sword fighting posture. Well, it just so happens that this old man has exercised enough. It's time to leave here and go back to rest. Seito lowered his waist and sat on the horse, holding a stick sideways, and said to Seito, "Huh, chaotic sword strike." At this time, Seito shouted in a low voice. His body suddenly appeared in front of Seito, waving his arms like the wind and using the back of the sword and the scabbard to hit Seito's body. Seito hit an extreme hell pillow. Seito also shouted in a low voice, using his ki to drive the long stick in his hand to make all kinds of incredible curves. While blocking Seito's chaotic sword strike, he also took the time to hit Seito's body. Pung, 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 pung. In an instant, a large number of muffled sounds came from the place where Seito and Seito were fighting. Boom! Then, with a loud explosion, Seito and Seito's figures suddenly separated from each other. Seito jumped back, while Seito's body was lying flat as he flew out from the fighting circle. Plop plah! After flying out a certain distance, Seito's body fell heavily to the ground, and then, as if pushed by an invisible force, he slid back a certain distance. Chapter 662. F***CK. This old man is really ruthless. He must be unhappy that I seduced his granddaughter, so he took the opportunity to vent his anger. Itosi, who was lying on his back on the ground and gasping for breath as if he had been badly hurt, thought to himself indignantly, "But it doesn't matter. Since you did that to me, I will flirt with your granddaughter. Let's see who will win in the end." Humph. Kuga Kendanchi looked at Seito, who was lying on the ground, and snorted coldly. Then he turned his head and looked at the hiding place of the surveillance personnel. After quietly staring there for a moment, he retracted his gaze, turned around, and quickly left the scene of the battle. In the blink of an eye, he completely disappeared from the surveillance personnel's sight. "Sir." More than a minute after Kuga Kendanchi left, Augustine and the surveillance personnel dared to carefully run to Seito's side and called out with concern. Seito, who took a deep breath and sat up from the ground, frowned and let out a muffled groan. "Sir." Augustine reached out to support Seito and called out, "Send me to the nearest hotel." Seito, who stood up from the ground with Augustine's help, ordered in a deep voice, "Sir, are we not going back to the stronghold? There's the most advanced medical equipment there that can help Sir treat physical injuries." Augustine said hesitantly, "Don't talk nonsense, do as I say." Seito turned his head and stared at Augustine's eyes and said coldly, "Yes." Augustine was frightened by Seito's emotionless eyes, so he didn't dare to talk nonsense and immediately responded loudly. Then Augustine and the surveillance personnel carried Seito back to the MPV they came in. The driver drove Seito to the nearest three-star hotel and booked a luxurious single room. Seito, who put the sword aside and sat on the bed, looked at Augustine in front of him and said, "You can go back. If there is any news about the old man, immediately inform me. Understand?" "Yes, sir," Augustine replied. "Go," Seito said lightly. Augustine bowed slightly to Seito. He turned around and left the hotel and drove back to his dark stronghold in Philippine. "Augustine, Hananamo-sama is looking for you." Just shortly after Augustine returned to the stronghold, a burly man with a square face, strong lines, and a crew cut, a man in a black suit with a scar over his left eye, said coldly as he approached Augustine. "Hananamo-sama?" Augustine's expression changed when he heard the man's words. The man didn't speak. He quietly stared at Augustine, but a chilling aura had unknowingly enveloped Augustine's body. As long as Augustine made the slightest mistake, the scarred man would immediately attack him. "I got it. Let's go." Augustine calmed himself down and said with a fleeting gaze. The man with the scar, who got the ideal answer, didn't say anything and turn around directly. He took Augustine to the room where Hananamo was. After a while, the two came to a luxuriously decorated room, and then the figure of Hananamo, who was naked and soaked in a large pool with several bikini beauties serving him, came into Augustine's sight. "Hananamo-sama." Augustine bowed his head and greeted. Where is that person? Hananimo stared at Augustine and asked softly. He's here, he's here. He's in room XXX at XXXX Street. Augustine, who was trembling under Hananimo's stare, said in a trembling voice. How is he? Hananimo asked again. His injury is very serious. He has basically lost his combat ability. Even going to the hotel was done with the help of me and the surveillance personnel. Since he had already said it, Augustine put away the hesitation in his heart and simply told Hananimo what he saw. Ha, good, very good, that's great. After listening to Augustine's description, Hananimo stood up from the pool and raised his head and laughed. Prepare the car. Hananimo, who stepped out of the pool and enjoyed the service of several bikini beauties, said, Yes. The man with the scar bowed his head and agreed, then turned and walked out of the luxurious room to prepare the car for Hananimo. Augustine, you come with me. After a while, Hananimo, who was dressed under the service of several bikini beauties, took his weapon and walked out of the luxurious room while speaking to Augustine, who was standing with his head down. Yes, Master Hananimo. Augustine agreed respectfully. Then when Hananimo walked in front of him, he carefully followed Hananimo to the underground parking lot with a humble look, got into the car prepared by the man with the scar, and was driven by the man with the scar to the XXX Hotel on XXXX Street. With Augustine's guidance, the car quickly drove into XXXX Street and stopped at the gate of the XXX Hotel. Augustine then led the way and led Hananimo and the man with the scar to the room where Ito was. Mustafa, you stand guard outside and don't let anyone in. Hananimo, who was standing outside the door, ordered the man with the scar. Yes. Mustafa responded in a deep voice. Augustine, you come in with me. Then Hananimo said to Augustine again. Yes, Master Hananimo. Augustine responded. Open the door. Hananimo, who had finished instructing, said. Augustine, who received the order, did not talk nonsense. He directly took out the key that he obtained through extraordinary means from his pocket, inserted it into the door lock, and gently twisted it to open the door. Then Augustine took the lead, followed by Hananimo, and strode into the room. You're finally here. As soon as they entered the room, Ito's voice immediately rang in the ears of Hananimo and Augustine. At this time, Ito's face was full of vigor. He was sitting on a round, low-back chair with clean clothes, flipping a poker card with the face of Ace of Diamonds in his hand. He looked at Hananimo and Augustine with a faint smile on his face. He did not look like he was seriously injured and unable to fight. You're not injured? Hananimo stared at Ito with a gloomy face and asked. That's not it. I'm still a little injured, but it's a little different from what you expected. Ito looked at Hananimo and chuckled. But if I didn't disguise myself more seriously, why would you come to me on your own accord, don't you think? Hearing this, Hananimo immediately set his cold gaze on Augustine beside him. Master Hananimo, I didn't lie to you. When I reported to you, he was indeed seriously injured and looked like he was unable to fight again. As for why he's like this now, I don't know. Augustine, who saw Hananimo's gaze fall on him, immediately knelt on the ground with a plop and explained anxiously with a crying face. I don't think you have the guts. Hananimo stared coldly at Augustine for a few seconds, then snorted coldly and looked back at Ito. Do you have any last words? Ito reached out and took a poker card on the short table beside him and played with it in his hand. You're the one who has to say your last words. Hananimo roared angrily and shook his arms to shake the iron rod hidden in his sleeves into his hands. Then his body suddenly appeared in front of Ito, and his arms smashed towards Ito's head like a drum. Pung, 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 pung. In the next second, Ito's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Hananimo, leaving only the scattered poker cards flying in front of him. Double wrap hands. Ito, who reappeared behind Hananimo, gently placed his hands on Hananimo's back and activated his chi to attack Hananimo in front of him. Wah! Hananimo, who was attacked by this chi, suddenly straightened his body and spat out a large mouthful of red blood. Then Ito quickly stepped back and moved his arms. Using Taiji Fist, he spread out his chi field and pulled the scattered poker cards in front of him. Then, he used the tremor force to shake these poker cards away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the influence of the tremor force, the poker cards flew towards Hananimo's body like sharp darts. Hananimo, who was suppressing his internal injuries with his aura, abruptly stood up from the ground. With a loud roar, he swung the two short sticks in a circle around his body, blocking all the cards that were flying at him. Dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique. Seito, who also knew that the poker cards used by the tremor force could not cause any harm to Hananimo, suddenly lowered his waist into a horse stance. A rotating circular force immediately rose from Seito's feet, moved up his legs to his waist, then to his shoulders, and finally moved to his fist. Then, like an extremely condensed energy beam, it fiercely rushed out from his fist and blasted towards Hananimo, who was not far away. Boom! With a loud explosion, the condensed chi force formed by the dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique fiercely bombarded the middle of the iron rods that Hananimo hastily crossed in front of him. The iron rods were pushed into Hananimo's chest, and then Hananimo's body crashed into the wall behind him, creating a huge dent in the wall. Wah! After receiving another heavy blow, Hananimo's chi force trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of red blood again. At this time, Hananimo suddenly felt his vision go black. Seito's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and used the double wind-piercing ears to hit both sides of Hananimo's head. No matter what, Hananimo was still a master. Even if he was seriously injured, his reaction was not slow. Moreover, under the stimulation of this potentially fatal danger, his movements were even faster. Before Seito's arms were about to reach him, he immediately raised his arms to block Seito's forearm that swept horizontally, blocking the double wind-piercing ears. Chapter 663. P.S. Thank you to ++++DF and Isaiah1 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 157747860, Nickfany, and Awkward Little One for their tips. Bang! In the next second, a muffled sound suddenly rang out from the room. Just as Hananimo raised his arms to block Seito's incoming arms, Seito's palms immediately changed from slapping to hugging his head. Then, the moment his hands hugged the back of Hananimo's head, he bent his knees and hit the bridge of Hananimo's nose with a head-hugging knee strike from Muay Thai. The bridge of his nose that could not be reached no matter how hard he trained was immediately fractured by Seito's knee strike. The resulting pain immediately caused Hananimo to instinctively groan in pain. Then, Seito raised his left leg high and stepped on Hananimo's body. Using Hananimo's body as a stepping stone, he directly somersaulted back to the ground and punched Hananimo's open chest and abdomen again. Boom! An explosion instantly sounded from the point where Seito's fist landed. A white circle of air visible to the naked eye appeared around Seito's fist at the same time. A slender condensed energy immediately rushed out from Seito's fist and blasted straight into Hananimo's body. Then, it rushed out from his back and blasted a huge hole in the cracked and sunken wall behind Hananimo. Through this hole, one could see the situation in the opposite room. Wah! After receiving this blow, Hananimo, who was injured on top of his injuries, opened his mouth and vomited a large mouthful of red blood. "Farewell, Mr. Hananimo," Seito said indifferently as Hananimo instinctively leaned forward due to the blow to his abdomen and grabbed Hananimo's throat. "No, don't kill me." Hananimo, whose one eye was swollen and half closed and blood flowed from his mouth and nose, begged for mercy in a trembling voice. "If you hadn't come looking for me this time, I wouldn't have taken the previous unpleasantness to heart. But since you want to take the opportunity to put me to death, if that's the case, I don't mind sending you to heaven. So if you want to beg for mercy, you should go to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva." Seito chuckled and said indifferently. Then he stopped listening to Hananimo's urgent pleading. He exerted force with his wrist and broke Hananimo's neck. Plop! After that, Sei Ito, who had killed Hananamo, loosened his grip. Hananamo's corpse, whose head was strangely twisted and whose face was still filled with unwillingness and resentment, fell heavily to the ground. It made a muffled sound when it hit the ground. Seito turned around and looked at Augustine, who was in a daze. "My lord, please spare my life. It's not that I want to betray you, my lord. It's that guy Hananamo who forced me. So please let me go." Agitated by Seito's gaze, Augustine, who regained his senses, immediately kowtowed to Seito. In the process of kowtowing, he said to Seito in a sobbing tone, "Raise your head and look at me." Seito quietly looked at Augustine, who was kneeling there and kowtowing and begging for mercy. He ordered. Augustine, who heard the order, was taken aback. He instinctively raised his head and looked at Seito. Then, Augustine's expression froze. His pupils immediately dilated, and he looked like a person in a vegetative state. A moment later, with a soft sound, Augustine, whose eyes were lifeless, immediately recovered from his empty and deathly stillness. "My lord." Augustine, who had recovered, bowed to Seito and called out. Seito ignored Augustine. He directly opened the Rubik's Cube world and took Hananamo's body into it. He broke it down into the most basic elemental matter and put it into the land of the Rubik's Cube continent. Then, Seito walked past Augustine and went straight to the door. He used his mind power to lock onto the scar-faced man, Mustafa, who was still guarding outside, and activated instant transmission to transfer him into the room. Poof! The moment Mustafa's body solidified, Seito's palm immediately pierced through the skin on Mustafa's chest and into his chest. Then, Seito pulled out his palm, and a heart that was still beating appeared in his palm. Mustafa, who only just reacted at this moment, looked at the beating heart in Seito's hand with a stunned expression. He opened his mouth and fell backward to the ground with a dull thud. "Augustine, go back. You don't need me to teach you what to say, do you?" Seito, who casually threw away the heart, said to Augustine, who was still kneeling in the same place and did not dare to move at all. "Yes, my lord." Augustine used his knees as his feet to turn his body around and face Seito. "Go," Seito said. "Yes, my lord." Augustine responded respectfully. Then, he slowly stood up from the ground, walked past Seito with trembling legs, and left the room. "It's time to talk to that old man, Danchi, at Kuga Hall." Seito, who casually glanced at the situation in the room, thought to himself. Then, he activated instant transmission and disappeared from the room. Following the spiritual imprint left on Danchi at Kuga Hall during the battle, Seito finally arrived near Danchi's current location after several instant transmissions. Then, Seito stopped instant transmission and walked to Danchi's location. A few minutes later, Seito stood in front of a very simple shack. "Old man, I'm here." Seito did not knock on the door to remind him, nor did he wait for Danchi's invitation. He reached out and opened the wooden door as if they were familiar with each other. "Kid, you are very rude." Danchi, who was sitting cross-legged on a bed, looked at Seito, who came in from the door, and said. Seito did not care about Danchi's words. He pulled over the only chair in the room and sat down. He crossed his legs and crossed his hands on his legs. He looked at Danchi with a smile and said, "Old man, do you still want to continue this kind of life?" Danchi did not speak. He just looked at Seito quietly, waiting for him to continue. "If you're tired of this kind of life full of struggle, I have a way to make the people of Dark never find you again, so that you can live quietly with Xiaoyao. I don't know if you want to hear it." Seito continued. "Why did you join the Dark Weapon Group?" Danchi did not follow Seito's words, but suddenly asked, "Because there's something I want in the Dark Weapon Group." Seito was not annoyed and replied with a chuckle. "What is the relationship between you and my granddaughter Xiaoyao?" Danchi asked again in a deep voice, "What is your purpose in approaching her?" "It's like I said before. Xiaoyao is my girlfriend, and I don't have any purpose in approaching her, because before I joined the Dark Weapon Group, Xiaoyao was already my woman." So you can rest assured that I will not hurt Xiaoyao. If someone wants to do anything to Xiaoyao, I will not hesitate to destroy them. Seito shrugged his shoulders slightly. He replied with a smile. Hearing this, Danshi Jingjing looked at Seito for a moment. Seeing that Seito was still smiling, he nodded slightly. And said, "Tell me about your method." Hearing Danshi Jingjing's question, Seito's smile became wider, and his eyes were half-curved as he said, "I will take you to a place. You may feel something strange later, so please don't resist." "I see." Hijayawan Danshi frowned slightly, but finally agreed. "Old man, it's starting. Don't resist." Seito connected with the Rubik's Cube and opened the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world to cover Danshi Jingjing and himself. He shouted in a low voice. In the next second, Danshi Jingjing and Seito's figures disappeared from the simple shack together. "Old man, we're here." Seito, who was hovering over the southern ecological city with Danshi Jingjing, said with a smile. "Where's this place?" Danshi Jingjing, who was still sitting cross-legged in the air, turned his head and looked around, frowning as he asked in a deep voice, "This is a world that completely belongs to me." Seito turned his head and looked at Danshi Jingjing with a smile, then pointed his finger below and continued, "Old man, please look under your feet." Danshi Jingjing, who got the hint, immediately looked down. Immediately, a well-planned modern city with a huge area and a small crowd of people bustling with life appeared in the eyes of Kugahal's Danshi, which shocked his mind. However, after a short shock, he recovered from the shock and looked at Ito Sei with burning eyes. "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha." Here, I think no matter how huge the intelligence network of the dark is, no matter how powerful they are, they won't be able to disturb your life anymore, right? Ito Sei's eyes flashed as he looked at Kuga Hall's Danshi. Yes, Danshi Jingjing, who looked at Seito for a moment, nodded and said, "Now, let's go down and arrange a temporary residence for you. After a few months, I will send you in your dojo, then you can move back." Seito said. Danshi Jingjing, who was full of curiosity about everything here, naturally didn't intend to refuse. He let Seito take him to the city below, and then temporarily put him in the spare dormitory of the Central Academy. "You arranged me here for a purpose, right?" Danshi Jingjing walked to the window of the dormitory and looked at the students who were practicing martial arts on the field. "Yes." Seito didn't intend to hide his thoughts, so he simply admitted it. "The reason why I arrange you here is that you can guide the students of the weapon class in your spare time, so that they can get better guidance. You are very attentive to them." After listening to Seito's explanation, Danshi Jingjing said, "After all, these people are my people. If they are strong, it means that I am strong. Who knows when I might need them?" Seito walked slowly to the window and looked through the window at the students who were practicing martial arts outside. "Well, I won't disturb you anymore. I still have some things to deal with outside, so I will leave first." Then Seito turned to look at Danshi Jingjing and said. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Danshi Jingjing. "It's been almost a month since I came out. It's time to go back and see Saraji, Xiaoyao, and Haori." Seito, who reappeared in the shack of the strongest disciple in history, sighed. Transformation Jutsu. Then Seito made a seal with one hand and mobilized the energy in his body to activate the transformation jutsu, turning himself into Danshi Jingjing. "If I want to go back, I must first restore a certain degree of freedom. What's currently restricting me is the mission to hunt down Danshi Jingjing. As long as I destroy Philibin's stronghold, this mission will be temporarily put aside, and I can take the opportunity to return to Japan and temporarily return to an idle state." Seito, who used wood release to create a thin wooden stick in his hand, thought to himself as he walked out of the shack. "It's just that I can't destroy the stronghold by myself. Fortunately, Danshi Jingjing has a record of destroying the dark stronghold before, so I can make good use of it." After thinking, Seito, who had transformed into Danshi Jingjing, immediately activated his instant transmission ability and moved toward Philibin's stronghold, where he was previously staying. Soon, Seito appeared outside the gate of Philibin's stronghold. Sacred Martial Immortal Kill. Then let's go with Sacred Martial Immortal Kill. Looking up at the dark stronghold in front of him, Seito withdrew his gaze and walked into the stronghold. As soon as he entered the stronghold, Seito waved the stick in his hand and went all the way up in the hall on the first floor of the stronghold. Along the way, any living person he encountered would be knocked out by ordinary people with a stick, making them lose the ability to resist. As for samurai, they would directly break their limbs and make them lose the ability to move. At the same time, they would destroy all the important facilities and documents they saw along the way until the entire stronghold was completely destroyed. Tell the guys behind you not to trouble this old man. Otherwise, I don't mind doing this a few more times. Seito, who had destroyed the stronghold, imitated the sound of Danshi Jingjing's voice and said to the several men in black lying on the ground in front of him, groaning in pain. "Oomph." Then Seito snorted coldly, stepped on the bodies of these men in black, and came to the elevator. He took the elevator back to the ground and left the stronghold like an idle old man taking a walk. He mixed into the nearby crowd and completely disappeared. Exposed. After a while, Seito, who was separated from the crowd again, lifted the effect of the transformation technique and returned to his original appearance. Then, Seito activated instant transmission again and arrived outside Philibin International Airport more than 2 minutes later. He took out the excellent passport made by the Dark Organization, bought a ticket, and flew back to Nippon. Let's go and see Danshi Jingjing first. It just so happens that her grandfather is in the Rubik's Cube world. Let them meet, Seito thought as he walked out of the airport and got into the taxi outside the airport. Chapter 664. Sir, we're here. As the car shook slightly, the taxi driver turned to Seito, who was sitting in the back seat and resting with his eyes closed, and said, "How much?" Seito, who opened his eyes, turned to look outside. After confirming that they had indeed arrived at the dojo, he asked, 17,320. The taxi driver said. Seito, who got the answer, directly took out two $10,000 notes and handed it to the taxi driver. After the taxi driver gave him the change, he opened the door and got out of the taxi. After quietly glancing at the wooden signboard with the words Jua Hall written in black calligraphy, he slowly walked into the training hall where faint shouts could be heard. "Hey, huh?" As Seito approached, the faint shouting immediately became clear. The horse stance must be stable, the arms must be straight, and the eyes must be fixed on the head of the staff. Don't look around. Then, the clear and crisp voice of the Joha Hall's master came out from the training hall. Yes, several mixed male and female voices came out. At this time, Seito's feet finally stepped into the dojo and stood at the door. "Seito, there's a guest." At the same time, a sharp-eyed student said to Seito, whose back was facing the dojo's door. Hearing the student's reminder, Seito immediately turned to look at the dojo's door, and then Seito's familiar face instantly came into Seito's sight. "Now, let's start the free training." Seito looked at his students again and said loudly, "Yes." Those students responded together. Seeing this, Seito put down his thoughts and carried the stick to Seito. "Why are you here?" Seito asked in a low voice. "Of course, I'm here to see you." Seito glanced at those students whose eyes were full of curiosity and chuckled. Then his eyes fell on Seito's face and said, "Are you going to talk here?" Seito first looked back at those students, then retracted his gaze, put on his shoes, and said, "Come with me." After that, he took Seito and left the dojo. They walked from a stone path next to the dojo to the residence behind the dojo until they finally stopped in a slightly feminine room. "Is this Xiao Zhao's room?" Seito, who treated this place as his own home, sat on the only bed in the room without the slightest trace of politeness. He looked at the decoration in the room and said, "In." Seito didn't say anything. After all, even his body had been seen by Sei Ito's body. He didn't care about the bed. Therefore, he pulled over a chair and sat down without feeling anything wrong. Why are you sitting there? Come sit here. When Ito Sei saw that Kuga Hall was about to sit down, he reached out and grabbed Kuga Hall's arm. With a slight tug, he pulled Kuga Hall into his arms. Sei Ito hugged her soft and tight waist and sat on his lap. Feeling the warmth from Sei Ito's body, Sei Ito's cheeks blushed imperceptibly. When did you come back? Sei Ito asked. I just came back. Didn't I come here to see you as soon as I got off the plane? Sei Ito said with a smile. Oh. Hearing Sei Ito's answer, Sei Ito's heart was slightly happy. She whispered, By the way, when will your students end? Sei Ito asked. There is no fixed time. In addition to the normal closing time, they can practice whenever they want. Sei Ito said, then looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled look and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. I just want to take you to see someone. Sei Ito shook his head. See someone? See who? Sei Ito asked strangely. Hee, I won't tell you. Sei Ito laughed. Seeing that Sei Ito didn't want to tell her, Sei Ito didn't ask anymore. She just sat quietly in Sei Ito's arms. Tell me about the situation of your Ragnarok in the past month. Sei Ito said as his palm gently stroked Sei Ito's thigh through the fabric of his trousers. Ragnarok. Sei Ito frowned and then said, Now Ragnarok exists in name only. At present, except for the second fist hero, Berserker, and the first fist hero, Odin, who once fought with you. The other fist heroes, including me, have left Ragnarok at this time. Among them, Saroji Hakatori, the sixth fist hero, Tani Binxia, and the fifth fist hero, Siegfried, have joined Ragnarok, the enemy organization of Ragnarok, to fight against Ragnarok. Sei Ito added. So it's like that. Sei Ito said thoughtfully after listening to Sei Ito's statement. What about you? When and why did you leave Ragnarok? Sei Ito then looked at Sei Ito and asked Sei Ito. I left yesterday. As for the reason, it's because I lost to Saroji. Sei Ito turned his head to the side and said softly. How could that be? Did he go easy on him? And why did you fight with Saroji? Sei Ito asked with disbelief and doubt. I didn't go easy on him. Saroji defeated me with his strength. Sei Ito shook his head and continued to explain in a low voice. As for the reason why I fought with him, it was because I was still a member of Ragnarok at that time. According to Ragnarok's rules for dealing with traitors, I was punishing Saroji. So after you lost, you left Ragnarok? Sei Ito asked. Yes. Sei Ito nodded and admitted. Did you use ki when you fought with Saroji? Sei Ito asked again. No. Sei Ito said after a few seconds of silence. Because Saroji hasn't mastered ki. You didn't use ki when you fought with her, right? Sei Ito, who got the answer, couldn't understand Sei Ito's thoughts at that time. So he asked again. Sei Ito didn't say anything. Obviously, he agreed with Sei Ito's deduction. You're too good to Saroji. Sei Ito saw this and shook his head slightly and smiled. What time does your dojo close? Sei Ito didn't pay attention to this question and asked again. Usually it's 7:30 in the evening. If there are students who need it, it may be a little later, but it won't be later than 9 o'clock in the evening. Sei Ito answered. So it's like that. Sei Ito nodded and decided, well, I'll come to your house to pick you up at 8 o'clock in the evening. Are you going to see someone? Sei Ito asked. Yes, I'm going to see someone, and then I'll give you a medicinal bath on the way. Sei Ito answered with a smile. Hearing the word medicinal bath, Hisakoken's cheeks were once again suffused with a faint blush. Seeing Sei Ito like this, Sei Ito's heart skipped a beat, and he kissed Sei Ito's lips. Well, I won't disturb your teaching. If it takes a long time, I don't know what your students will say. After a while, Ito Sei, who was about to let go of Kuga Hall, said with a smile, I'll go first, see you tonight. Ito Sei said as he reached out and inserted his hand into the clothes of the Naga Hall's Taoist uniform. He grabbed the soft jade chest of the Naga Hall's Taoist uniform and kneaded it. Then he launched instant transmission and disappeared from the front of the Naga Hall. Saito said that she quit Ragnarok yesterday, which means that the battle with Sorcerous also happened yesterday. Then the battle between Rudu Maimiya and Byakuin Kenichi in the original novel will happen this afternoon or tomorrow afternoon. Saito thought as he used instant transmission to move to Desolate High School. The distance between Saito and Desolate High School wasn't too far, so Saito only used instant transmission a few times to arrive at Desolate High School. I remember that the battle in the original novel was at an abandoned warehouse similar to a garbage dump, and the only place in the entire county that meets the requirements is at the edge of the county, near the XX River. Saito stood on the school's rooftop and looked to the southwest as he recalled. Thinking of this, Saito once again used instant transmission, and after a few flashes he arrived at the top of the abandoned warehouse that met the requirements. Then, a large number of armed delinquents came into Saito's sight. It seems that the battle will be held today, Saito whispered as he glanced around and took in the situation of all the delinquents. Sure enough, not long after he finished speaking, the fourth fighter, Rocky, who wore a strange wooden eye patch made of thin bamboo strips and looked like the compound eyes of a fly, led the delinquents surrounding the abandoned warehouse below. They launched a general attack on Shibata Gakum, Shinjima Haruo, and his flag-bearer, Matsui, who were hiding in the warehouse at this time. However, although Shinjima Haruo was just an ordinary person, he had the ability to escape comparable to an expert. Therefore, under the siege of these delinquents, he didn't suffer the slightest bit of damage and shuttled through the crowd like a loach. Fortunately, this kind of situation didn't last long, and with a crisp sound, Rocky, who was the commander of the delinquents, was sent flying by the seventh fist warrior, Thor, who used sumo combat. Sumo combat, Thor. Thor, who was holding Shinjima Haruo with one hand, stretched out the other hand, and slightly squatted, said, "Thor, you bastard," Rocky said with a face full of indignation. "I came at the request of my good friend, Siegfried. From today onwards, I officially joined the Neo-White Coalition," Thor said in a sonorous and firm voice. "Humph, so what if you're one more person? Aren't you still going to die in vain? What a fool," Rocky said sarcastically with a face full of disdain. "Fool, fool." Beside Rocky, his loyal subordinate, number 20, repeated, "Waha, I'm even more stupid than you. However, it seems that I'm not the only one who's stupid," Thor said loudly as he used sumo combat to defeat the delinquents. Chapter 665. As soon as Thor finished speaking, the former sixth punch hermit, who was wearing a hooded robe and standing on a pile of trash with his arms crossed over his chest, appeared around the abandoned warehouse. He stared at Loki and number 20 with an indifferent expression. "What?" Loki, who followed Thor's gaze, cried out in surprise. "TSK, you two, it's not enough for you to just leave the Twilight of the Gods. You even joined the Neo-White Alliance." Then, Loki, who had regained his composure, looked at the sixth fist hermit, Kotani Benshia, and said with a displeased expression, "Loki, don't get it wrong. I'm just here to settle old scores with you." Kotani Benshia looked at Loki with contempt and said, "You dared to use the name of Fist Saint to order me around. Thor, according to my information, didn't you swear to Bai Bin that you won't fight in the future?" Seeing that Kotani Benshia couldn't be reasoned with, Loki turned his head and shouted at Thor, who was fighting with the delinquents. "Fight? What nonsense are you talking about? I've been practicing my sumo combat here since just now." Thor, who looked stupid, said shamelessly, "Wahaha, you're right. Loki, if you don't want to be involved in sumo combat, then quickly retreat. Do you hear me?" Naijima Haruo said arrogantly like a villain who had gained power. "Damn it, you're getting more and more arrogant, alien," Loki shouted angrily in a low voice. Then, Loki waved his arm, and two men dressed exactly the same as him, but with different figures and looks, rushed out from behind Loki, holding special electric batons, and rushed towards Kotani Benshia. who hadn't moved since he appeared. Number 3, number 4. Humph. Looking at the two people rushing up, Kotani bin Shah immediately snorted coldly. He stretched out his arms sideways and inserted himself into the gap between the two people when they moved. He bent his waist and swung his arm and hit the two people with a split palm. Number 3 and number 4 were knocked unconscious. TSK, I'm going to hold a big event next. Loki, who saw number 3 and number 4 were so easily dealt with, muttered in a displeased tone, and then he waved his arm again and shouted, "All of you attack." Eyesore, Kotani bin Shah, who felt provoked, shouted angrily. In a flash, he leaped into the group of people, spreading his arms or striking, moving his legs or lifting his palms to knock out this group of delinquents who only belonged to the level of a walk-on. This guy's a lot stronger than when he fought with me. Say Ito, sitting cross-legged on the roof of the abandoned warehouse, and watched the whole situation with his spiritual power. From the fight, Loki found that the extras could not resist at all and quickly rushed down from the garbage heap. Ordered the delinquents. Of Loki was Loki, Loki of the gods. But after seeing the strength of Tanimoto and Thor, the delinquents have long lost the will to fight and did not listen to Loki's command at all. They turned under Loki of the hell of the fallen of the of the hell. Of them is, of them loof the of suvs. Of the. I'm going back too, another of the delinquents said. But before they could put their words into action, they suddenly saw a man less than 2 meters away from them. He was wearing a white casual suit and a pair of round rimless glasses. Wearing black gloves with Roman letters written on the back of his hand, Ryu Asamiya slowly walked into the junkyard. He was wearing jeans, a casual shirt, and a very British casual jacket. He was blowing bubblegum in his mouth. Second Fist Warrior, the Berserker, looked relaxed. Just kidding, one of the delinquents said with an unnatural expression. Let's go back to our original position immediately, another of the delinquents said. They're finally here. That means Ogata Shinbun, who's also known as the Fist Saint, will be here soon as well, Ito Seijin said to himself when he saw Asamirudu and the Berserker appear. At that moment, an unexpected scene happened. Soldiers of the Twilight of the Gods, please come over here. Just as Ryu Asamiya and the Berserker walked past him, Loki suddenly raised his arm and shouted to the delinquents who were fighting. Recently, our Twilight of the Gods has been suffering defeats. Yesterday, even the third punch, Freya, was defeated. All these defeats show that the first punch, Odin, has no guidance at all. Loki said loudly to the delinquents, as if he was the leader of an uprising who wanted to overthrow the current overlord. That's right, the Twilight of the Gods is dead. As soon as the words, "the Twilight of the Gods is dead," were uttered, 8 men and women with different outfits, figures, and appearances walked out from the junkyard. They looked down at all the delinquents with lazy and arrogant expressions. They're the new, strongest 8-fist heroes that I secretly gathered and trained. Loki said proudly, as if he was a certain kind of person who was promoting his work. In the position of the new leader, Loki reached out and took off the strange mask that looked like a fly's compound eye. He looked at the expressionless Berserker and said, "Is the most suitable position for you. Berserker, I'm willing to be number 2. Humph. The Berserker snorted and walked away from Ryu Asamiya without hesitation. He came between the new 8-fist warriors and Loki's group and let the so-called new 8-fist warriors put on the cape that represented the leader on him. Now, I declare that the dusk of the holy gods is officially established," Loki said with a complacent look. Sei Ito, who heard Loki announce the name of the organization with his own ears, shook his head and muttered to himself with a sneer, "The Twilight of the Gods is already a name that's asking for death. And you still want to call it holy? If this was a world with gods, it would be strange if they didn't beat you into ashes. Soldiers of the Twilight of the Gods, listen up. I want you to decide which side you want to follow right now. Loki took advantage of the situation and forced the delinquents present. Do you want to join the Twilight of the Gods, led by the Berserker and the new Eight-Fist Warriors? Or do you want to be destroyed together with the old Twilight of the Gods? Make your decision now. I'll say this first. If you follow me, I'll immediately punish them through the fists of the new Eight-Fist Warriors. Loki, who felt that he didn't have enough strength, added. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that the delinquents were still unwilling to make a choice, Loki said again, the second Fist Warrior, the Berserker, is on my side, and Freya was defeated by the Neo-White Alliance. Now, only Odin is left in the old Twilight of the Gods. What are you hesitating for? Surround Odin immediately. Loki ordered loudly when he saw that the delinquents were more and more shaken by his statement. What a lively key. Are you ready to make a move? Sei Ito, who sensed the change in Odin's aura through his spiritual perception, said softly. However, before the delinquents could do anything, the Berserker standing beside Loki punched him in the face, causing him to flip over and fall to the ground. Then, the Berserker did not stop. While the new Eight-Fist Warriors were stunned by his actions, he suddenly launched an attack and knocked the so-called new Eight-Fist Warriors unconscious on the spot. Then, the Berserker, who had easily dealt with the so-called new Eight-Fist Warriors, returned to Asimiru's side with a calm expression and stood there quietly. Asimiru did not show any surprise at this, as if this change was expected. All right, Asimiru said with one hand on his waist. Then he looked at Loki, who was lying on the ground with one hand covering his nose and mouth, as if he was looking at an ant. Loki, I've seen through your scheme a long time ago. But even if I don't care about you, the Berserker is not someone you can control. Berserker, why? Don't you want the position of number one? Loki looked at the Berserker in confusion and questioned him loudly. I'm not interested in numbers at all. Besides, I will only be with the people I agree with, the Berserker said indifferently. Stop joking. Loki, who had received the answer, roared in disbelief and threw a punch at the Berserker. The Berserker did not dodge Loki's attack at all. With just a simple punch, he sent the angry Loki flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Master Loki, Master Loki. Loki's loyal servant, no. 20 ran to the unconscious Loki and shouted, Hey, Berserker, why did you steal my splintered item? Tanimoto glared at the Berserker and said unhappily, Don't worry, Hermit. I'll be your opponent later. The Berserker glanced at Tanimoto and said calmly, as if he was giving alms. You're good? Tanimoto, who was angered by the Berserker's tone and attitude, said in a low voice. The farce is over. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and surround them, lowly soldiers. Asimiru raised his hand and pushed up the glasses on his face as he ordered the dumbfounded delinquents around him. Comrades, hurry up and surround them. The delinquents, who had recovered from Asimiru's shout, immediately turned and ran toward Shiniku's Najima Haruo and the others. At this moment, Sei Ito, who was sitting cross-legged at the top of the abandoned warehouse and watching the show, suddenly felt several gazes on his right side. He immediately gathered ki in his eyes and looked in the direction of the gazes. In an instant, Liangshan Lake's reverse demon Jishu, Ma Jianxing, Kayat Sujiyako, Apache, Shigur, Miwa, and Siegfried with binoculars appeared in Sei Ito's line of sight. They're finally here. Now, all that's left is Fist Sage, Sei Ito thought to himself as he looked at the masters of Liangshan Lake. Chapter 666. P.S. Thank you to Cultivators on Earth for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Cute Girl is Ignorant, This Pig is Skinny, and 157747860 for their tips. Why is that kid there? Nemesis, who was holding a can of beer, asked. Who knows? Ma Jianxing, who had his hands as sleeves, replied. At this moment, Sei Ito happened to look over. Oh, he's looking over. Did he sense our gazes? It seems that his true strength is much higher than what we thought, said Akiyuki, who was stroking his mustache with his right hand. Who are you talking about? Mayu, who was currently preparing tea for everyone, asked with a puzzled look on her face. It was like a picnic gathering. They're talking about Ito. Say, Shiyu replied. Say Ito is there. Miwa, who was passing a cup of tea to Siegfried, turned to look at Shiyu in surprise. Yes, Shiyu replied in a low voice. But why is that kid acting like that? Is he training? Inverted Ghost said as he drank a mouthful of beer. Probably, Ma Jinxing said uncertainly. It's starting. At this moment, Siegfried, who was half sitting on the hospital bed and using a high-magnification fixed telescope to observe the situation in the abandoned warehouse, suddenly spoke. At the same time, in the abandoned warehouse, because of Asamiya Ryudu's words, the low-spirited delinquents' expressions changed. They confidently and proudly surrounded Naijima Haruo, the flag-bearer Matsui, the former 7th Fist Warrior Thor, and the former 6th Fist Warrior Tanibensha. Hermit, do you think you can escape unscathed after going up against us? Asamiya Ryudu said in a condescending tone. The same goes for all of you. Don't think you can escape unscathed. Tanibensha struck a pose and countered. Leave the hermit to me. The berserker, who was chewing gum, said expressionlessly. I remember that you've been wanting to fight him for a long time. All right. Dragon Palace laughed lightly and agreed. After this battle is over, we can torture them. The surrounding hoodlums said complacently. Don't even think about it. Watch me fight my way out. Let's leave together. Thor rushed to Asamiya Ryudu's side. He shouted as he pushed Asamiya Ryudu's chest. Take this. Asamiya Ryu took a step back. Pulling a little distance away from Thor, he raised his left arm and pushed Thor's palm away, waiting for Thor's palm to rush past his ear. His left palm struck Thor's chest. It's over. Ryu Asamiya, who had just finished attacking Thor, stepped aside. Plop! In the next second, Thor's huge body slammed to the ground, his hands on the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Penetration force. Hermit, who was facing off against the berserker, asked in a low voice. Soak, is that how Chinese martial arts refer to this move? Asamiya Ryu said indifferently, as if he had just done something insignificant. He raised his hand and pushed up his glasses as he spoke. Hey, you still have time to look around? The berserker reminded him when he saw that Gubenxiao was distracted. Whoa, 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 whoa. Thor roared as he struggled to stand up from the ground. Oh, you can still move. As expected of one of the top 8 fist heroes, Asamiya Ryudu praised. Go, Naijima. I swore to Ziegfeld to keep you alive. Thor grabbed Ryu Asamiya's shoulder with both hands as he shouted, You have to stay alive. Stop, Thor. Naijima Haruo shouted. If you take one more hit from me, you won't be able to keep your life, Thor. Asamiya Ryudu said. I'm going to crush you. Thor shouted, unmoved. Die. Asamiya Ryudu said indifferently. He didn't waste any more words. At that moment, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in Sei Ito's spiritual perception range. It flew over Asamiya Ryu and Thor and threw something to the ground. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out. A large amount of dust was scattered by the object, forming a cloud of smoke that blocked everyone's vision. So fast, Sei Ito muttered to himself as he turned his head to look in the direction of the black figure. Is this the tip of the iceberg of Elder strength? It hurts. Elder, can I trouble you to put me down gently? A moment later, Hakuhama Kenichi appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was holding the back of his head as he complained in a low voice. Is everyone all right? Hakuhama Kenichi quickly stood up from the ground and asked Asamiya Ryudu while assuming a basic karate stance. Hakuhama Kenichi, that's enough. Your stubbornness hasn't changed at all. Asamiya Ryudu looked at Hakuhama Kenichi with a gloomy expression. As I expected, the Neo-White Alliance and Gods of Dusk are fighting. But why are you here, Thor? It's really confusing. Hakuhama Kenichi didn't care about Asamiya Ryudu's words and just continued talking. Really, I told you not to come, but you still came, Furuo Naijima said in a low voice. What's going on? Why are there so many people missing from the Neo-White Alliance? What happened to Takeda? Hakahama Kenichi asked Haruo Naijima. He died in battle, Matsui Udu said with a sad face. What? Hakahama Kenichi was shocked. He then continued to ask, Yukida? Mizunuma? Waka? Ziegfeld? They all died in battle. Only we are still alive. Matsui Ryudu continued to cry. Is this all you're doing, Ryudu? Hakohama Kenichi, who was trembling with anger, glared at Asamiya Udu. How could I personally deal with those small fries? Asamiya Udu said with contempt. What did you say? Hakohama Kenichi angrily shouted. They were all defeated by me. At this time, the berserker's voice suddenly sounded in Hakohama Kenichi's ear. Every one of them is no different from a snail. Their movements are slow, and they die when I step on them. As soon as the berserker's voice fell, Hakohama Kenichi suddenly jumped from the ground and attacked the berserker with his hands and feet. The berserker twisted his waist. He raised his right leg and blocked Hakohama Kenichi's kick with his calf. At the same time, he punched with his right fist. His fist collided with Hakohama Kenichi's fist. Bang! Two muffled sounds came from the place where the two people collided. Then the berserker pushed Hakohama Kenichi's body out of the way. At the same time, he quickly changed his posture and kicked Hakohama Kenichi with his left foot. Hakohama Kenichi, who was in midair, exerted strength from his waist. He somersaulted over the berserker's leg and landed on the ground beside him. The next moment, the four nearby hoodlums immediately surrounded Hakohama Kenichi. They used their clubs and other weapons to smash Hakohama Kenichi's body. But Hakohama Kenichi didn't panic at all. He didn't even turn his head and stretched his arm back. Except for one of them who used his elbow to knock down the hoodlums. The others used the method of guiding them to fight each other. Then, after dealing with the hoodlums, Hakohama Kenichi once again faced the berserker, who was also rushing toward him. But when the two were about to get close, Tani Bunshia, who was wearing a trench coat, suddenly appeared between the two. He pointed his palms at one of them and said, Hey, please don't fight each other. Berserker, wait for me. Tani Bunshia said to the berserker, then turned to Hakohama Kenichi and said, Kenichi, it's not your turn to fight, back down. No, I have to fight this battle. Hakohama Kenichi refused. Shut up, Tani Bunshia shouted, and then continued. Didn't you hide in the mountains to defeat Odin? Then you just have to find a way to defeat Odin. Then, after a farce of dialogue, Tani Bunshia and the berserker officially fought. The berserker used his pure fighting skills without any martial arts skills to launch a storm of sharp attacks on Tani Bunshia. Tani Bunshia, who was a little uncomfortable at first, could only passively stand in place to defend, unable to find an opportunity to attack. But this situation didn't last long. After the initial discomfort, Tani Bunshia had already adapted to the berserker's speed and attack style and launched a counterattack. Tani Bunshia, who took advantage of the berserker's fall and confronted the berserker again, rushed to the front of the berserker, raised his arm, and hit the berserker's head with his elbow. Too slow. The berserker tilted his head and raised his arm, said lightly while blocking Tani Bunshia's attack. Tani Bunshia didn't speak and directly put his elbow horizontally, palm up, and chopped the back of the berserker's neck in the form of a palm knife. The berserker, who was hit in the neck, didn't have the slightest reaction and directly stepped forward to punch Tani Bunshia. Tani Bunshia turned his body and squatted on the ground in the direction of the fist. Then his body continued to spin and stood up from the ground again, and with the spiral force generated by the rotation, he hit the berserker's cheek with his elbow. The berserker's reaction was not slow, and he immediately stretched out his palm to block Tani Bunshia's elbow. But in the next second, Tani Bunshia's elbow suddenly straightened like a bent bamboo, and his forearm hit the berserker's cheek like a whip, knocking the berserker's body back. Then Tani Bunshia twisted his waist and swung his arm again, and with the inertia generated when he turned around, his other arm blasted the berserker's chest, knocking him to the ground. Even if you can see it, you will still be hit. This is a move that uses the human reflex nerves in turn. Only people who have practiced this kind of move for a long time can be called a real martial artist. Tanny bin Xia, who was still in a chopping posture, said to the berserker lying on the ground. Then Tanny bin Xia turned his head slightly and looked at Shibata Kenichi. Kenichi, we are all apprentices of martial arts masters, and one day we will fight again. Hee. At this time, the berserker lying on the ground suddenly made a low laugh, and then he supported his arms on both sides of his head and jumped up from the ground like a carp. Then he exerted strength in his legs and suddenly jumped over Tanny bin Xia. He grabbed Tanny bin Xia's shoulders with his arms and stood upside down on top of Tanny bin Xia's head. Seeing this, Tanny bin Xia bent down and waved his arm behind him. The berserker used his strength at the moment when Tanny bin Xia's body bent down and jumped up again from Tanny bin Xia's head. The group turned 180 degrees and kicked Tanny bin Xia upside down. Tanny bin Xia was an orthodox martial arts disciple, and his reaction was not slow. When the attack missed, he had already turned his body, crossed his arms in front of his body, and blocked the berserker's kick. Then his body quickly moved to one side, avoiding the berserker's knee attack. Bang! The berserker's knee hit the ground heavily and made a dull sound. Then Tanny bin Xia rolled his body to the side and wanted to take the opportunity to stand up from the ground. But before he could get up, the berserker who was half kneeling on the ground had already launched an attack. His body turned back and continuously stepped on Tanny bin Xia, who was rolling in reverse. At this time, Tanny bin Xia, who saw that rolling like this was not a solution, took a risk and performed a backflip. At the same time, he escaped the berserker's kick by a hair's breadth and finally stood up from the ground. But when he waved his arm to counterattack, the berserker's figure disappeared from his eyes again. Then, a heavy pressure passed from his shoulders into Tanny bin Xia's body. Then, without waiting for Gu bin Xia to respond, the berserker, who was standing upside down on top of Gu bin Xia's head, suddenly flipped over and landed a front kick on Gu bin Xia's forehead, knocking him to the ground. Hermit, I was very optimistic about you, but I didn't expect you to be just a snail. The berserker, who fell to the ground again, said with a regretful face, then turned his head to look at Bai bin Kenichi and continued. Bai bin Kenichi, I'm serious, please. You have to at least satisfy me. I'm really not burning enough recently. I can't do it. Bai bin Kenichi turned his head and said firmly. As Bai bin Kenichi's voice fell, a muffled sound suddenly came from behind the berserker. It turned out that when the berserker and Bai bin Kenichi were talking, Tanny bin Xia, who fell to the ground, kicked the berserker's back. Then Tanny bin Xia, who stood up from the ground, swung his arms, using the centrifugal force generated when he swung his arms to send blood to his palms, forming a heavy hand attack on the back of the berserker's neck. Black Dragon Strike, because Tanny bin Xia is a man of his words. Bai bin Kenichi's following words came into the berserker's ears. Tanny bin Xia, who had performed the Black Dragon Strike, quickly came to the front of the berserker. First, he pushed his palm on the berserker's nose. Then, when the berserker bent his body instinctively because of the injury on his nose, Tanny bin Xia raised his knee and hit the berserker's chest. Then, when the berserker stood up again, Tanny bin Xia used his elbow to hit the berserker's face, which made the berserker raise his body up. Sorry, I am different from someone who only knows how to fight for excitement and excitement. I can't lose any fight because I have sworn, Tanny bin Xia said in a low voice. Berserker, listen to me. The weakness of a genius like you is that you lack the persistence to win. And Master Ma taught me the meaning of losing is equal to death. So before I give the enemy the final blow, I will never be careless. Chapter 667. The next moment, Tanyamoto, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly raised his hand to cover his forehead and bent down a half-squat. Oomph. Hee. Then, a strange laughter came from the berserker's mouth. Didn't I say it before? I'm going to give you a punch on the forehead. The berserker said in a tone like he was talking to a lover with a wild smile. Active key, huh? Say Ito, who noticed the berserker's change from his perception, whispered softly. Very good. This is really interesting. Hermit, you're really different from other snails. The berserker, whose body was slightly bent and his hands were spread out on both sides of his body, looked at the hermit, who stood up straight again and said, I hope you can give me a moment of excitement. Humph. Tanyamoto snorted and pointed at the berserker confidently. You can have it if you want. I'll also give you a sense of defeat and despair. Then the two rushed at each other again and fought in the middle. However, compared to before, the speed of the berserker who had activated his chi activation had increased by more than just a little bit. Gubanxia, who was still fighting with the same method as before, instantly fell into a passive situation. He could only watch as the berserker attacked him in a strange way. There was no sense of rhythm to speak of at all. What's wrong? Please, let me play a little more happily, okay? Just defending would be too boring. Every one of you moves slowly. Just looking at you mortals makes me angry. Hermit, are you also immortal? Are you also immortal? The berserker, who was attacking Tanyamoto crazily, shouted, Last hit. Then, the berserker leaned sideways and pulled back his arm, bombarding Tanyamoto's head. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly came from the position between Tanyamoto and the berserker. However, the one who was hit was not Tanyamoto, who had been in a passive situation, but the berserker, who had been in a state of attack. As I expected, Tanyamoto, who had elbowed the berserker, panted, When you're about to make the last hit, you'll pretend to be calm and then make a big move. And I've been waiting for this moment to come. I've said it before. Our dedication to victory is very different. However, the berserker had long forgotten about the pain due to the extreme fluctuations in his emotions. After receiving the power of the attack, he immediately stood up from the ground and launched another attack on Gubanxia with a look of indifference. However, this time, Tanyamoto didn't use his halberd palm, which was suitable for mid-range attacks. Instead, he used his Bajiquan, which was suitable for close-range combat, to counter the berserker's attack. Then, Gu Bin lowered his body. While dodging the berserker's arm sweep, he quickly rushed in front of the berserker. His left leg pushed forward and pressed against the berserker's right knee, stopping the berserker's leg movement. Then his right hand grabbed the berserker's right arm socket. His left hand grabbed the berserker's right wrist. Surrender. You're only playing a fight, after all. Real martial arts are very scary, Gubanxia said as he looked at the berserker. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm having fun right now, the berserker said with a smile. As soon as the berserker's voice fell, a crisp crack sounded in an instant. The berserker's forearm was immediately dislocated from the elbow joint and fell to the side of the berserker's body. Oh, you're good, the berserker shouted from the severe pain. Indeed, 100% anger may not be as good as talent. Gubanxia, who had lowered his body to dodge the berserker's kick, said. Then Gubanxia, who had stood up again, raised his hand to block the berserker's arm attack. The bottom of his right palm followed up and hit the berserker's chin. As the berserker's body leaned back, he continued, So, what about 100% effort? What if I put in 100% effort? Gubanxia, who had completed the palm attack, quickly withdrew his palm. He said as he hit the berserker's face again. Do you know why martial arts can be passed down from thousands of years ago? Gubanxia, who had hit the berserker's head to the side, continued to attack with another hand. That's because in the world of martial arts, hard work can surpass talent. Gubanxia, who had lowered his body to dodge the berserker's straight punch, once again used a split palm to hit the berserker's head, knocking him to the ground. Speaking of which, I'm a person who is talented and willing to train hard. Gubanxia, who had his arms raised behind him, said narcissistically, How about we make a bet? If it was Bai Bin who fought with you just now, you would still lose to him. Bastard ugh, I can't move my body. The berserker, who was struggling to get up from the ground, shouted unwillingly. Then his eyes were slightly dazed as he muttered to himself, This inexplicable feeling that comes from the bottom of my heart is... that's the so-called feeling of defeat. Gubanxia, who had heard the berserker's words, put his hood back on and looked at the berserker. Okay, I'm done with the opening act. Kenichi. Gubin Xia turned around and walked towards Bai Bin Kenichi. He gave him a high five and said, "It's your turn now." "It's about time. It's time for me to make my move." Say Ito slowly retracted his spirit sense, opened his eyes, and stood up from the roof, and said in a low voice, "Defeat. Feeling of defeat? You're saying this is the feeling of defeat?" The berserker, who was kneeling on the ground, said loudly, "Hee, that kind of feeling will never appear on me." "Hey, it's impossible for you to stand up anymore," Gubin Xia said. But before he could finish his words, the berserker had already stood up from the ground with the strength of his knees and waist. "Hey, it's already hard for you to just stand up. There's no way you can continue fighting." Bai Bin Kenichi, who was standing between the berserker and Gubin Xia, said, "Don't stop me." The berserker roared and continued to punch Bai Bin Kenichi. But just as the fist was about to land on Bai Bin Kenichi's face, the berserker saw that Bai Bin Kenichi still had no intention of fighting back, so he consciously stopped his attack. "Listen to me, Bellsack," Bai Bin Kenichi sighed. Bai Bin Kenichi sighed softly. Then his expression changed, and he continued excitedly, "I am very familiar with the feeling of defeat. My life is simply full of failure. Yes, the feeling of defeat is like a close friend of mine. But later on, I realized that only when you can overcome failure can you grow. Admit your failure now. As long as you can make a comeback sooner or later, everything will be fine." "My failure?" the berserker said softly. "Yes, this world is very vast. There are many masters that you can't imagine. What's the big deal about losing once or twice?" Bai Bin Kenichi continued to persuade him. Tap, 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 tap. Just as Bai Bin Kenichi was about to continue speaking, a clear sound of footsteps came from the roof of the warehouse next to him. "Today seems to be a very rare day. I can't believe I can meet so many anticipated opponents." Asuma Ryu, who was sitting on the chair with one arm on the armrest and his palm on his cheek, said, "It's you?" Gubin Xia yelled with a gloomy face. "Seito, why are you here?" Asuma Ryu turned his head and looked at Bai Bin Kenichi, who was sitting on the roof of the abandoned warehouse. "Because I heard there was a big gathering here, so I came to join the fun." Seito, who jumped from the roof of the warehouse to the ground, chuckled. Then he ignored Gubin Xia and Bai Bin Kenichi, who were glaring at him, and looked at Asamiya Ryudu. "Do you want to continue the battle that we didn't finish last time?" "What? You want to fight Ryudu?" "No. Today's battle must be between me and Ryudu." Bai Bin Kenichi, who heard Seito's words, immediately yelled at Seito. "Yes, today is the final battle between the gods of Dusk and the Neo-White Alliance. It is also the battle that Bai Bin Kenichi and I agreed to. It is indeed not the time to fight you." Asaya Vu, who was still sitting on the chair, said, "Do you think I will stop just because of this?" Seito chuckled and said casually, "It seems that you're going to interfere with our battle." Asamiya Rudu sat up straight and pushed up his glasses. He looked at Seito expressionlessly. "Yes," Seito confirmed with a smile. "How can you do this?" Bai Bin Kenichi shouted. However, neither Asamiya Vu nor Seito paid any attention to Bai Bin Kenichi. Asamiya Vu slowly stood up from his chair and said, "In that case, I will have to deal with you first. Then I will finish the battle with Bai Bin Kenichi." "Oh, now I'm not the one you saw before. If you still use your old experience to face me, the one who will be defeated in the end may only be you, not me." Ito-sei chuckled. "Oh, Ryuda's opponent can only be me. Seito, don't make trouble." When Asamiya Rudu and Seito were about to confront each other, Bai Bin Kenichi's figure suddenly appeared between them. He looked at Seito seriously. "If you want to take my opponent, then fight for it with your own strength." Bai Bin Kenichi. Seito looked at Bai Bin Kenichi calmly. "Okay." Bai Binjian's eyes were full of fighting spirit as he replied in a deep voice. Then he lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance, facing Ito-sei with a karate stance. "Kenichi, let me deal with him." Just as Byakuin Kenichi was about to fight with Ito-sei, the bruised Hanibinshao reached out and grabbed Byakuin Kenichi's shoulder, looked at Ito-sei, and said, "My hatred for this guy is completely above yours. But your body," Baibin Kenichi said hesitantly. "I know my body. You don't need to worry. You just need to save your strength for the battle with Odin." Gubin Xia said. Baibin Kenichi first looked at Ito-sei in front of him, then turned his head to look at Asuna Voodoo behind him. Finally, he looked at Tani Bunxia, who had a determined look on his face, and said, "Okay." Chapter 668. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany for the tip. You don't have much stamina left. Do you really want to fight me? Ito glanced at Ryudo Asamiya and Hakuben Kenichi, who had retreated to the side after Gubanxia appeared, and then looked at Gubanxia, who was already in a chopping position. "Cut the crap. I'm going to return the humiliation you gave me that day back to you," Tanimoto Xia said in a deep voice. "Well, since you're in such a hurry, I'll fulfill your wish," Ito said in a serious voice. With a stomp of his feet, his body suddenly appeared in front of Gubanxia. His left hand was half raised to block Gubanxia's right arm. At the same time, the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword, and before Gubanxia could react, he tapped Gubanxia's left shoulder. Then, Ito-sei, who had finished his attack, immediately opened his palm and slapped Gubanxia's left chest, sending him flying. Bang! The next second, Gubanxia's body fell to the ground not far away. How was that possible? He sent Captain Gubanxia flying with just one move. Matsui, who was holding a flag with the words Shinbai Alliance written on it, said in disbelief. "Tamoto-san," Hakuben Kenichi shouted with a worried face. "Uh-huh." At this moment, Gubanxia, who was the center of everyone's attention, turned over and sat up on the ground. However, just as he was about to stand up, a sense of powerlessness suddenly passed from his left arm to the bottom of his heart. "What did you do to me?" Gubanxia stood up from the ground with his right arm, and then held his naturally hanging left arm, looked at Ito with a gloomy face, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you heard of blood-severing pulse?" Ito looked at Gubanxia with a faint smile on his face, and then without waiting for Gubanxia to answer, he explained, "I just used a special technique of blood-severing pulse to seal the main blood flow channel from your shoulder to your left arm, causing your left arm's blood flow to be obstructed. It creates false nerve signals, and your left arm is temporarily disabled. Of course, if the bloodline is sealed for a long enough time. It can also cause your left arm to really die," Ito added. "Damn it," Gubanxia cursed in a low voice. "So, as long as you admit defeat now, I will help you remove the blockage in your blood vessels and allow you to regain control of your arms," Ito continued. "Umph." Gubanxia snorted coldly when he heard this. He raised his right palm and moved it to his shoulder. Then, he slapped it down without hesitation. Gubanxia spat out a mouthful of blood the moment the palm slammed down on him. "The so-called blood-severing pulse is nothing more than this," Tanimoto said coldly as he moved his left arm again. "Heh, you're really impressive." Looking at Gubanxia, who was slowly moving his left arm, Ito said with a chuckle, "Using the impregnation force to forcefully open the blood vessels that I have sealed. But aren't you afraid that if you don't do it well, your blood vessels will rupture and cause massive bleeding in your body? It doesn't matter, because for me, failure is equal to death. Instead of dying in such a humiliating way, it's better to fight to the death with all my strength." After a while, Gubanxia, who had regained control of his left hand, said to Ito-sei with a split palm, "Well, it's my fault for talking nonsense. For people like you who have turned their desire to win into obsession, I won't be able to completely defeat you. If I don't defeat you with all my strength, I won't be able to end this battle, so I won't hold back. Good luck to you." Ito-sei sighed slightly. "Bring it on," Gubanxia said. Ito slowly took a deep breath and then suddenly used the shrinking ground technique to appear in front of Gubanxia. He threw a punch at Gubanxia's face. Then, when Gubanxia raised his palm to block, he suddenly exploded his chi, leaving an illusion that he was still punching, and punched Gu Bunxia's face with his other hand. Bang! Immediately after a muffled sound, Gu Bunxia's body immediately tilted to the side. Then, Sei Ito waved his right hand, like a slap, slapped Gu Bunxia's face on the right side of Sei Ito's face. Pah! The crisp sound of the slap immediately echoed in the quiet, abandoned warehouse. Then, just as Gu Bunxia's body tilted to the left side of Sei Ito again, Sei Ito raised his leg and kicked Gu Bunxia's head, flipping him over and falling to the ground. Bang! Gu Bunxia's body that flipped almost 360 degrees fell heavily to the ground, and a lot of dust splashed up. Tanamoto-san. Seeing Gu Bunxia fall to the ground again, Bai Bin Kenichi shouted with a face full of worry. But at this time, Gu Bunxia's head was shaken 3 times in a row, 2 of which were shock to the head. He had already completely lost consciousness, and his eyes turned white as he fainted on the ground. Okay, now it's your turn. Who do you want to go first? Sei Ito ignored the unconscious Gu Bunxia and turned his head to look at Asanya Voodoo and Bai Bin Kenichi. Captain Bai Bin, you have to avenge Captain Gu Bunxia. Matsui shouted at Bai Bin Kenichi as if he was about to cry. I know, Bai Bin Kenichi answered with a serious face, then slowly walked out of the crowd and came to Gu Bunxia's side. Ignoring Sei Ito's existence, he bent down to pick up the unconscious Gu Bunxia and dragged him back to the Neo White Army's team. He handed Gu Bunxia over to Sei Ito, then silently returned to the center of the field with a solemn face. He got into a karate fighting stance and confronted Sei Ito. Have you made your choice? Sei Ito looked at Asamiya Ryudu and asked, Since Gianni wants to fight you first, I'll let Gianni do it first. Asamiya Ryudu crossed his left hand in front of his chest and pushed up his glasses with his right middle finger. It doesn't matter, as long as you don't have any objections, Sei Ito shrugged and said indifferently. Sei Ito, why do you have to stop me from fighting Dragon? Bai Bin Kenichi looked at Sei Ito and asked, It's nothing. It's just like the agreed fight between you and him. I just want to finish a fight with him, Sei Ito answered. But Dragon already said he doesn't want to fight you today. Why do you have to force him? Can't you fight him another time? Bai Bin Kenichi asked again. No, Sei Ito said straightforwardly. Before Bai Bin Kenichi could say anything, he continued. Okay, let's finish the fight as soon as possible. You don't want your friends to continue suffering, right? Bai Bin Kenichi's expression froze. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at Sei Ito calmly. In Sei Ito's vision, a spherical membrane that only martial artists could see appeared around Bai Bin Kenichi's body. It surrounded Bai Bin Kenichi's body and the edge of his palm. Air control circle, Sei Ito muttered softly. Then Sei moved his feet and slowly walked towards Shirahama Cannon. He didn't stop until he reached the edge of Shirahama Cannon's air control circle. After looking at Bai Bin Kenichi's eyes for a few seconds, Sei Ito suddenly bent his arm and threw a punch at Bai Bin Kenichi's chin. With the air control circle, Bai Bin Kenichi immediately grasped Sei Ito's attack path and blocked Sei Ito's punch with his palm. At the same time, his left arm went straight for Sei Ito's cheek. Sei Ito saw this and instantly dodged Bai Bin Kenichi's punch. Then he bent his knee and raised his leg. He used his knee to block Bai Bin Kenichi's elbow that was going to hit Bai Bin Kenichi's chin. He pushed his fist forward and continued to bombard Bai Bin Kenichi. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bai Bin Kenichi's body immediately fell back. Then Sei Ito swung his left arm and threw a punch at Bai Bin Kenichi's cheek. Although he temporarily lost his balance, Bai Bin Kenichi, whose air control circle was slightly broken, immediately noticed Sei Ito's attack. He quickly retracted his left fist and bent his arm to block Sei Ito's fist with his palm. But in the next moment, his right leg that was under Bai Bin Kenichi's elbow shot out like a spring that was released after being compressed. He kicked Bai Bin Kenichi's right leg that was bent in a hurry. The huge force of the kick immediately sent Bai Bin Kenichi's body flying. The moment Bai Bin Kenichi was thrown out, the air control circle he had set up immediately disappeared. How can it be? It's still one move. Matsui said in disbelief as he looked at Baibin Kenichi's flying flag bearer. It can only be said that the level gap between them is too big. Naijima Haruo, who was recording something on his PDA, said. Then he turned to Thor and asked, "Thor, do you know anything about that guy called Seito?" "I don't know the details. I only saw that guy at a gathering of fist heroes during the twilight of the gods," Thor said in a deep voice as he held Tanny Bunxia's body with one hand and pulled Tanny Bunxia's arm to his shoulder with the other. Thor then told Haruo what he knew, as well as some of the things he had seen before. While Thor was telling Haruo Naijima about his understanding of Ito's Saigaku, Shirahama Kenichi's body finally hit the side of the warehouse wall and bounced to the ground with a muffled bang. But before Baibin Kenichi could stand up from the ground, Ito's figure had already appeared in front of Baibin Kenichi and kicked Baibin Kenichi's head. Although Baibin failed to establish an air superiority circle, as a martial artist, he instinctively raised his arm to block the side of his face, blocking Ito's sweeping kick. However, the huge force transmitted from the kick once again sent him flying until he finally hit the metal garbage heap with the corner of the corner standing on the side. Even though he subconsciously used his karate quick recover technique at the moment of impact, the sharp metal spikes still created several pain points on Hakuhin Kenichi's body, causing him to instinctively let out a painful groan. Chapter 669. P.S. Thanks to 1577478660 and Nickfany for their tips. Walalala. Under the impact of Baibin Kenichi's attack, the scattered metal parts immediately collapsed and fell on Baibin Kenichi's body, adding a lot of pain to Baibin Kenichi's body. That brat is really ruthless. If we're unlucky, we'll really die. Ni Gue Jiu, who had a horizontal scar on his face, clenched his teeth and said as he crushed the aluminum can in his hand, I think he's already holding back a lot. If he really goes all out, it's hard to say if little Kenichi can survive even one hit." Ma Jinxing said. Kenichi. Fonlin Temple's Meiyu, who was looking at the situation in the abandoned warehouse with a high magnification telescope, called out worriedly, "I hope that after this battle, Kenichi's confidence won't be broken." Sayuji Temple's Chiyoyu said with his arms crossed. "Haha, don't worry. Kenichi isn't someone who gives up so easily." Fonlin Temple's Elder Falconer said confidently as he stroked his long beard with his right hand. Meanwhile, on the other side that was more than 100 meters away from where everyone in Liangshan Lake was, a man who wore a hood that was similar to the hermit's, but was beige in color, was sitting cross-legged with his back straight at the front end of a crane that was suspended in the air. He crossed his arms as he watched the battle that was happening in the warehouse. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that there would be such a character among the younger generation." At the abandoned warehouse, bang, walala, clang, 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 along with a burst of chaotic sounds, Baibin Kenichi, who was buried by the metal components, once again poked his head out of the garbage pile. His cheeks were stained with blood, and he painfully stood up from the pile of garbage. At this moment, Baibin Jinny's clothes were full of slender tears, and dirty marks appeared on the surface of his clothes. He looked like he was in big trouble. At this time, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in front of Baibin Kenichi and punched him in the face. Seeing this, Baibin Kenichi tilted his head and dodged Seito's attack. At the same time, he swung his right arm and threw a punch at Seito's face. It's just that Seito's punch was a fake move. It was just to attract Hakuben Kenichi's attention, but the real target was under his feet. Just when Baibin Kenichi wasn't paying attention, Seito rubbed his foot and kicked hard. Several metal trash components immediately flew up from the ground, blocking Shiraben Kenichi and Seito's line of sight. Then, the moment the interference occurred, Seito quickly came to Byakuin Kenichi's side. While dodging Byakuin Kenichi's fist, he used his palm as a knife to strike the back of Byakuin Kenichi's neck. Bang! Following a muffled sound, Baibin Kenichi's body immediately leaned forward uncontrollably. Seeing that his face was getting closer and closer to the metal junk, Bin immediately retracted his arms and crossed them in front of his face, forming a protective wall to prevent his face, eyes, and other vulnerable parts from being damaged by the junk when his body fell over. But Seito's attack wouldn't end so easily. After the palm strike, Seito's left hand quickly stretched forward. Using his palm as a knife, he once again chopped at the back of Bin Kenichi's neck. Ugh! Bin Kenichi, who was hit twice at the back of his neck, raised his head and unconsciously let out a painful groan. Worthy of being trained by the 5 ultimate experts and the protagonist of the world. Even after being hit twice in a row, he still didn't faint. Seito looked at Bin Kenichi's back and sighed in his heart. Bin Kenichi's back didn't change at all. Then Seito stomped his foot, and at the same time, his body suddenly rushed behind Bin Kenichi. Using the Shing E-Cannon fist, he punched Bin Kenichi's left back. Bang! A muffled sound immediately came from Bin Kenichi's body. Sure, Basin Kenichi, whose heart had been shaken by the blast fist, had a pale complexion. His face was filled with pain as he was sent flying. Then, his face landed heavily on the ground. He continued to slide along the sandy ground for a distance before finally coming to a stop. You really are the same as me. Asamiya Vidu, who had obviously discovered something from Bin Kenichi's expression, looked at Seito and said indifferently, Ryudu, what do you mean by that? Bin Kenichi, whose face was pale and forehead was covered in sweat, struggled to get up from the ground and asked in a trembling voice, Haven't you noticed? He's the same as me. He is a warrior who walks on the path of pursuing the essence of martial arts. Asamiya Vidu said indifferently. What? Bin Kenichi, who was standing on the ground with his right hand on his chest, looked at Seito in disbelief. He wanted to hear a different answer from him. Although our pursuit is different, some of our actions are the same, so there is nothing wrong with saying that we are the same. Seito glanced at Asamiya Ryudu and said, How can that be? Seito, you actually chose that path. Bin Kenichi, who had personally heard the answer from Seito, said in disbelief, There is nothing to not believe. We are 2 different paths to begin with. Seito looked at Bin Kenichi indifferently. Seito, Bin Kenichi muttered as if he had suffered a blow. After a while, he looked at Seito again and said, Seito, since you have chosen that path, then I will forcibly correct you before you make a big mistake. Oh, okay, if you have the ability. After hearing Bin Kenichi's words, Seito had a strange smile on his face. It was hard to tell if it was a sneer or a sneer. Huh. After this short conversation, Bin Kenichi felt the pain in his chest lessen to a tolerable level. He rushed in front of Seito and swung his fist at Seito's chest. Sensing the faint wind coming from the fist, Ito-sei immediately took a step back with his left foot. At the same time, he raised his left hand to block Byakuin Kenichi's fist. Then he turned his palm and grabbed Byakuin Kenichi's arm. His right arm twisted and raised. His left hand increased the strength of his left hand to pull Byakuin Kenichi's body behind him. At the same time, he used his elbow to hit Byakuin Kenichi's chest. A clear sound rang out. The elbow that was aimed at Hakuhin Kenichi's chest was immediately blocked by Hakuhin Kenichi's palm. Then Hakuhin Kenichi kicked Ito-sei's abdomen. Seito's posture didn't change. He directly raised his leg and bent his knee and used his left leg to block Bin Kenichi's kick. At the same time, he lightly moved his elbow and used the back of his fist to hit Bin Kenichi's face. Bang! With a loud muffled sound, Bin Kenichi's nose received Seito's punch. Bin Kenichi subconsciously closed his eyes and tilted his head back. Then, Ito-sei quickly raised his left leg high up into the air and used his left shoulder to fiercely hit Hakuhin Kenichi's chest. In an instant, Bin Kenichi's body that was hit by the shoulder immediately fell back. Then Seito's right leg stepped forward, and together with Bin Kenichi's body, he landed beside Bin Kenichi. Then he leaned over and punched Bin Kenichi's forehead. At this time, Baibin Kenichi was temporarily relieved from the pain of his nose injury. After seeing Seito's fist, he instinctively overlapped his hands in front of his face to block Seito's punch. But his hasty defense couldn't completely offset the huge force of Seito's fist, so Baibin Kenichi's palm hit his forehead. The back of Baibin Kenichi's head heavily hit the ground, making a muffled dong sound. Ugh! Baibin Kenichi's head was hit and subconsciously let out a cry of pain. But Baibin Kenichi's counterattack wasn't affected by the pain at all, and he spontaneously performed it while still dizzy. Baibin Kenichi's palm that was blocking Seito's fist tightened, and his 5 fingers were like a lock that tightly grasped the surface of Seito's fist. Then his other palm moved up along Seito's forearm. He pressed against Seito's forearm, and then his hands and feet coordinated with his body to flip Seito to the ground. Then he flipped over Seito's body. Surrender. Baibin Kenichi's elbow pressed against Seito's throat and collarbone as he stared into Seito's eyes and said, "Kenichi, your jujitsu still isn't perfect." Seito heard Baibin Kenichi's words and chuckled. Immediately, Baibin Kenichi's tightly clenched fist loosened, dispersing Baibin Kenichi's finger force. Immediately after, Baibin Kenichi tightened his grip again, shaking off Baibin Kenichi's 5 fingers. Afterwards, Baibin Kenichi's entire arm suddenly tightened into a line. Using the strength of his muscles to shake off Baibin Kenichi's hands, Baibin Kenichi directly bombarded Baibin Kenichi's exposed chest area. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound was heard. Baibin Kenichi's eyes immediately widened, and his body bent as he loosened his grip on Seito's body. Under Seito's push, he flipped over Seito's body and fell to the ground. The second time, Ito-sei, who had escaped from Byakuben Kenichi's imprisonment and quickly stood up from the ground, looked down at Byakuben Kenichi, whose face was pale, forehead was covered with sweat, and breathing was slightly rapid. "But I don't want to give you a third chance to withstand the shock of your heart, so you better faint." Seito fiercely lifted his foot, and then a visible shock wave quickly spread out from Seito's foot. The dust on the ground was shaken up, and at the same time, Baibin Kenichi's gathered strength was shaken off. Baibin Kenichi could only watch as Seito's palm hit his forehead. "Pah!" A crisp sound instantly sounded above the abandoned warehouse. Baibin Kenichi's head was affected by the shock and finally completely lost all consciousness. His eyes closed as he fainted on the ground. Captain Baibin. After the disgust disappeared, Flag Bearer Matsui loudly shouted, "Kenichi!" Takeda Ichichi, who came to support Seito when he was fighting with Baibin Kenichi, called out, "Here you go." Ito-sei, who had knocked out Byakuben Kenichi, didn't even straighten his body. Instead, he directly slid his palm to Byakuben Kenichi's chest. His 5 fingers tightly grasped Byakuben Kenichi's clothes. Then he skillfully threw Byakuben Kenichi towards Yakida Takanori. Bang! As the receiver, Yakida Takasuke subconsciously stretched out his hands to catch Baibin Kenichi's body. Then he was knocked to the ground by the inertia of Baibin Kenichi's body and became a cushion to support Baibin Kenichi's body. Now that the hindrance has been dealt with, it's time for us to completely end the unfinished battle. Seito turned to look at Asamiya Ryudo and said, "Your strength is really different from when we fought before, and you're not as pedantic as Baibin Kenichi. You deserve to be treated seriously." Asamiya said expressionlessly as he reached out to unbutton his suit. "Don't make it sound like you're certain that you can defeat me." Seito looked at Asamiya, who took off his suit and walked slowly into the arena. "Since you and I are walking the same path, I won't show you any mercy this time. I'll kill you here and now." Asamiya Ryudo said in a deep voice, "If you have any last words, say them quickly." Seito shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be indifferent. "You're not going to say anything? Then don't regret it when you die." Asamiya Ryudo bent his knees slightly and spread his arms apart. Seeing Asamiya Ryudo's posture, Ito slowly put away his expression and looked at Asamiya Ryuta seriously. Then, Ito rubbed his feet and kicked a pile of sand at Asamiya Ryuta. In an instant, a faint yellow smoke appeared between Ito and Asamiya Ryuta, blurring their vision. Then, Ito stomped his feet and appeared in front of Asamiya Ryuta in an instant. He punched Asamiya Ryuta's nose. However, just as Asamiya Ryuta was about to move his hand to block Ito's punch, Ito's fist suddenly paused. Then his other fist flew toward Asamiya Ryuta's face at an even faster speed. Smack! Asamiya Ryuta moved his palm and blocked Ito's fist. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Ito pulled his fist back slightly. Then he stuck out his middle finger and the other 3 fingers and punched Asamiya Ryuta's palm again. Asamiya Ryuta groaned as his palm was severely injured. Then, Ito pulled back his fist and punched Asamiya Ryuta's face. Asamiya Ryuta, who had learned his lesson, reached out his hand to block Ito's fist again. Then, he clenched his fist with 5 fingers to prevent Ito from hurting his palm again. At this time, Ito, whose fist was caught, smiled. He stepped into Asamiya Ryuta's space and stepped on Asamiya Ryuta's foot. Chapter 670. Ryu Asamiya was able to detect any movement as long as it was within his airspace. He immediately noticed Ito's movements. He lifted his foot slightly and inserted it behind Ito's extended leg. Then, he threw a palm strike at Ito's open chest. Ito waved his left hand and slapped it. Asamiya Ryuta's arm that was about to hit Ito's chest was deflected. Ito quickly followed up with his right leg and entered Asamiya Ryuta's space. He pressed his left palm against Asamiya Ryuta's arm, preventing it from moving freely. At the same time, he exerted more force on his right arm and used his fist to push Asamiya Ryuta's palm toward Asamiya Ryuta's face. Ryusuke Asamiya wasn't a guy like Byakubin Kenichi, who had been practicing at the last minute. The moment he realized that his center of gravity had been completely destroyed by Ito's attack, he exerted force on his hands and feet at the same time. He leaped away from Ito's, stabilized his center of gravity, and confronted him again. Is this what you mean by being serious? You didn't even take off your glasses. I really can't feel your seriousness, Ito said. He didn't chase after Asamiya Ryuta. Sorry, I was rude. Asamiya Ryuta apologized. Asamiya Ryuta apologized. He took off his glasses and handed them to a delinquent who had good eyesight for him to keep them. Doesn't he have high myopia? Haruo Naijima asked with a frown. However, regarding his question, whether it was the fist heroes of the former gods of dusk present or the delinquents further away, all of them knew nothing about it. Naturally, it was impossible for them to answer his question. They could only let Haruo Naijima keep his doubts to himself. Come on, Asamiya said as he repositioned himself. Phew, Ito took a deep breath and rushed toward Asamiya Ryuta. He used a half-step bursting fist of Shingi to hit Asamiya Ryuta's chest. For such a heavy hand, Asamiya Ryuta didn't dare to take it head-on. He dodged the path of the bursting fist and pushed his palm towards Ito's chest again. Upon seeing this, Ito stepped diagonally to Asamiya Ryuta's side. While dodging the attack, he used his palm as a knife and chopped at Asamiya Ryuta's neck artery. Ryu Asamiya raised his left hand and blocked the edge of Ito's palm strike. Then, he flipped his right palm and slapped horizontally at Ito's left waist. Ito quickly withdrew his right hand. He stretched out his arm and swung it down, colliding with Asamiya Londo's palm with a clear pa sound. Then, Ito turned his wrist and stretched out his elbow. He continued to hit Asamiya Ryuta's face with his elbow. At this time, Asamiya Ryuta had no choice but to move sideways to dodge Ito's elbow strike. At the same time, he inserted his foot between Ito's legs and bent his knee to destroy Ito's center of gravity. Then he swept his right arm towards Sei Ito's abdomen and swept him backward. His feet were stuck and he couldn't move. Sei Ito, who didn't have a good way to block with his hands, bent his waist and dodged Asamiya Ryudu's sweep. Then he raised his arms and did a backflip, kicking toward Asamiya Ryudu's lower body. Asamiya Ryudu pressed his hands together. He blocked Sei Ito's kick and used this leg as a support to jump into the air. Then he chopped down at Sei Ito's head. Seeing the attack coming, Sei Ito immediately bent his left arm and raised it above his head to block Asamiya Ryudu's downward chop. Bang! A muffled sound came from where Sei Ito was standing. Then, a large crack spread out from Sei Ito's feet. It turned out that the moment Sei Ito blocked the downward chop, he immediately mobilized all the strength in his body to form a force that penetrated through his body and transferred the damage from the downward chop to his feet. Oomph! Sei Ito snorted and gathered all the strength in his body into his right fist. He swung his fist toward Asamiya Ryudu's lower body again. If this hit landed, even if Asamiya Ryudu practiced the iron block kung fu, he would still lose everything. From then on, he would end up like Dongfang Booby. Asamiya Ryu also knew how powerful this attack was. His expression changed, and for the first time in a battle, he mobilized his chi-jin to his palm and reached down to block Sei Ito's fist. Crack! Although Asamiya Ryudu had the protection of his chi-jin, the accumulated strength of Sei Ito's entire body was not easy to block. At the moment of contact, Asamiya Ryudu's palm bone was broken into several pieces by Sei Ito's fist. The impact of the force caused the bones in his forearm to fracture. But even so, with the protection of the ki and the assistance of the technique, Itosiai's attack was finally blocked by Asamiya Ryudu. His genitals weren't damaged at all. Then, Asamiya Ryudu endured the pain of his broken bones and moved back from Sei Ito's front. Odin is actually injured. The hoodlums exclaimed in disbelief when they saw Asamiya Ryudu move back from Sei Ito with his left arm hanging by his side and trembling slightly. Asamiya Ryudu looked at Sei Ito expressionlessly and said, "Very well. You are qualified to see my ultimate move." After that, Asamiya Ryudu ignored Sei Ito. He took a deep breath and mobilized the chi-jin in his body. In an instant, a violent chi-jin spread out from Asamiya Ryudu's thin and weak body. Then, with a few ripping sounds, the shirt on Asamiya Ryudu's upper body was torn apart by his chi-jin. It hung down to Asamiya Ryudu's waist like rags. That is, Chiyoyu frowned and said from the riverbank 1,000 meters away from the abandoned warehouse. He forcefully used the chi-jin of motion and chi-jin of tranquility at the same time. He really developed a dangerous move. The elder of Liangshan Lake, Foamlin Temple's falconer, stroked his beard and said in a deep voice. In another place more than 100 meters away from where the people of Liangshan Lake were, Fist St. Shufangyan Shenzi, who was wearing a white hood, whispered excitedly, "Ha ha ha ha, you finally used it. I knew that you would have this day sooner or later. My cute disciple, Ryudu, survived this battle and crawled to me." Ogata Shunji said. At this time, Asamiya Ryudu had finally finished his chi-jin preparation. My ultimate move, chi-jin E. Under the influence of the chi-jin of motion and chi-jin of tranquility, Asamiya Ryudu, who had completely ignored the pain, waved his arms and looked at Sei Ito with one red and one white eyes. "I didn't fight you to kill you this time. It seems that I have to use my full strength and end this quickly." Sei Ito muttered to himself as he looked at Asamiya Ryudu, whose muscles were bulging and veins bulging all over his body. "Take this." However, before Sei Ito could do anything, Asamiya Ryudu had already charged in front of Sei Ito and swung his fist at Sei Ito's face. He's so fast. He's at least twice as fast as before. Sei Ito moved sideways and raised his arm to block Asamiya Ryudu's fist. His strength has also increased. He's much heavier than before. Seeing that his fist had missed, Asamiya Ryudu roared and stomped on the ground, creating a deep pit. At the same time, he used his other fist to hit Sei Ito's face. Sei Ito didn't take it head-on. He stepped back and dodged the sharp fist that brushed past his nose. In the next few seconds, Asamiya Ryudu attacked wildly. Sei Ito skillfully dodged his attacks without making a sound. It's about time. Sei Ito stopped dodging and grabbed Asamiya Ryudu's arm with his left hand. He stepped back and pulled, instantly breaking Asamiya Ryudu's balance. He raised his leg and kicked Asamiya Ryudu's chest. Although Asamiya Ryudu lost his balance, his reflexes didn't change. He quickly raised his hand to protect his chest and used his palm to block Sei Ito's kick. However, even though the strength of Asamiya Ryudu's arm had been strengthened, it was still no match for Sei Ito's kick. Moreover, the palm he used to block Sei Ito's kick was fractured, so the strength he could exert was even less. Therefore, Asamiya Ryudu was completely defeated by Sei Ito's kick. The force of Sei Ito's kick pushed Asamiya Ryudu's hand into his own chest. Crack! Asamiya Ryudu's broken hand became even more shattered. If he forced himself to use it again, he would end up in an even more miserable state than the original one, unless my Kokuji personally came to save him. Then, Sei Ito quickly retracted his foot and used his left arm to pull Asamiya Ryudu's body back to his front. Then, he used his right shoulder to hit Asamiya Ryudu's chest. Crack! Another crisp sound was heard. Asamiya Ryudu's chest caved in. Puffed. This time, Asamiya Ryudu was seriously injured. He immediately opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Sei Ito stepped forward and blocked Asamiya Ryudu's right leg. Then, he used his body to push Asamiya Ryudu to the ground. The moment Asamiya Ryudu fell to the ground, Sei Ito used his grappling technique to dislocate Asamiya Ryudu's shoulders and elbows, temporarily crippling his arms. Then, Sei Ito moved his hands and pressed on the back of Asamiya Ryudu's neck. He used a special technique to press on most of the main arteries that supplied blood to the head and knocked Asamiya Ryudu out. As Asamiya Ryudu fainted, the unstable chi and chi in his body suddenly lost control and began to move around randomly. How troublesome! Sei Ito frowned when he sensed the condition of Asamiya Ryudu's body. He instantly formed a sword with his right hand and pressed it against Asamiya Ryudu's spinal cord. He used his weak chi as a guide to mobilize the chaotic chi. Chapter 671. As Sei Ito's finger moved, a visible bump appeared on Asamiya Ryudu's back. It followed Sei Ito's finger and moved along Asamiya Ryudu's spine. Poof! Half a minute later, the chaotic ki in Asamiya Ryudu's body spurted out of his anus along with a foul smell. Ito Seijin frowned as he retreated from Asamiya Ryudu's side. I injured one of your hands. In exchange, I'll help you adjust half of the chaotic aura in your body. That makes us even. Ha ha ha. Kid, come with me. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. Then, a black shadow appeared beside Asamiya Ryudu. He grabbed Asamiya Ryudu and tried to grab Ito's Sei. Don't even think about it. Just as the hand was about to touch Sei Ito, another voice sounded in Sei Ito's ears. The hand grabbed the hand of the figure and threw it away in a strange way. Whoosh! The black shadow flipped over and landed on the roof of an abandoned warehouse. His true appearance was revealed. It was Ogata Shinzai, who was supposed to be sitting at the front of Crane. It's you, the philosopher of contortionists, Sayuji's Chiyoyu, said Ogata Shinzai, who was holding the unconscious Asamiya Ryudu. Just take your disciple and leave. Don't reach out to other young people, said Chiyoyu, who was standing in front of Seito. What a pity. Did I find a good seedling who is suitable for my path? Ogata Shinzai said regretfully. Then, he looked at Sayuji and said, but I believe that he will come to me sooner or later. Kid, we will meet again, Ogata Shinzai said to Seito. After that, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared from the abandoned warehouse. Thank you for saving me, Sayuji's master, Seito said to Chiyoyu, who turned around to look at him. Although I can't fault you for choosing the path, I still hope that you won't be confused. You will truly fall into the darkness, said Chiyoyu. Thank you for your reminder. I will keep your advice in mind, Sei Ito replied. You know your place, said Chiyoyu. Then, he turned around and walked to the side. Bai Bin Jiani, who was still unconscious, was in his arms. Then, just like Xu Fong Shinji, he disappeared from the abandoned warehouse. What a pity. My only chance to leave a spiritual imprint on Ogata Shinzai was destroyed by Chiyoyu. Looks like we can only stop here today. Ito-sei sighed as he turned to look in the direction Ogata Ikanamizu left. After that, Ito-sei didn't stay here any longer. After exchanging a glance with Whitebird, he followed Ogata Ikanamizu and Saijitsu Temple Autumn Rain. Leaping away from the abandoned warehouse, he dashed towards Nanjo Kira's rented apartment. After a while, Sei Ito arrived outside Nanjo Karisama's rented apartment. Then he took out the apartment key that Nanjo Karisama gave him when he first moved in, opened the door, and walked in. Who is it? Just as Ito-sei entered the room, Nanjo Norisaro's voice suddenly rang in his ears as he shouted in a low voice. It's me, Sei Ito replied as he closed the door. It's you, Nanjo Karisama said as he walked out of the living room. What's with your injuries? Sei Ito, who took off his shoes at the entrance and walked into the room, looked at the bandages wrapped around his forehead, arms, waist, and left thigh, and asked with a frown. That. Nanjo Karisama, who was asked, immediately turned his head, his eyes drifting, unable to say anything. You were injured by the Valkyrie squad, right? Sei Ito said as he walked to Nanjo Karisama and stood in front of him. He held Nanjo Karisama's cheeks with both hands and looked into Nanjo Karisama's eyes. Why are you still asking when you already know? Nanjo Karisama's expression froze when he heard that and said angrily, I want to hear it from you. Sei Ito said, I was injured during the battle with the Valkyrie squad. Nanjo Karisama said in a displeased tone, I think there should be other factors involved. Otherwise, with your current strength, how could the Valkyrie squad's women hurt you, even if they had to teach you a lesson? Sei Ito let go of his hands that were holding Nanjo Karisama's cheeks and pulled up Nanjo Karisama's palm. As he pulled her back to the living room, he said, Let me guess, could it be that during the battle, you met a stray cat again? Then, in order to protect that stray cat, you were injured by the Valkyrie squad's women, am I right? Yes. Nanjo Karisama, who was completely guessed by Sei Ito, replied in a low voice as her face turned red. As expected of the person who will be able to create Cat Fist Dojo in the future. This personality of loving cats as much as life is really hopeless. Sei Ito sighed in his heart when he heard her admit it. If you really like cats that much, after you move into my world, you can raise a few at home, Sei Ito said as he pulled Nanjo Karisama to sit on the sofa. Can I? Nanjo Karisama said with a face full of anticipation. Yes, I don't have any rules that forbid you from raising cats. As long as you want to, raising a house full of cats is no problem. Sei Ito said as he reached out to take Nanjo Karisama's injured arm in front of his eyes and reached out to remove the bandage. That's great. I can finally raise cats again. Nanjo Karisama, who received confirmation, fiercely leaned forward and kissed Sei Ito's cheek as she said loudly, TSK, this kiss in exchange. Sei Ito, who had exposed Nanjo Karisama's wound under the bandage, lightly clicked his tongue. While using the Palm Immortal technique to heal Nanjo Karisama's injury, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Nanjo Karisama, who only just remembered her previous behavior, blushed again. Her eyes evaded Sei Ito's gaze and looked to the side, ignoring Sei Ito. Just like this, in the silence of Nanjo Karisama, Sei Ito healed all the wounds left from the battle on her body, completely letting Nanjo Karisama bid farewell to the bandages on her body. Pay attention to the next battle. Don't leave any scars on your body again. You must know that your body now doesn't only belong to you, it also belongs to me. Sei Ito, who was gently stroking Nanjo Charisma's newly recovered thigh, looked at Nanjo Charisma and said, "I know, Nanjo Charisma," who moved her leg, trying to move her thigh away from Seito, said. However, how could her little strength be a match for Seito? Therefore, after moving a few times and seeing that she still couldn't get her thigh away from Seito's demonic grasp, Nanjo Charisma immediately gave up struggling and allowed Seito to gently stroke her thigh. Then, the two of them maintained that ambiguous position and quietly watched TV in the living room. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that Seito finally let go of Nanjo Charisma's thigh. He waved his hand to summon a pile of food and enjoyed it with Nanjo Charisma. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.